Hey guys! This is part 7 of What If Naruto Was the Mouse of Konoha. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 18: A Monkey in the Mountains. As Uzumaki Naruto continued to berate himself for missing what should have been staring him straight in the face, drew up a plan of what to do next, and eventually fell asleep clutching tightly onto a book containing priceless photographs of the woman who had given birth to him. On the other side of the elemental nations, another figure, much more massive than the young Jinchuriki, was burning the midnight oil, staring at the scroll that had arrived a day after the unwelcome news that might had sounded a death knell for all he had sworn to protect. His office populated only by shadows and flickering light, the anbu that Mabachan had personally selected and drilled mercilessly to stand guard in the main room of Kumo's leader after violently smashing the electric eyes that had promised so much but tragically failed in their duty. Banished for the evening, the Reikage wiped his tired eyes and focused on the words before him, written on elaborate parchment in a neat but undeniably hurried hand. The message it spelt out was both terrifying and doom-laden, least of all for a Kage with another, potentially even more serious matter on his mind, but at the same time it couldn't be ignored, least of all when, hazy as the idea was at the moment, there might yet be a way of making two wrongs cancel each other out with a bare minimum of sacrifice for his village, if he could seize the chance. As soon as he'd heard the reports that the Kage of Fire was moving, he'd known their worst nightmare was being made manifest. The tiger was already wounded following the massacre of one of their most prominent clans, and, though the loss of the Uchiha may have weakened Konoha, it also made the leaf hungry for vengeance. And what better target? The huge man ruminated in his mind as he slouched back in his chair and massaged his tired eyes, the conclusion already reached but the fine-tuning still necessary before he could speak to the Kage his ninja had wronged, that one who was unmasked attempting to steal from another of their clans. In a small part of his mind the Reikage was actually, in a perverse way, slightly pleased things were likely to turn out the way they would if he could convince Sarutobi to see reason, which was a great deal more positive than they'd looked before the scroll he was still reading and mulling over in his mind had arrived. Following the infiltration and recapture of the Ninken his ninja had taken and the former Konoha shinobi who had been taking care of them and had, belatedly, been suspected of actually having some connection to the Inuzuka clan itself, the usual rounds of recriminations and finger-pointing had gone on, and all sorts of overhauls to security had been demanded and put into place. For his part, the village leader had listened to the demands with half an ear, idly signing off that which needed his attention while keeping his eye on the bigger picture, regardless of how it had happened or the exact method by which the infiltrator had stolen into and out of Kumo. The basic fact remained that he knew he had at best a month and more likely a lot less than that to come up with an explanation for the actions of his state that an incensed Hokage, still known for good reason as the Kami no Shinobi, would be willing to listen to before he spelt out his demands to the village. It was for this reason, and this reason alone, that he was spending what was likely to be one of the few remaining nights he had left on the impure world sat in his office rather than with his clan and family, staring at the scroll that promised doom and salvation in equal measure, as he sought the best way to balance such scales in a manner that would prevent Konoha cutting too deeply in recompense for the theft of the Ninken. At length, after rereading words that had already soaked into his overburdened brain, the Reikage stood up and stumped over the room towards one of the filing cabinets that stood innocuously near one of the windows, idly drawing blood from one of his thick fingers on a sharpened canine to open the blood seal that held the middle drawer closed. Swiping the bloody digit over the hidden seal on the front of the cabinet, the Reikage stepped to the side as the metal shelf obediently trundled open and he leafed through the correspondence held within, withdrawing a select few documents after examining the contents at length. Slamming the drawer shut, the village leader decided he'd done all he could for the moment. All the preparations he could feasibly muster complete for the moment, and all that was left was to see if the Hokage would live up to his reputation as a pacifist, and allow him to solve the deeper issues that were even now threatening to tear his beloved country apart at the seams without the pressure of further burdens being pressed upon the shoulders of the one who'd inherit the mantle of Reikage from his shoulders. With this in mind, and with his documents in his mighty fist, the large man stood to his full height and looked around the office he'd held for the past 15 years with a mixture of fondness and regret that it might all end soon before turning his back upon it, opening the door soundlessly, and switching the light off as he left. For a brief moment, as he knocked on the main door before him, he dared to hope he might get away with it, but in his heart of hearts he'd known that hope was forlorn at very best, and, As he saw the single figure awaiting him just within the gates of the Nara grounds as one of them was tugged open enough for him to enter, he huffed, shrugged and glanced over at where Yoshino was regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Cranial trauma incoming then. Okay, get it over with. He sighed in resignation, bracing himself as the matriarch of the Shadow Clan stalked over, the same liquid grace in her stride that had been there the previous night as she moved to stand in front of him before. To Naruto's quite obvious surprise, she dropped into a half-crouch and embraced him hard enough to make him gasp, feet lifted off the floor as his face was squashed into her shoulder, and the scent of her perfume filled his nose. You are. She spoke in a voice that was almost choked as she set him down, Naruto slightly alarmed to see what looked suspiciously like a film of water over her eyes before she blinked and it was gone. Much as I promised myself I'd never say these words, there's nothing else that fits. Uzumaki Naruto, you are the single most troublesome child I have ever had the displeasure of crossing paths with. Even without Shikaku-kun telling me what was said last night when he got in, I'd have sworn before Kami-sama himself I knew exactly who your mother was. No one else attracted mischief like she did. Apart from your face, that's something else you got off her. Caught slightly off guard by the uncharacteristic affection from the usually terrifying Nara, Naruto hastily swallowed a breath of air and looked up at her with wide eyes, scrambled mind latching onto the only thing it could see that made sense in this situation gone mad. You knew my mother? Me, and the rest of Konoha, except maybe, no, Chime-chan did meet her once or twice. Yoshino affirmed to herself with a nod. And even if he didn't want to know her, she'd introduce herself anyway. Manners like a kunai and twice as direct that one was. Some of the spats she used to have with Sim-chan were downright evil, and she even dragged the rest of us into a street fight once or twice. A sudden memory seemed to make Yoshino smile, and she had to bite down on a giggle as she glanced at the remaining Uzumaki from the corner of her eye. There was this one time just after the academy final bell, the two of them. Well, I think Sim started it, but anyway, that's not important. The end result was that Hayashi got caught up in it somehow, and it ended up with him flat on his back with Kushina straddling his waist, both hands around his neck and screaming in his face right in front of all the families picking up their children for the day. It looked like something straight out of theatrical farce. I think Ayabi-san, that was Hayashi's mother, nearly curled up and died on the spot seeing her son being ravished by the Yuzu princess, and I never heard Hizashi laugh so hard in his life. Hizashi? Hayashi's brother, but that's a sore subject at the minute, Naruto. Yoshino's tone suddenly turned colder before she went on, banishing the threatening bad mood. I wouldn't bring it up around Hayashi-san. It was a bad business he doesn't like to talk about. Fair enough. Hayashi was far from the only one who had, or, in Naruto's case, had recently discovered he had, skeletons in the family closet, and Naruto was grateful to move on, somewhat relieved that the Hokage monument was at his back due to where the Nara clan grounds were situated in the village, so he wouldn't see the very obvious reminder of the parent he wasn't to talk about for a good number of years yet. But hey, while we're here. Yoshino paused and allowed him to go on. Why'd you hug me like that? The question made the Nara matriarch raise an eyebrow, and seeing this, Naruto elaborated. I mean, Tenchan just punched my lights out, which I get because I'd have done the same to her if she'd disappeared for months on end without telling anyone. But Ayam-chan hugged the daylights out of me, Chime-sen bopped me on the head and then hugged me, Sim-sen did the same then whacked me again when I called her old, and now you doing that. I don't get it, why didn't you all do the same thing? Women are weird. Yoshino laughed. She really didn't have any choice in the matter as Naruto once more hit a nail inadvertently on the head, and in a way that would have about 99% of men in the world nodding in agreement, as long as their wives weren't watching at least. True, we're all weird, but men love us anyway. She commented breezily before smirking at Naruto raised an eyebrow at her unusual proclamation. It's just how we show we care, Naruto-kun, especially Kunoichi and Anabi Geisha like. Chime-chan. Being married to shinobi and raising a clan's a hard job, Naruto-kun. Don't let any ninja tell you anything different. If you're not up with a colicky baby half the night, you're sat up wondering if your husband's going to come home from his latest mission, and if it's not that, it's the youngsters trying to master techniques too soon and half blowing themselves up or landing at the Shinigami's doorstep with chakra exhaustion. Civilians often don't understand it either. More than one villagers come up and told me that I'm being abusive when I slap Shiko awake, or wrap one of the others around the legs or the ear when they do something stupid, but it's just to let them know I care, at the same time tell them I won't put up with any messing around. I can't afford to. Most kunoichi, or any other woman who marries a ninja come to that, are pretty much the same, and it doesn't just go for the kids either. The chewing out I gave Shikaku when he was carted back here with those scars on his face the first time, so. Naruto crossed his eyes as he tried to puzzle this through. So you weren't really angry when you were shouting last night? Oh no, I was bloody furious. The glance she flashed his way was enough to make the hairs on the back of his neck go rigid. Even when explaining some of the truths of the ninja world, the terrifying dragon that Nara Yoshino could become was never far beneath her calm veneer. Luckily that Aburaim was in the way for long enough to burn off the worst of my temper. Bucky? As soon as he could get away with it, the Bugman did a runner and left me to face the music. Can you blame him? No. Naruto admitted at length, rationalizing that if it was a case of him and someone else faced with the wrath of an angry Yoshino, it would more than likely be a case of head for the hills and Kami helped the hindmost. So, you all were angry because I went missing and Hitstroke hugged me to let me know you were happy I came back? Most of us, I imagine, but you can never tell exactly, Naruto. You said it yourself. She pointed out with a slight smirk as she saw the Jinchuriki, in the same way every man who'd come before him had, mentally just give up the ghost and surrender the struggle in attempting to understand the female mind. Women are weird, just accept it, and try to deal with it as best you can like every other person on the world with a Y chromosome. Still, that's for later. With that she clapped sharply, purely business as she regarded her helper for the day. Those horses and deer won't much themselves out, and it's a beautiful morning at the minute. If the sky holds, we might even be able to get you out for a short hack with a bit of luck. Sounds like a plan, Yoshino-san. Naruto agreed, feeling the hard outline of a couple of carrots he'd brought from one of the early opening village stores on the way over with the help of a minute mask. So, just give me a moment, and I will use some of the magic the caravans taught me to conjure up a helper. As he'd expected, the words made the older Nara pause and, as she glanced at him with an inquiring gaze, he smiled and went on. You were a Kyarabenkeo, or at least something similar to a Kyarabenkeo once upon a time, Yoshino-san. You remember the little cantrips the caravans all know? Nothing fancy, just lighting fires without a match or a jutsu, or how to always find water and get about, navigate without a map, that sort of thing? I did, she admitted at length, not quite sure where he was going with this, even as she recalled using some of those cantrips to make her life through the academy easier than it should have been for someone with a pure water affinity such as herself. Yeah. I don't need no stinking Katan jutsu to light my campfire at night. D-rank jutsu my left foot, I couldn't get it until I became a chunin due to opposite chakra natures. Not like anyone knew about them when I was going through school. What? About them? Pick a few up on you travels, did you? Yep, and if you give me a chance, I'll use one of them to get one of your clan to help us out in the stables. In the face of such a proclamation, Yoshino's eyebrow duly raised a few degrees. You haven't used one of the 3 Bs, have you, Naruto-kun? Bribery, blackmail, or threat of a beating? She elaborated at his quizzical expression, reciting the 3 most common illegal methods of getting someone to lend you a hand when you wanted them to, regardless of their personal thoughts on the matter. That's about the only way I can think of you turfing any Nara other than me out of bed this early, least of all on a weekend. How long have you known me, Yoshino-san? Stand back a minute, he stated politely, letting himself into the Nara grounds properly as Yoshino stood to the side, curious despite herself about what he was planning this time. Let the mouse do his magic, sing a little song and bring a helper running. Still wondering what he was up to and interested if he actually had cracked the problem that had resulted in most Nara women tearing their hair out at one stage or another, Yoshino followed the Jinchuriki to the area in front of the main house, trying to second-guess his plan. In common with most of her clan, she held her peace and observed as the blonde pulled a scroll out of his pocket and unrolled it, though as the smoke cleared and whatever he'd summoned was exposed to her eyes, she felt her hand drop from where it had been supporting her chin in a thinking pose as she spoke in a disbelieving tone. Naruto-chan, what on this earth, or any other, is that thing? What, this? Naruto's faux disbelief didn't fool her for a minute, and with a chuckle he threw the majority of the contraction that he had once claimed appeared to be the bizarre hybrid of a tablecloth and a pipe factory explosion over his shoulder, one tube still in his hand as he glanced at Yoshino's sidelong. What do you think it is? Apart from some bizarre freak accident involving an octopus and enough guttering to keep my clan house dry in a thunderstorm. She shook her head, still unable to look away from the creation the boy she considered at worst a nephew still held over one shoulder. I haven't got the foggiest. What is it, and where'd you get it from? Brought it off the caravan. They didn't want it, so I got a fair price. He claimed nonchalantly before the edge of a grin peeped into life on his lips and he took a deep breath. Listen and learn, Yoshino-san. With that he placed the end of the pipe he held between his lips and blew hard. Next second, as she clapped her hands over her ears at the shrieking, droning wail that emitted from the inflated bladder of cloth draped over Naruto's shoulder, Yoshino was left to wonder exactly what he was doing and how he could call such a terrible noise music. And it looks like I'm not the only one either. Even in the few seconds the Jinchuriki had been generating such a hellish cacophony, Yoshino was easily able to see windows being flung open and several members of her clan blearily peering into the morning sun, trying to shut off the road that had woken them up at such an ungodly hour of the morning. Through her hands were over her ears, the Nara matriarch was certain that most of the shouts being directed at the musician were a lot less than complimentary, as she couldn't quite lip-read at this range. Before she could think too much on the subject, however, Naruto had stopped the noise his instrument produced, removed the mouthpiece from between his lips, and addressed the entire clan without fear as he shouted his demands up to where they were still trying to recollect their bearings after being so violently awakened. Until Naruto Shikamaru is out here, fully togged up and ready to turn in a hard day's work at the stables. There was a sudden sinister edge to his smile as he took in the pipe once more, shouting around it as there was a collective intake of breath from his unwilling audience. Here I play! Yoshino laughed. She honestly didn't have a choice in that matter, as she immediately saw exactly what Naruto was doing and how the magic he promised was designed to work. It was a great irony that, when faced with a very pressing need to get a job done, the clan that was universally considered the laziest and least ninja-like in all of Fire Country could mount the appropriate response with an efficiency and alacrity that would have turned the Aburaim green with envy. Because of this collective need to restore the peace and save both their eardrums and chances of a lion, it came as no surprise to Yoshino when, no more than 4 minutes after Naruto made his demands, the back door to her clan house was thrust open and the figure of her hastily dressed son was roughly shoved out of it, stumbling to a halt before turning and directing a bale glare at the wooden portal that had just been slammed behind him. Despite herself, Yoshino was forced to bite down on a smile as the taller, skinnier boy stalked towards the two of them, face like thunder as opposed to his normal apathy despite the sleep that still clung to his eyelids. My clan is made up of treacherous gits and I hate them all, he stated in a perfect deadpan before his almost emotionless stare switched targets and sought to nail Naruto to the fence behind him. And team, the second I get my hands on the clan scrolls I won't rest until He was cut off as Naruto erupted, his strange instrument letting out a wheezing gurgle as it slipped off his shoulder to the floor where it began deflating as its owner tried and failed to control his mirth. You gotta warn someone before you come out with something like that, Shika. The mouse managed to choke out over his helpless laughter, Yoshino herself forced to look away to hide her own grin from her son's hangdog expression. I won't rest, priceless. Oh, that's a classic from Inara. I will strangle you in your sleep, Naruto team. The clan heir promised, his gaze unusually direct as he stared at the smaller child who crouched over, still chuckling, as he picked up and resealed the originator of that terrible noise back up in his scroll. And I'll stab that thing as well while I'm at it. Where'd you get it, and what the hell is it called? I need to give it a name when I mount its carcass on my wall. Where I got it's a long story, Shika. I'll tell you over a nice steaming hot dung pile as we're mucking out. The Jinchuriki grinned as his friend grimaced. Great, it's early in the morning and I'm expected to do manual, labor. Sure, this is some kind of child abuse. And it's called a set of bagpipes. Don't know exactly where they came from. Never got the name of the store in Kyumo that sold them. Still, had to spend the money I picked up in the blossoms on something and I wanted a souvenir for myself. But the caravan I was with were grateful to see the back of them. Caravan. So while the rest of us have been breaking our backs due to our mother's nagging, you've been gallivanting around the elemental nations free as a cloud. Shikamaru scowled before a sixth sense made him duck just in time to avoid a slap from his mother, Yoshino looking stern as she raised her hand warningly before speaking again. You don't know the meaning of breaking your back, lazybones. Enjoy it while you can, because the second you drag your apathetic self over the academy's threshold, that's it, the gloves come off as far as I'm concerned. So, now your friend has given you the opportunity, it's time to get some practice in. Get moving or I'll have you running laps as well as shoveling manure. Man, what a drag, this is so troublesome. The clan heir complained, though under his mother's evil-eyed gaze some kind of survival instinct flicked back to life and he said nothing more, merely falling into step in front of his mother as Naruto stuffed his musical instrument containing scroll into his pocket and chuckled quietly at the sight. They only do it because they love you, unless they really hate you. I think I got it right the first time. Women are weird. The sight before her made her feel sick inside, though under the inscrutable eye of the Hokage that regarded her with an expressionless face, Maba did her best to let nothing appear on her face as she listened to her intercom, and, when she had the word, she met the Kage eye to eye and spoke in a tone that belied her parched lips and constricted throat. "The Raikage will see you now, Hokage Dano. Please go straight through." "My thanks," the aged village leader said curtly before stepping away, the two jounin of his honor guard following him silently through the door, the air of barely concealed malice billowing around them going with them and allowing her to breathe easily once more. Remembering her village leader's words, the kunoichi immediately began clearing her desk, not wanting to get caught overhearing what might very well considered state secrets by being in the deserted tower while the two Kages were meeting together. Though even as she moved to leave she couldn't stop her hands trembling slightly as she mouthed a silent prayer to any kami that might have been listening that whatever price Kumo was forced to pay for the failure of her ninja, it would not cut too deeply or scar for too long the people and reputation of the Dragon Village. Entering into the inner keep of his rival's fortress, Sarutobi was careful to keep his expression colorless save, perhaps, for a tint of smoldering anger. Treachery was never far from the mind of any ninja and, even though he sensed nothing and had seen with his own eyes the Raikage Tower appeared to be deserted, he kept his guard raised in case there was a plan to silence him and spark a fourth world war rather than admit to their wrongdoing. Though even if there is and it succeeds, I trust Danzo to at least see to it that Kumo regrets such folly very deeply indeed. However, thus far the signs were promising. Aside from the mountainous figure glowering at him from the throne at the far end of the room behind his desk, there appeared to be no one else around and he could detect no other potential sources of treachery such as seals or poisonous gases. Before he could think too much on the matter there was a rumbling squeak as the Raikage stood up and pushed his chair backwards, inclining his head towards his visitor as protocol demanded. "Hokage Dano. Raikage Dano." Sarutobi repeated the gesture before pacing across the floor some way, though he didn't sit down as the man who, physically at least, dominated him spoke once more. "I trust you have urgent business to travel so far while bypassing the normal diplomatic protocols?" "Oh yes, Raikage Dano." The question was a lure and one Sarutobi, unusually for him, didn't hesitate in biting upon, giving a verbal tug to remind his opponent exactly who held the cards in this game. "I am here because your state has committed not one but two very grave crimes, one recent the other decades old, against both my village and a clan that resides within it. Because of those crimes I have come here with all haste because I wanted to know if there was a reason, any kind of reason, you could offer that would prevent me caving in to the Inuzuka clan's demands and setting them loose on Kumo." The Sandane's shout echoed around the bare room, a very rare instance of the usually collected Kage losing his temper slightly before. With an effort, he caught his breath and locked eyes with the leader of the rival village, speaking only a single sentence that was pregnant with both warning and promise was the meaning behind it not heeded correctly. "Remember Kusa, Raikage Dano." A silence followed that statement, as it always would when the name of the Inuzuka was mentioned in conjunction with that nation. Much as shinobi were supposed to be agents that prowled in the darkness and slew specific targets, with the rest of the world being completely oblivious to their presence, if there was ever a clan that failed to conform to that stereotype it was the Inuzuka. Superseded only by the Kyuga while the bloodthirsty Kiri clan had still existed. It had been in the dying days of the Third War, following IWA being knocked out of the war by the emergence of the Yellow Flash, that the animalistic clan had truly cemented their evil reputation, and it had been Kusa who had been their target. Sarutobi had ordered the greatest rival in size to the great 5 villages cowed but not crushed, and the Inuzuka had obliged him. Even now, a howl in the night would be enough to make most of Grass's civilian population sweat cold in their beds, the ancestral memories of fear kept alive in the tales told by elders to frighten unruly children, if they didn't behave. The wolves of Konoha would take them in their sleep and devour them by moonlight. It was a story with a great basis in fact. Following their Hokage's order, the entire clan had infiltrated the land of grass, living off the land and avoiding or annihilating the ninja patrols they came across to strike at their target, the cities and towns of the rival village. Shinobi knew no fear, but that didn't hold true for those they protected, and, when the wolves came not just to the door but over it and into the villages proper, that same population was driven to the edge of incoherent fear and threatened to rise up against the daimyo unless he bowed to the inevitable and surrendered to the leaf. Aided by select members of the Yamanaka, Kurama and Uchiha clans who both facilitated the infiltrations into the town and helped water the seeds of fear the Inuzuka planted in the minds of their enemies, the animalistic clan systematically terrorized virtually the entirety of Kusa's population into submission, a feat never before attempted and unrepeated since. Scratches gouged into every front door of several towns simultaneously, stores raided and cattle mutilated was just the beginning. After sunset the streets became no-go areas and village watches, even those reinforced by professional samurai, became too afraid to set foot outside in groups smaller than a dozen. Children were taken, babes snatched from their beds, and wailing parents were left gnashing their teeth with loss and fear as, with traditional Konoha forces camped on their borders, there was no way for Kusa's own ninja to come to the aid of their people and families. The end came when the capital city of Grass awoke one morning to a scene of absolute horror. In the main tree of the daimyo's gardens, the tallest tree, a rare ironwood that sheltered the entire royal family house beneath its boughs, had been transmogrified into a gory sacrament, a grotesque tree strung with the eviscerated corpses of every household pet and beast of burden within the city limits. Such barbaric horror, along with the warning clawed into the door of the mansion that if Kusa still fought when the sun set once more the tree would be decorated with the remnants of the daimyo's family and guards, was the straw that snapped the proud nation's fighting spirit. In hours Kusa had capitulated and Konoha was triumphant, one of the last dominoes to fall before Kumo too saw sense and ended the Third War entirely. As the sun set for the first day on a Kusa that chafed under the humiliation of surrender, the breaking dawn would see one final surprise passed upon the weary, scared populace, this time a positive one. Once more the Inuzuka came, and this time they restored what had been taken. The stolen children were returned to the very beds they had been stolen from, in most cases hungry but very much alive, able to recall nothing of their kidnap. It was this last detail that had been responsible for much of the Inuzuka's mystique and reputations for being part of the land itself, or the incarnation of the vengeful spirit of Fire Country that could, once appeased, grant acts of kindness to those that pleased it. It had been a masterstroke, one that Sarutobi doubted could be done again due to a range of factors, chiefly the loss of the Uchiha and decline of the Kurama clans, as without their genjutsu skills the infiltration of Kusa's villages would likely never have happened, though it's not like the Reikage needs to know that. And even if we could repeat such a trick with the mood Tsuchan was in previously, I doubt her clan would bother with subtlety, even Rimaro-san. Still, the Hokage had no reason to inform his opposite number of this little fact and stood resolute, awaiting an answer that wasn't long in coming but came with an unexpected caveat. I remember Kusa well, Hokage Dano, too well. The Reikage sighed before retaking his seat and gesturing to the two silent jounin who flanked the Hokage of the Leaf. If you would dismiss your guards, Hokage Dano, I have some things to say that I will speak to none but you. The older man considered this for a moment, a long one as he scrutinized the man before him. However, in all the time he'd known the taller man, he had to admit that, despite his somewhat overbearing manner and blunt forms of diplomacy, the Reikage was not often a man to attempt genjutsu or other such sleight of hand to weasel his way out of the predicament his expansionist tactics had landed himself and his village in. Because of this he glanced to either side of him and gave the shallowest of nods. If surprised by this, his bodyguard didn't show it, instead merely giving quick, shallow bows of respect before disappearing in clouds of chakra smoke. As they left and passed beyond range of both sight and chakra sensing, Sarutobi looked forwards to the sight of his nemesis and for the first time show a slight chink in his emotional armor, the sight of the Reikage grinding his knuckles against his forehead as though trying to massage away a bad migraine, enough to make even him raise an eyebrow as the much larger man glanced up and wafted a large hand towards the seat opposite him. Sit down, Sarutobi Dano. There was none, or at least very little of the bombast that usually rolled around in the voice of Kumo's leader like thunder around a mountain top. I've got a lot to say and not much time to do it in if I want my country to survive the next few months. There is something else here. This wasn't the man, or at least didn't appear to be the man who had demanded the body of Hisashi Hyuga as a price for avoiding war, a price Sarutobi would have been unwilling to pay save for the wishes of the Hyuga clan and, more importantly, those of Hisashi himself, who was happy to choose such a fate if it meant his child and many others would grow up untouched by the horror of war. To a politician as experienced as Sarutobi, it was obvious that there was some other factor at work here, an overarching background that he hadn't yet seen but that had occupied his mind much on the journey to the Lightning Village. However, as he saw the Reikage reaching for something, one of the pieces of paper on his desk, he made a careful comment to ensure there was no, or at least no more than usual, trickery afoot. So you do not deny that Kumo has committed these crimes against the Inuzuka? His opposite number gave a brief but mirthless chuckle. I could deny it until the end of the world. It wouldn't be enough to change the truth. I'm sure you heard from Rinsan and whoever it was who spirited her away from this place. He pointed out, retrieving one of the parchment scrolls from its resting place on the edge of his desk and giving it a swift once-over with a glance. Kumo was at fault in this mess. I can't change that, but... Seemingly satisfied, he twisted the paper around and pushed it towards the Hokage, gesturing for him to read it. I hope I can convince you that I am not wholly to blame in this matter. Sarutobi personally thought that a pipe dream at best, but had enough good grace not to mention it, instead reading the offered paper. It seemed to be a mission request, similar to the 100 that crossed his desk every week. But as he read exactly what the scroll entailed and saw the seal that adorned the bottom right-hand corner, the Hokage caught his breath as he realized this was no request. Breathing slightly more deeply as he tried to work out exactly what he could do next, as it seemed that the Reikage was right in what he said, either he nor his village were truly to blame for the theft. "Reikage Dano," Sarutobi said at length, his voice grave as he returned the paper towards the other Kage. "This is very disturbing." "Indeed," the tan man replied, folding the paper back up and putting it back where it had come from. "It is the proof, the final proof in my eyes, that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has finally given in completely to madness." The accusation hung heavily in the air, coiling like smoke as though it could signal the shriveled old man who clung to power in his own country, and alert him to the treachery being voiced by his strongest sword. For his part, Sarutobi was left reeling slightly. An expansionist Kage was a problem, but one that could be slapped down easily enough. But a daimyo with an entire country behind him, who had no higher authority. "How long have you suspected this?" the Hokage asked carefully, hoping to buy time to consider this new and violent lurch in the situation. In this he was to be disappointed as, with another mirthless chuckle, a second piece of paper was pushed his way, once more signed by the daimyo's hand and once more ordering the Kage of his ninja to order one of his men on a virtually suicidal mission. "Years now, since the end of the Third War at least," the taller man answered, standing up and looking out of the window, over his village. "I can't prove it, but I did hear rumors that one of his guards during that time had a slightly closer relationship with him than simply protector and client. Her death during the fighting on the Konoha front probably etched a grudge on his mind against your state, and you know how samurai are with what they consider to be slights on their honor." Having read the order in front of him several times and once more commending Hyuga Hizashi's soul to the pure world for the sacrifice he had made and the war he had prevented by complying with the order that had, unknown to Konoha until now, been made and signed off by a daimyo, Sarutobi regarded his opposite number and gave a curt nod. Unlike most of the other elemental nations, Kumo's government was still based around a pseudo-feudal system where the governors of the districts were samurai lords rather than politicians, and, to them, matters of honor and matters of state were often interchangeable, and dangerous, when they override common sense like this. "So, he ordered the attempted theft of the Byakugan. Against my views and better judgment," the Reikage admitted, shaking his head in annoyance as he recalled the arguments he'd had with the grizzled old warrior who ruled lightning with a steel fist. "I won't deny I felt we needed more bloodlines following the end of the Third War to replace our losses. Many of our clans were virtually wiped out, and even now haven't recovered. But even so, there would have been easier ways to gain them than marching into the tiger's lair and trying to steal one of its cubs. The Jounin who led that ambassador trip was one of my finest men, close to me as my own right hand. 10 Hyuga weren't worth his life. I hoped that with the failure of that mission the old man would back down, but he wouldn't. I managed to placate him for a few years with a few survivors from Kuri, but he was adamant that Konoha would suffer for his loss. Eventually I had no choice but to oblige him. So, with this new information, Sarutobi had an inkling of the answer, but he needed it confirmed anyway. Why the Ninken? Another delaying tactic? His answer was a small, darkly humorous smile. Yeah, I realized the Ninken would likely be more trouble than they were worth, as it's never been proved the Inuzuka clan even have a bloodline as opposed to a close connection with their partners. I assumed it would be a failed experiment, gain me enough time to work out a permanent solution to the problem at the same time as being able to say mission completed with a straight face. Fortunately though, as of right now he's got a lot more on his plate to worry about than a few ninja puppies going missing. It was the change in tone rather than the words that made the older man glance up in time to watch his opposite number elaborately lick his thumb, and then thump it down on what looked to be the last piece of paper he had arranged on his side of the desk. It clung there for a few seconds before he brushed it off with his other hand, slapping it down on the desk between the two of them as he finished. "This arrived on my desk no more than 36 hours ago, unopened and read by none but me. It's finally happened, Sarutobi." There was an undercurrent of equal parts excitement, dread and worry in his voice as he explained exactly how the touch paper had been lit and threatened to consume the land he loved. "He's overstepped the mark at last. Gazura's been militarizing the country since the ink was barely dry on the third peace treaty, and we've all been suffering ever since. The harvests are down due to conscription, the taxes are hurting everyone and driving away trade, crime has never been higher, and the morale of everyone, ninja included, has hit rock bottom and started digging. About the only thing keeping us afloat is the fact Frost still has our back after we defended them in the Third War, and has been offering its harvest at a reduced rate for a few years now, but even that goodwill is waning. Everyone is bleeding in lightning Sarutobi. To his credit, the younger Kage looked truly sorry as he lamented his land's pain before he wiped the lamentation from his face and set it in a grim, steely mask. And I intend to cauterize the wound before it bleeds us completely dry. So then, the impact of the words written before him had crashed over his like a tsunami, but to his credit Sarutobi was able to look back at his opposite number with only slightly widened eyes as a reaction to the news. It is rebellion against the daimyo? Not, yet, at the minute it's insurrection, but this whole damned country's a tinderbox. The Raikage snorted, once more looking out of the window. Insurrection now by a few of the more powerful samurai lords, those who could actually challenge Gazura for his position as head of state. But it'll be rebellion in a week and civil war in two as the word gets out and the lesser lords unite behind one or other competitor to try and oust him completely. It's a bloodbath waiting to happen, samurai war. Sarutobi finished for him, knowing exactly what fear was plaguing the taller man before him and once more silently thanking the kami that, though a simpering fop at times, especially where his wife and her damned cat were concerned, the daimyo of fire was at least content with what he had and saw no reason to try and upset the delicate applecart that was the current state of peace in the elemental nations. They'll tear each other apart. And the rest of us with them. The militias will be called, there'll be mass desertions, infighting, and in the end it may well pull lightning apart completely. You know your history, Sarutobi Dano. Hell, you were there for a lot of it. The aforementioned ninja scowled at the slight jibe to his age but allowed the younger man to carry on without interruption. If the samurai clans do go to war, it'll make Kiri look like a sideshow. There'll be bloodletting, head-taking, salting the earth of rival claimants and everything else that goes with it. At least with the bloody mist, the Yondame's smart enough to keep it as a ninja war. I'd wager most of the population doesn't realize their military is killing itself. With this, however, the Raikage shook his head. Lightning will be finished as a nation. Even if a claimant rises from the ashes, the vultures will already be circling and he'll have nothing left to consolidate power with save the ninja. And not even we can defeat a rival daimyo who has his sights set on conquest of a broken land. Sighing, the Raikage settled back into his seat with a thump before letting out a second sigh, shaking his head as though bothered by a cloud of midges before glancing up at the opposing Kage once more. There is, of course, only one way for this to end without Kumo following Kiri into the abyss, he said, a foreshadowing note in his tone as he sat back to his full, imposing height, gesturing to the missive in front of Sarutobi. Daimyo-sama has requested me to send a few of my top men to aid his cause in the first few weeks of the war. He's not stupid, he might be mad, but he's not lost his tactical mind. Gazura knows the only feasible way he can remain on the throne is a show of force. If he can utterly decimate the first army that stands against him, he might cow the other warlords back into line. To do that he needs us, especially if, as he suspects, all three of his major rivals will be present. The size of the engagement also looks to be fairly minimal, not so much a battle as a mere skirmish, something the daimyo could win on even his worst day. By this point the hairs on the back of the Hokage's neck began to rise. The leader of Kumo was going somewhere, that much had been obvious. But the casual way he mentioned the battle made him look again at the paper before him, and immediately he saw it. Blood running cold, he glanced over where the ink had been smudged by the Raikage's thumb, obscuring the expected number of enemies present, and looked up sharply, only just holding his peace as the other Kage carried on. Still, he wishes to make a statement about the strength of his rule. What finer statement can there be than the strongest of his shinobi, the iron hand of Kumo? I'll answer the summons myself. I will be his sword and his shield. No enemy shall harm the daimyo while I still draw a breath. You mean to kill him? Sarutobi had been suspecting this as the outcome, but still, to hear it was a very sobering affair. In all the years he'd been alive, he had never before heard of a Kage who had outright assassinated his country's leader, mostly a tactic of the smaller villages. Even though the deposed nobility were often kept alive as puppet rulers for the general populace, ruling the country with none of the common people seeing the twitches of the invisible strings they danced to at the beck and call of the ninja leaders who commanded them. This is a very dark road you travel down, Raikage Dano. True, but I won't be traveling it for long, and I won't be walking it alone either. The other village leader grunted, shrugging his massive shoulders. There's no innocent party here, Sarutobi. My leader is insane. I could, Probably should have shouted him down when he started banging the drum about bringing the leaf to heal and strangled this whole catastrophe in its cradle, and any one of the other 3 bastards who are lining up to take Kazura's head just want to replace him with no guarantee they'll stop the pressure on the country when they do. No, the only way out of this mess is to wipe the slate clean, end it all in one blow. Everything on the tabletop did a somersault as the Reikage brought his fist down for emphasis before giving his guest a weary but somewhat grudgingly respectful smile. My original plan was to bring the 4 of them, Kazura and the other 3 warlords, together on the battlefield and then off them all myself, but thanks to your operative and the fact he managed to kick this can of worms open and drag the politics of Konoha into this, that plan's changed somewhat. Mulling the situation over in his mind, Sarutobi thought through the options open to the Kage in front of him and, after a moment, highlighted the decision he would have been most likely to make. You plan to meet with one or other of the would-be daimyo and offer them the death of their enemies in return for help in compensating my village? The bigger ninja's answering smile was a sliver of congealed venom as he slowly shook his head. Not quite, Hokage Dano. Now I intend to off all 4 of those bastards and die doing it. The silence between the 2 of them deepened, yawning in the room like a chasm until, at length, Sarutobi spoke in a voice that, though little more than a murmur, still seemed to echo in the void the Reikage's death promise had opened in its wake. A life for a life. I believe the Inuzuka will be satisfied with that, he explained calmly, not dropping his gaze from the rival Kage. They will hear no more than your exemplary suicide, as will the Hyuga. They, however, will be harder to placate. Who will take the mantle in your stead? My eldest son, He's not fully ready, but perhaps that's for the best. Sarutobi's opposite number shrugged, massive shoulders flexing. He can grow into the role on his own without feeling my iron hand on his shoulder and work with the new daimyo to put the past behind us all. I can offer the Hyuga little enough at this time though. As I have said, this situation is mostly not of my making, and following the end of my plan the new regime will be more interested in shoring up the country than appeasing anyone else for the sins of their fathers. They can keep the ring your infiltrator took. Its value is mostly historical and sentimental, but it is an heirloom, and, as well, he drew a sheaf of blank parchment from a drawer along with a pen. A life for a life, as you said. What is this Reikage Dano? Sarutobi had an idea, of course, but felt it polite to ask as the other Kage scribbled on the paper, his appearance merely curious as the 2 bushy eyebrows rose in his direction. A debt of honor. The voice was gravelly and somber, the words seemingly barbed if the way they stuck in his throat were any indication. I have written this paper with the intention that any member of the Hyuga clan can ask any service, even death or suicide, of any member or ward of the Yatsuki clan, save my eldest son, as he will be Reikage, and my younger son B for reasons you are no doubt aware of. It must be witnessed by at least 1 other ninja from each state, but once it is, the service must be performed and this document destroyed, honor between the clans satisfied. With nothing like his usual flourish, the tall man reached to his side, seizing the stub of the stamp that now replaced his usual method of signing paperwork and applying the seal of his office to the base of the parchment, adding his personal signature onto the paper as well to show it was signed by the Sandame rather than the Yandame Reikage. With visible reluctance he slowly offered the slip forwards, the Hokage for his part scanning it with his eyes before stowing it away with his robes. It won't be the easiest of selves, but Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga, is a man who lives by personal honor as well as clan prestige. I will see that he accepts this offer and the matter will be settled at last. With any luck and the will of the kami, perhaps your son will allow relationships between our states to thaw. I, along with many others, have begun to grow accustomed to this peace. It is with your sacrifice that this will be maintained, and for that you have both my respect and my thanks. Sarutobi meant what he said, and by the resigned grimace that sprouted into being on the mustached face of the Reikage he guessed the younger man recognized his sincerity. Such was the burden of the Kage robes. In the name of protecting the village from all harm, it was a bitter irony that many of a ninja village's most dangerous threats came from within rather than without. More than one leader had met his end in obscurity, or even ignominy, taking on the might of their own state rather than those usually considered enemies. The Reikage nodded before sitting back in his seat and, looking at the younger man, Sarutobi realized that this wasn't the place to be at the moment. Like most ninja who knew they weren't coming back from their next mission, the Yatsuki clan leader was mentally preparing himself to meet the Shinigami, and the last thing he needed now was to spend more of his precious few hours sifting through needless paper shuffling rather than being at home with his family and village. The reason he was willing to lay down his life in a wasted battle with his own countrymen. Not seeing any further reason to remain as he had what he'd come for, the Hokage stood up and bowed formally, his gesture mirrored by his opposite number. All is in order then, Reikage Dano. I see no reason to drag this out any longer. I'm sure you have more important matters of state on your mind, and I must return to my village as soon as I am able to. I can understand that, came his answer in the form of a gruff snort. I know better than to ask exactly who's Sarutobi Dano, but whichever of your ninja it was, assuming he was one of yours? He probably was. Ever vigilant for the potential of his adversary, honorable or not, fishing for information, Sarutobi was careful to keep his answers vague, just as the Reikage himself would have done had their positions been reversed. I leave the exact mission designation to my anbu captains. The details will likely never be known, even to me. Still a wily old bastard, aren't you? Much as the old troll might curse me for saying it, I see far too much of an Okiji-san in you to ever feel truly comfortable, Sarutobi. With the meeting truly over, the air of seriousness dispersed somewhat, though there was still respect laced into the Reikage's words as he spoke and stood up. Well, whoever he was, if you ever do see of debrief him, tell him he's got both my respect and, in a strange way, my envy as well. A fair few ninja have killed a Kage, a few have even managed to knock off a daimyo as well, but as far as I can remember. There was a glint of professional respect in the Kage's eyes as Sarutobi nodded, keeping his face blank as he realized the truth in the younger man's words, something that hadn't truly struck home until now. No other ninja in history, not even your Uchiha Madara or Senju Harashima, have had the distinction of engineering a situation which ended with the death of a Kage, a daimyo and 3 samurai lords in a single fell swoop. It was a throwaway line, said partly in jest and partly out of mutual respect for what was an ingenious piece of ninja skill, but despite that it was a line that still plagued Sarutobi's mind as he lay awake in the night, staring at the wooden ceiling about him in the guest suite of the hotel his jounin guard had picked out for his entourage and himself during their stay in Kumo. And a short stay it will be, something of a pleasant surprise, and not the first one that has come from this trip northwards. Even as the thought crossed his mind, however, the thought made the Sandame roll over in his bed, not even his childhood habit of counting the knotholes in the ceiling calming his turbulent mind as he mulled the new news over. So, the Dragon Village will soon have a change of leadership, as will the country as a whole. This could be for good or ill. Such was the life of a Kage, to see the worst in all things and attempt to pierce the murk of the political landscape for the betterment of his people. If the Yondaime perceives Konoha to be the cause of his father's death, there may be consequences regardless of the demeanor of the new daimyo. As well as that, if things go truly wrong, and depending on how wide his father spreads his confidence regarding his plan, he may also start investigating far more seriously the circumstances that led to the Sandame's demise. That was one of Sarutobi's greatest fears. Despite all the secrecy surrounding his favorite orphan's little excursion outside of Konoha's walls, if anyone were to somehow find out about his role in this whole affair, Naruto's already difficult life was likely to turn outright murderous. It was for this reason that Sarutobi had ensured there were absolutely no written records even mentioning the Jinchuriki's involvement in the whole affair, and only the council and the Inuzuka clan were even aware he had ever left Konoha, or, to be more accurate, left and returned in the manner he had, as much protection as he could reasonably ensure for the Jinchuriki. Still though, the Reikage's words did chime deep in the professor's mind. Never before had a ninja done what Naruto had been able to pull off, albeit mostly unwittingly, and entirely ignorant of the wider political spectrum of lightning. It was the kind of action that could well excite attention to those with their ears close to the ground. It was a remote chance, but one with potential consequences so serious Sarutobi couldn't allow them to go unconsidered. Konoha had many enemies as a result of its size and success, and many of them, his mistake amongst them he recalled with a pained grimace, were both cunning, patient, and intelligent enough to piece together a damning picture from the meanest of scraps. It was as well that he'd instructed Danzo to lay the false trail and inform Naruto of the circumstances in his absence. If nothing else, one slight bright spot of this whole mess it was that the root commander was less likely to actively or covertly seek to sway Naruto to his cause. The crippled old man was a veteran of many conflicts and wars, and it had taught him as much if not more than it had Sarutobi. He knew how the human mind worked, and how different ninja drew their strength from different sources. The Sandame had a convoluted relationship with the man who had once been his teammate and closest rival for the post he now held. It had been a relationship that had verged between reasonably congenial and borderline murderous, but for now the situation appeared to have calmed down in their old age. Though this was more due to a various number of complaints of old injuries and back issues forcing them to take life at a slower pace than before, as opposed to the cooling of their quarreling natures. Sarutobi knew of the root, the subdivision of the anbu who had carried out the dirtiest, most dangerous jobs of the lot in times of war, and how it had been scaled back but not entirely ripped out following the end of the Third War and allowed it some autonomy under Danzo's command, though for his part he knew the vast majority of what the one-eyed war hawk was up to most of the time. As with all things shinobi, he was certain Danzo had some projects he was trying to keep out of his old rival's sight, just as the Hokage for his part had a better idea of what was going on than Danzo gave him credit for due to a judicious use of virtually invisible listening seals and several infiltrators in areas that manufactured equipment used by the shadowy organization that protected Konoha from the darkness. Though he didn't personally agree with Danzo's methods, he couldn't deny they were effective as long as they were employed on the right kind of person, a kind of person that Naruto wasn't. Naruto was, to Sarutobi's great relief, almost the exact opposite of the ideal root recruit. He was loyal to Konoha, but he wasn't a fanatic in the manner Danzo was. Though he hoped he'd never have to test this theory, Sarutobi was reasonably sure that given the awful choice, Naruto would turn his back on a Konoha village in flames in order to lead its dispossessed people to a new, safer land. The Jinchuriki seemed to place the people of Konoha over the ideal of the physical village and unspoken power it possessed, the same way he himself did. He didn't doubt that Danzo wouldn't at least try, one of the reasons he had appointed his old rival as interim Hokage, but he was also almost certain that whatever offer he made would be refused, and if it isn't, I shall certainly be looking into why. Still, that is for the future. Trying to clear his mind and allow himself to sleep in a strange place, though as always he missed the familiar comfort of Biwako by his side even in the single, though still comfortable bed. For now, all I can do is hope that the Raikage is successful in his missions, no one digs too deeply into the circumstances surrounding it, and Naruto keeps his mouth shut about the whole affair, the boy in question. Though completely oblivious to the fact that his actions were likely to inadvertently shift the political and military landscape of the elemental nations as tectonically as any earthquake, was not to remain blissfully unaware of the results of his actions for long, even as his mind was dwelling, as it had over the past few days, on the triad of issues made up of the stories he'd heard about his mother, and imagining how she and his father had ever come together and been married. Trying to come up with a convenient excuse to visit the Yamanaka clan and somehow corner Inoichi to ask the favor he had in mind without arousing suspicion, and tick off ways and methods to fulfill the Sandame's latest request ready to be put into practice when the old man was back. In the hot seat at the top of the Hokage tower, he wasn't so wrapped up in his thoughts that he didn't notice the black-clad shape that materialized from a shadowed alleyway off to his left as he headed back towards the training ground. Uzumaki Naruto? Hi! Hokage-sama requires your presence. The thought originally made Naruto brighten before he remembered that the Sandame wasn't there. It was a stranger in the seat, and, he realized with a slight prickle of perspiration under his brow, one who may have had a relatively valid reason for being a little upset with him as things stood. Still, doing his best to put a cheerful face on things, the Jinchuriki nodded to the ANBU and altered his course as the operative vanished in smoke, returned to his duties as his message was relayed and the target understood where he was to go next. Don't mention the mummy, don't mention the mummy. A few moments later Naruto was repeating that mantra over and over in his head as a talisman against committing an unforgivable faux pas. It might only be temporary, but at the moment the Danzo man held ultimate authority in the village, and therefore aggravating him was very high on the list of things not to do. With this in mind, Naruto, for almost the first time he could remember, didn't just brush the secretary off with little more than a casual wave and short comment. Instead, he took a seat in the small office area until he was announced properly, and the Hokage had admitted him access to the office itself. When the summons came, Naruto did his best to mimic the ninja he'd seen offering their reports to the old man. Back straight and alert, the Uzumaki strode into his leader's office and met the single eye of the stranger in the seat of power without fear on his face. For his part, Danzo remained silent for a moment, the two staring each other down silently until Naruto, not wanting to be thought of as rude, dropped his eyes and allowed himself a smile, deciding that even though this impostor would be gone in a few weeks, there was nothing to be lost in giving a good impression to the man while he did have his hands on the reins of power. Uzumaki Naruto reporting, Hokage-sama. Indeed, his answer was a low, colorless drawl, the older man shuffling paper on his desk and not missing the sudden widening of the boy's eyes as he noticed one of his physical disabilities, the thoughts written so clearly in his mind that the grizzled veteran fancied he could have read them with his natural eye closed. Yes, child, I only have a single arm. Do you know why you are here, Uzumaki-san? Tearing his eyes away from the empty sleeve where Danzo's arm should have been with an effort, Naruto tried to recall what the anbu had actually said to him before realizing with a visible jolt of shock that he actually didn't know the reason he'd been summoned. No, sorry Hokage-sama, I don't know. There is no reason for concern, Uzumaki-san. Despite his reputation as a devious shadow and a gray eminence who worked in the background, Danzo was not so hard-hearted that he couldn't see the benefit of not terrorizing every child he came across. Excessive fear leads to an increased chance of a negative reaction, or outright refusal to listen to proposals due to the unconscious fight-or-flight response. I required your presence for 2 reasons. The first of these, he said with meaning, pulling forwards a single scroll from the multitude that were strewn around the desk, is the finalization of the payment granted by the state of Konoha for services rendered. It took a few seconds for Naruto to decode what the old man was driving at, but as Danzo reached over the desk and offered him the end of the scroll, Naruto let out a gasp as he took it and read hurriedly, eyes widening at the figure that was on the bottom of the scroll under a lot of small writing he had neither the time or inclination to read at the minute. Wow, zeros. Lots and lots of zeros. It was at that point he realized the Hokage wished to speak again, and with an effort, as though attempting to reel his consciousness in from a great distance, he managed to pay attention to Sarutobi's temporary replacement to hear his warning and question. I trust, as does Hokage-sama, that you will resist the urge to be reckless. There was a small hint of some emotion in the old man's tone now, though what it was Naruto couldn't decipher adequately, so he instead stayed quiet and listened. It would raise many eyebrows to see you, an orphan with no known family, to suddenly come into possession of a large amount of money, attention that would undo much of the effort Hokage-sama has put forth in protecting your identity in this entire shambles. Protecting? Naruto ventured in an inquiring but somewhat nervous tone. Much as he got away without kowtowing to the Sandaime in a manner most people in the village did, the Jinchuriki wasn't so foolish as to not know when it was time to be serious. When the safety of the village was at stake, as it would be if the negotiations with Kumo went sour. The third was Hokage-sama first, Jiji later. Though I'm not sure what this guy would be. Any kid calling him Jiji would probably be traumatized for life with one look at his injuries. Officially, there has been no documented evidence that you ever left Konoha. Danzo went on, his eye fixed on the Jinchuriki before him, probing for any hint of affront that the boy might harbor for having his legend so cruelly erased from history. All records, and therefore all credit, has been granted to Inuzuka Rin, not just for surviving over a decade in captivity but also in being able to return with the kidnapped Ninken. Only you, the council and her clan know the truth, a state that will not change without there being consequences. Though nothing changed in Danzo's tone at the last word, Naruto nevertheless felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he fought down a gulp before glancing at the paper and feeling himself jarred by a sudden reminder. Oh, speaking of which, Hokage-sama. Danzo cocked his head marginally as the Jinchuriki went on, jabbing his finger at the scroll he'd rolled up and was holding in his other hand. Rin-chan, she did get some of this right? The money, I mean? She has been adequately compensated. Danzo admitted at length, inwardly somewhat intrigued that the supposed future Hokage appeared to have genuinely not even considered that his mission, one that would have stood him in great stead for arguably the rest of his career, was being struck off the record and leaving him with nothing tangible to back up his claims save the memories of those who were there when it was revealed. It would have looked suspicious in the extreme if the perpetrator of such a high-risk mission were not rewarded as such. Oh, that's good then. Naruto let out a low sigh, casually folding up the scroll in a spare pocket in his jacket and already coming up with a minute mask of a nondescript shinobi who could cash such a reward at the mission desk without raising too many eyebrows. Or, better yet, just wait for Jiji to get back and have him do it for me. Yeah, that'd be better, no risk of being caught then. I know she hasn't got much left here after she went missing for so long, so at least now she'll have some capital under her feet. Anything else, Hokage-sama? Actually, Naruto-san, there was. To his credit, though he felt like rabbiting straight out the door at those words, Naruto stood his ground and swallowed down his apprehension as Danzo stood up behind the desk, coming to his full height slowly and with great care, just as Sarutobi used to, though in this case realized that the bandaged shinobi really must have been something else to be able to stand so casually relaxed but ready for anything in so short a space of time. Because of this, the knowledge that he was dealing with someone who could, if he really needed to, kill him before he could even blink to defend himself, the Jinchuriki said nothing as the commander of the route stretched off his single arm before casting an annoyed glance to the side of him with his single eye. Damned uncomfortable seat. Sometimes I don't envy you your victory, Sarutobi. He muttered grimly under his breath before recovering his poise and addressing the child before him. You Interests me, Uzumaki-san. Oh, that is so not good. Once more Naruto was reminded of the stories he'd heard in the orphanage, of the Kodomo Sonacha who whispered false promises of love and family to some of the children before whisking them away forever, never to see the light of day again. Once more he risked a glance towards the door of the office, hoping against hope that if he had to make a run for it, the ability to move no faster than a shuffling lurch was a trait Danzo shared with his cartoonish alter ego. I, amongst others, have heard that you wish to become Hokage, is that correct? Grateful that as of yet he appeared not to have been whisked away to a fate best not thought about, Naruto replied with a cautious nod and watched cautiously as Danzo allowed the merest glimmer of a smile to crease his scarred, wrinkled visage. If that is the case, my first question must be why. I do not need specifics. He held up his single hand in a gesture of appeasement, as Naruto recoiled slightly at such a direct query. I doubt you know them yourself. I ask because I too once sweated blood and tears to try and claim the Hokage's robe. Sarutobi-san, the man you call Gigi, was simultaneously my friend, my bitterest rival, and, in the end, the man who beat me to the post. That made Naruto look at the shriveled form before him and subtly reassess his opinion of the man. Gigi said he was someone to watch out for, and if he was strong enough to challenge the old man in his prime, he must have been really damned strong. The post of Hokage is not, as you may think, one of glory. I have watched a man considered and rightly feared as the Kami no Shinobi waste and wither away in the seat, losing the instincts and abilities that made him arguably the greatest Kage that has ever governed this village. He is old now, and, even when he was younger during his first tenure as Hokage, he was forced to watch on helplessly as many of his ninja, most of whom he called comrades and knew on a personal level, were sent on their final mission and never came back, each one signed off by his own hand. He does not mention this, of course, none present see his pain, but he feels each of those deaths, and it every one makes him bleed inside, cripples his abilities just a little further. Most people think that being Hokage is purely about power. Danzo broke off his monotone explanation to shake his head slowly, as though explaining something to a child. The right to ascend such a lofty title is not and will never be decided by such a crude measuring stick. So tell me, Uzumaki-san, why do you fixate on a goal that is, in effect, a living death sentence, either through age in inaction or in combat, often against one who may well be your successor? Sarutobi-san was once defeated by Namake's Minato, the man who succeeded him. Did you know that? No, Naruto answered with complete honesty, though thankfully Danzo mistook his wide eyes and shell-shocked expression as a reaction to hearing his beloved Gigi had actually been beaten by someone rather than the real reason that was bouncing around the Jinchuriki's brain. Holy Kami! Toussaint actually took on Gigi and won? I have got such a long way to go. Trailed by combat against the current incumbent is and will always be one of the requirements for any potential successor of the post. Danzo filled him in drolly, a slight smirk on his lips as he remembered being present on the day the professor was finally outsmarted and toppled in a straight fight, though, in honesty, Sarutobi probably lasted longer out there than even I would have done, or at least than I would have done as I was then rather than as I am now. So why would you, in fact why would anyone, strive to achieve a position that is one of relentless sacrifice, often mindless toil and, in the end, removal either by death or retirement? Though it hadn't been apparent to the child he was addressing, Naruto had been under the scrutiny of Danzo's single eye throughout the entire question, and from that Danzo was reasonably sure, in fact almost certain, that he had been stuttering for a valid reply to such a question before something had changed. One word or short snippet of his speech had hit some kind of trigger in the demon container's mind. One he doubted Naruto himself was consciously aware of. Interested to see if his theory was correct and if it was what the trigger had been, Danzo allowed the child he had and still wanted as a weapon for his village time to puzzle his response through in his mind before listening as Naruto gave his answer. I want to be Hokage because, at first, I wanted respect. As expected for an orphan who grew up with little but scorn. But after everything that's happened, I think I'm starting to get that already. I mean, I know the Inuzuka were grateful. Just how grateful they'd been was something he wasn't willing to divulge to this stranger, as he went on. And the rest of the clans seem to get on well with me. And people that don't, well, I don't have to talk to them or anything, so that's okay. Anyway, since I started working on the training grounds I learned a lot. One of the things I was told and I saw was right is that to be a ninja, any kind of ninja, is a sacrifice. That was a statement that piqued Danzo's interest, and he leaned forward in interest as Naruto explained his statement. The Jounin selection, I saw a few people who tried out and then realized that, even if they passed, they were going to have to give up a lot to be Jounin. They were forever going to be ninja, expected to drop everything at a second's notice for a mission that just came in and do whatever it took to get the mission done. It's not an easy job, sure as hell not something anyone should do on a whim or because it's what they think they should do. The way I see it, if you're going to be a ninja, you better think long and hard about it, and decide it really is what you want to do. If your heart's not in it, you're going to be a dead man walking, and worse, putting the lives of your squad in danger. And being Hokage. Yeah, I originally thought it'd be awesome to be the strongest ninja in the village, but I've seen what the Honorable Sandaime has to put up with in life, all the moaning the council does and the paperwork he has to sign, when I know for a fact he'd much rather be with his daughter and grandson, enjoying the quiet life he's earned after his service. But he can't, because there's no one else to take the reins. He has to sacrifice himself for the good of Konoha. I don't want the post just so I can say woohoo, look at me, I'm the boss. Bow down and worship me, plebeians. Not even Danzo could deny the merest hint of a smile at hearing such a childish declaration, though his sudden good temper didn't mean he missed the tail end of the Jinchuriki's explanation. That was part of it at first, but now I'm working towards Hokage just because. Well, it might as well be me, that way no one else has to stay locked up in this tower. I've got a long time to think about it though. I won't be able to even think about taking over for years yet, he admitted, a little ruefully, as he once more tried to imagine what a battle between the third and fourth Hokage must have looked like, and shivered, knowing that in a fight of that level he'd have been less used than Fins and Suna. Especially since I'm going to have to beat Gigi, or whoever takes over from him, in a straight fight to do it. Right now I wouldn't fancy my chances against a genin. In fact, Tenchan can still kick my butt if she wants to, so I'm no match for an academy student right now, never mind the Kami no Shinobi. Veteran and Greenhorn both fell silent for a moment, digesting what had been said and trying to feel out where the other was coming from. Naruto, for his part, was somewhat confused in that the bandaged man had been, as far as he could tell, completely honest with him, where Sarutobi had warned him about duplicity. The top job of the Leaf was far from easy, as Naruto had learned through observation, as he'd served as Sarutobi's paperwork shuffler on occasion, and Danzo had all but confirmed his own hypothesis about what his Gigi was forced to go through on a daily basis. For his part, he couldn't read anything about the older man due to both his bandages and a poker face that would have made Hyuga Hayashi raise a complimentary eyebrow. In fact, he was so intent on trying to casually glean something from his opponent's face that when the temporary Hokage spoke again, he was caught unprepared and jumped in fright. Very well, Uzumaki-san. If he noticed the child's virtual hyperventilation and bleached-faced Danzo was at least polite enough not to call him out on it. Instead, speaking in his normal dry, colorless tone, "Your reasons are your own and I cannot judge you on them. I had my own reasons for attempting to become the Sandaime when I was much younger and more mobile than I am now. However, I have another question for you. Have you ever heard of the Sakumo conundrum?" It wasn't called that usually, of course, least of all if there was a risk the name could be heard by the son of the White Fan himself. However, regardless of name or situation, the question was still as valid now as it had been during the conflict, when the answer had tragically cost one of Konoha's finest shinobi his life as he attempted to answer it, and to Danzo at least, had come to encapsulate the difference between himself and Sarutobi. The Sandaime had publicly stood behind the shamed Sakumo and stated he would have done the same had he been forced into the impossible situation the White Fang had been thrust into. While at the same time Danzo had privately cursed the Jounin his weakness, knowing that the mission failure had delayed the end of the conflict by months at the least and made Konoha's victory much less assured than it had been. Even today, ninja and civilian alike were polarized on the opinion on the White Fang, a subject Danzo was certain would remain sore when he was gone and passed from the earth. But for the moment, the fate of the Leaf's hero would act as a key with which he could pry into the mind of the Jinchuriki and see how far his would-be weapon had been brought into the fold of the Sandaime's teachings. It would be impractical to attempt to break him into the root as I once would have. He has shown potential outside a simple weapon and has too many eyes on him to be taken by such crude force. However, it may not be too late to attempt to color his thoughts somewhat and give him a little more to think upon other than the wisdom of the esteemed Sandaime. It is I suppose parable would be as good a way as any to describe it, though it is based on an event that befell Konoha in the relatively recent past. Danzo explained, not betraying even a hint of his inner thoughts as he saw Naruto shake his head at the question. One of our finest Jounin at the time led a team to complete a strategically vital mission. However, the entire mission appeared to have been scouted by the enemy in a trap. The Jounin was left with a choice: save his team or complete the mission. That is, at the heart of it, the Sakumo conundrum. In such a situation, what would you choose? In all honesty, it was perhaps a little unfair to ask a child not even in the academy a question used to make potential jounin candidates question themselves and their motives, but Danzo was a paragon of a train of thought that considered fairness a matter for children and fools, not ninja. Also, the Uzumaki had shown himself to be intelligent, and rather more pleasingly, somewhat skilled in hiding his intelligence, so Danzo was honestly not sure what to expect in answer to his question. Naruto for his part was silent for a moment, doubtless mulling it over in his mind, before he glanced up at the temporary Hokage and spoke again. I wouldn't. Even before he could ask, Naruto had answered his question as he carried on. Someone once told me that for a jounin in a situation like that, where your teammate's at risk and so's the mission objective, the jounin should be figuring out a way to do both things at once. Depending on the mission might depend on what you can do, but for a lot of missions you could use clones for the rescue or the pyrotechnic stroke assassination, while you did the other yourself. Besides, why the hell was the mission a bust in the first place? If the enemy knew he and his team were coming, why wasn't the information system turned upside down following his debrief to find who was leaking information? As long as he tried to do both, you can't blame him for failing one, not really. I certainly wouldn't. However, as to what I'd choose, that would depend on the mission itself and how important it was, what it entailed, how essential the teammates were to the mission, their own views on the matter which I'd ask ahead of time, and 100 other factors, so I can't answer the conundrum really. Not without actually being there and in the poor guy's sandals. What actually happened to him anyway? Ingenious and unusual. For the first time in a very long time, Danzo found his interest definitely piqued by the Uzumaki's answer. I had expected him to have been molded solely by Sarutobi and ninja who share his views, but now I see there are a large number of fingerprints all over this would-be ninja, not all of them from those who would save their teammates first. There was certainly promise here. Though the Jinchuriki was unlike any of his kind that Danzo had ever seen or heard about, he was certainly not a dreamer and had an idea about the reality of shinobi life superior to most new genin. With this new insight, Danzo's course for the future was decided. Uzumaki Naruto would never be root, but if done carefully, he saw no reason why snippets of his ideology couldn't be taught to the Jinchuriki to make him a more effective weapon in Konoha's arsenal. Now, to get Sarutobi to listen to and respect such a decision. I'm afraid that information is classified, Uzumaki-san. The commander of the most shadowed and nihilistic branch of the Leaf's shinobi answered easily, once more, disassociating his mouth and brain without so much as a thought about what he was doing. Still, as you have said, there is no right or wrong answer. Either choice can be validly justified. That is all the time I can spare for this matter, however. He stood to his full height and Naruto stepped back a pace, towards the main door as though straining at the leash to be dismissed and get himself away from the stranger who occupied his adoptive grandfather's seat. You are free to go, Uzumaki-san. I have delayed you long enough. Remember my warning about your new wealth, however. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto nodded, foregoing his usual salute and giving a low whistle of relief under his breath, as he just caught himself before he uttered the forbidden name. My thanks for your time. Without a further word, the host of the most powerful bijou known in the elemental nations nodded, turned on his heel and left without a further word and with a quite impressive turn of speed, leaving Danzo alone with his thoughts and considerations of what he would and wouldn't report to his superior when the slightly older man returned from the intricacies of the Kumo debacle. Assuming he does, of course. There was little love lost between him and the current Hokage, of course, but should the Dragon Village commit the unthinkable, Danzo would take no small amount of pleasure in crushing lightning in Sarutobi's memory. Still, the old monkey's been cunning enough to avoid everything else life has thrown at him up to now, including his own student. So then, an interesting piece has appeared on the table. Casually retaking his seat and turning his attention to the papers before him, the one-armed shinobi read through and signed off what he had to, his mind already on the game to be had following the Sandame's return to the village. Unlike most times, this game would be played for higher stakes, and was not one he was willing to let slip unless he had no other alternatives. Coming to a halt several streets away from the tower, Naruto allowed himself to slow down and glance back the way he came. For the first time since he could remember, a shiver running down his spine as he recalled how alien it had felt to see someone else in the Hokage's seat his Gigi had occupied for so long. Whoa, much as I thought I'd never say this, I'm glad to be out of there. For the second time in a week, Naruto was left shuddering slightly following his exit from the Hokage tower, not entirely sure what to make of the man who just grilled him for the past 20 minutes. Still, he didn't think he'd said anything potentially incriminating about either himself or the Sandame, so that was one load off his mind. Better to forget about the whole affair if he could and go from there now. With that in mind, the Uzumaki gave himself one last shake off and recalibrated his mental tick list of things to do. Okay, first thing is to do something about the cash weighing my pocket down. I can't cash a mission check. That much was certainly true. Naruto might have been surprising, but for him to wander into the mission's office and slap down a demand for this much money would likely be met with at best a barrage of questions and at worst accusations of forgery. So, might need to call in a favor off Tsumba-chan. She should be able to get a 2-for-1 for me and Rin-chan. Nah, on second thought. Better go with my original choice and wait for Gigi. He'll be able to liquidize the funds himself without anyone knowing about it at all. That was probably the best way forwards, less risk to all involved. With that in mind, Naruto decided the best thing he could do at the minute was hide the evidence until he was ready to dispose of it or, in this case, cash it in properly. On his way home, he reviewed how the rest of the day was supposed to go and allowed himself a smile. Aside from the obligatory combing of the weapons grounds, at least until Gigi came back, Naruto had 2 other important jobs to do today that simply couldn't wait. He had to visit 2 men, one about some mice, the other about a fox. Say it. No! Despite her resistance, Naruto knew the end was near. Employing a tactic similar to the one that had grounded the hawk-eyed Carrie some months earlier, he was now virtually sat upon the prostrate form of his usual antagonist, one Yamanaka Ino. The girl, for her part, was spitting hair out of her mouth, and struggling for all she was worth to try and heave herself out of her predicament, as he felt her writhe under him once more and realized she was stronger, albeit marginally stronger, than she'd been the first time they'd been in a position similar to this. Naruto was once more grateful he'd been able to pounce on her so quickly after his trip had taken her down. If he hadn't been able to wrap up her closet arm with one of his own, the other was fully preoccupied with keeping her hair out of his eyes. He'd heard about what ninja could do with their hair if they learned to channel chakra through it, and had no intention of imitating even part of Mamoru's look this early into his ninja career. The fact it gave him extra leverage over the grapple due to judicious tugging was just an added bonus. She might well have bucked him off, but she didn't. She hasn't, and I've won, even if she won't admit it yet. Ino-chan, you know you can't win. There's no such word as can't. She growled back, once more straining to push the smaller child off of her, and denying the pain tearing at her scalp before to her chagrin another voice cut in, and made her flop down into the dust, defeated. Shousha, Uzumaki Naruto, sorry Haim. As his daughter turned a bale glare his way, green eyes glittering with evil intent, Inoichi shrugged in contrition as he explained. By now Naruto-kun would have either choked you out or slit your throat if this was a real fight. Nice trip, by the way. The Jinchuriki beamed at the praise before slowly letting go of Ino's trapped arm and pushing himself away from his downed opponent. Now both of you form the symbol of harmony, and that'll do for the night. As she slowly pushed herself to her feet and dusted her clothes down as best she could in the circumstances, the younger Yamanaka felt humiliation and anger burn through her veins like fiery serpents. It just wasn't fair. She'd had that match won and in the bag, but one mistake, one tiny little dart forwards had undone it all. Naruto had ghosted to the side of and stuck out a leg she couldn't avoid. Once more, and certainly not for the first time, she'd found herself shown up by the orphan who she'd first met almost literally face to face as he'd come clambering in through her bedroom window. In the aftermath of that night, she'd asked her father for training, enough to be able to kick the blonde boys but for scaring her, and next time he'd been sniffed out within her clan house, she'd been on hand to challenge him to a fight. Or spar. Daddy wouldn't let us fight properly. Just as well as things turned out, that had been a blow to her pride and no mistake. She'd been so sure of herself and what she'd learned from her father that there had been no way she could lose, and she hadn't. That first spar between the two of them had been considered a draw, a blood-stained and battering draw, as Naruto systematically soaked up her high principles of fighting and then dragged both them and her into the gutter. There was no low he wouldn't or couldn't sink to, and when she tried to complain to her father in the middle of the bout, she almost got her head taken off by one of his wild swings. Only a last-second dodge enabling her to retain both her flawless face and her consciousness. In the aftermath, after Naruto had hobbled home and she had limped into the clan house, she had really let rip. Why hadn't her father stepped in when Naruto was cheating to win? His answer to that, she could hear it clearly even now, because unlike Yuhaim, he has learned one very important lesson. Ninja have no honor, have no sense of fair play, and therefore ninja cannot cheat. If you still want to try and take him on, Ino-chan, you're going to have to either learn to make sure he can't cheat like he did then, or learn to fight as dirty as he does. I'm getting better. That much was certainly true, though it didn't help ease her burgeoning chagrin that he'd managed to one-up her once again and was now stood across for her in her own back garden, smiling politely and waiting expectantly to hear the now traditional declaration for the losing party, one that Ino, with exceeding ill grace and her hands on her hips, eventually muttered through gritted teeth. Uzumaki Naruto is the Amuto I've never had. Such as admission, much like the sparring sessions themselves, had emerged as a result of their first meeting. During one of their training sessions, Naruto had jokingly commented that they did look a little alike if only in hair color, and true to form, immediately riled his training partner up something chronic. Ino had vehemently denounced such a claim. Naruto had fought his corner, and Inoichi, attempting to teach the pair of them basic stances and katas to fulfill both his promise to his daughter and his deal with the Jinchuriki, had abandoned that particular training session in favor of trying not to burst his guts howling with laughter at the pair of them verbally laying into each other hammer and tongs. In the end, when they had both calmed down, they'd reached a mutual deal. They couldn't out-argue each other, but they could fight for it, hence why now, if Naruto was to win a spar, Ino would make the admissions he just had, while if the reverse happened, the would-be housebreaker had to denounce any potential relation he had to both her and her clan. It was a game of sorts, and it never failed to spur either of them onwards and upwards, or in Naruto's case downwards, to find other tricks and traps to win and hear those words from their adversary. Both were improving. Ino had stances and most of the basic techniques down easily, while Naruto, though a slightly slower learner, seemed to have some kind of natural flair and brilliance that her father assured her simply couldn't be taught. Against her she had an advantage in a straight fight due to extended reach and more concentrated training in a martial arts style, but at any time during a bout he could try something else. Some kind of trick that she couldn't even comprehend attempting, and it would force her on the back foot even if it didn't work exactly as he intended. So she had to guard against that unpredictability as well as the plethora of dirty tricks he employed liberally, and she was starting to mimic. Because of this she'd already learned by heart some of the lessons her father had attempted to teach her. Originally she thought Inoichi was being silly when he told her and explained about the principle of a ninja showing his enemy no fear and no pain. That had been up until she spent the next few sparring sessions running away shrieking from a secret weapon Naruto deployed against her. For a long time she'd been confused as to how he'd found out about that Achilles heel, only to find out later he'd overheard her Kasan complain about one of her excuses to get out of extra duties in the clan gardens. To paraphrase her father, she'd shown fear and he'd not thought twice about exploiting it mercilessly to win. It was a low-down dirty way of fighting that her father had approved of and told her in no uncertain terms was generous considering the other tactics ninja used to win a battle, though Ino hadn't thought of it that way as she'd been forced to overcome her involuntary flinches and toughen herself up to stand a chance against the cheating Uzumaki. On the plus side, after such repeated exposure her fear of earthworms was now a thing of the past. Such thoughts she was careful to keep to herself, not wanting to run the risk of Naruto gleaning another weakness about her, as she felt the tips of her extended fingers warmed by his own, the symbol of harmony complete for an instant before the two children broke apart, the wide smile on Naruto's face mirrored by the disdainful scowl on his partner's. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it? I knew you loved me really, Ino-chan." The Yamanaka glowered and flicked her eyes towards her father before, noticing he was looking away and not paying too much attention to the two of them at the moment. The two of her fingers that had recently formed the symbol of harmony whipped up into a much more recognizable and undeniably offensive gesture before being whipped back down to her side so quickly Naruto almost double-took to check she'd actually moved. As the infuriating boy before her faked a mortally wounded expression, she merely snorted, pushing past him gently and not dropping her eyes from their challenging stare-down as she moved towards her clan house and a shower. Naruto watched her go, grateful that he'd won this round but knowing it was far from over, though as the Yamanaka went inside and was lost to view he squared his shoulders, took a deep breath and headed for the real reason he'd come to the mind-walking clan this particular evening. Inoichi for his part was glancing through one of the nearby greenhouses, checking the crop of tomatoes within were ripening nicely despite the relative youth of the growing season. He had quickly learned that, though the two fractious children behind him were all ears when it came to him training them in sparring techniques, his role was done as soon as he'd declared the victor in the post-training bout. To attempt to intervene in the traditional post-fight spat between his daughter and the pseudo-hired help his taijutsu lessons continued to bring to, and when no one caught him sneaking in, beyond, his front door did nothing but put a strain on his temper, ears and ability to keep a straight face simultaneously. He was actually quite grateful that Naruto had offered himself forwards as a living training post for his daughter, though, perhaps if he weren't such a sneaky, devious little swine, it'd make Kanisaheim a little more accepting about the whole thing. Oh, seeing a reflection in the clear glass of the greenhouse, the clan head of the Yamanaka turned around in time to address his guest. Yes, Naruto, something you needed? You don't generally tend to hang around once you've sparred with my Ino-chan. True, but this time I needed to talk to you, Uzumaki admitted, settling his weight onto his back foot and adopting an expression, in Inoichi's professional opinion, that spoke of someone who was about to make either an admission or a confession, or ask the former head interrogator of Konoha if he can ask his daughter out on a date. You know that after I got back, I had to talk to Gigi soon afterwards? You know about my mother? Yes, what about it? Well, unusually Naruto fell silent for a moment before, after gathering up his courage, he managed to get the crux of the matter out into the open. He told me about a few other things I had to know about, you know, like the big fox. He knows. Inoichi was simultaneously relieved that Konoha's Jinchuriki knew of the unfortunately burden that had been bequeathed to him by the Yondaime Hokage and appalled that Sarutobi had told him, though before he could make an utterance of reassurance that he personally didn't think of the mouse as the Kyuubi, he was forced to listen as Naruto went on. I'm not angry, well, not really. The Yondaime did what he had to do and I was just unlucky, I guess, but at the same time I realized, after thinking about it, that this isn't something I can just forget about and hope it goes away. Gigi said there's a possibility that the fox might try to initiate contact with me at some stage, and this is where I need your help. The idea made Inoichi almost shiver with nerves even as it aroused his professional curiosity. Very few Yamanaka in history had ever had a chance to use their powers on a Jinchuriki before, and none of them on one who wasn't actively hostile against their home village. You want to know if there's any way I can block the potential for contact? I thought about that, but no. Even as Naruto shook his head, the taller blonde felt his stomach drop. If he doesn't want to block it out, that means that's just the same as running away. I want to see if there's a way I can jump the shuriken and talk to it before it wakes up and talks to me. I don't know if it's possible or how to even try it if it is, so I figured I'd better come to you. Any ideas? Inoichi was silent for a minute, then another, finger on his chin as he glanced down at the child before him and thought back over his past experiences. Due to his former job, he'd seen some awful things, it was true, but, at the same time, there had been absolutely no time in his life when he'd been as outright overawed as he had by the sight of the Lord of the Bijou towering over the village. Multiple tails flailing and casting nothing but madness in its shadow. To even risk the reawakening of that evil thing. No, none at the moment, Naruto, he replied at length, a somber note in his voice as he held the child with a level gaze. You must understand that due to the Kyuubi's presence within your mind it is, or could be at least, extremely dangerous of any of our clan techniques to be used on you. If we, any of us, were to miscalculate even fractionally, we could materialize within the seal itself, nothing but prey for the Bijou. Naruto winced. Ouch. Indeed, it's for that reason I'll be telling Ino-chan not to use any of our mind techniques on you during your spars. I won't mention the fox, of course, he assured the child smoothly, noticing the sudden flare of panic in the Jinchuriki's eyes. I'll think of something to keep that secret safe. Anyway, for your question, I'll have to say give me some time on it. I'll research the clan annals and see if there are any clues to be had there. Give me a fortnight, Naruto-kun, then ask me again. I'll need time to prepare this properly if it is possible. Apart from that, I can only recommend you relax when you get a chance. I have heard that many of the tailed beasts react to the emotions of their hosts, so try to keep a lid on your temper if you can. Kyuubi was reputed to be a demon of destruction, so, if you can control that urge, you'll have most of it wrapped up from what I can see. Anyway, leave that much with me and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. No problem, Inoichi-san. Naruto smiled, happy he had a potential solution to the unresolved issue in the back of his mind before holding up his hand in farewell. Still, I've held you long enough. See you later on. Despite himself, Inoichi snorted before turning slightly more serious. I don't doubt it, and while we're on the subject of you sneaking in here, stop trying to bribe some of my clan into letting you in with promises to buy them shoes. Why, bad impression for the clan? No, it's just too bloody effective. The patriarch of the clan chuckled, the sound echoed by the infiltrator before he nodded and was gone, lost in the shadowy twilight as he darted towards the main gate of the clan grounds. Inoichi watched him go for a moment before turning back to his plants, observing them through the greenhouse with a slight air of melancholy around him as he thought about the conversation he just had, about the millstone that Naruto now knew hung around his neck. So much, so young, though he couldn't quite find it in himself to damn Sarutobi for breaking the silence to Naruto at such a young age. Some paternal part of him still railed that the Uzumaki had not been left alone to enjoy what remained of his childhood. Such a burden rests upon his shoulders, But of all the kids in the village, somehow the fact I know it's him dealing with it makes me feel a lot more reassured than any of the others would. Naruto? The shout made him look over from the dishes he was drying up in time to see Ayam brush back the curtain that separate the front of Ichiraku ramen from the back. Have you been up to your old tricks again? Depends what you mean by tricks, Nei-chan, he replied, carefully placing his latest dry dish on the pile he'd been making before rubbing his hands on the towel. Why, what makes you ask? There's a shinobi out the front asking for you, the ramen waitress informed him, moving to take over the Jinchuriki's chore as his eyes widened slightly. Who'd be looking for me here? I'll freely admit I'm no nin, but from what I know about it, being sent for by the Hokage twice in 2 weeks can't be a good thing. Naruto gave no answer to this other than a slight gulp, rapidly moving past the taller girl on his way to the front of the store in time to see the telltale mask of an anbu waiting for him silently. Before he could even get a word out, the message was delivered and the man, or woman, was gone with a cloud of smoke. Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage requests your presence. Man, what does that old creep want this time? Having bid Ayam a hasty goodbye that she'd pass on to her father when he was done taking stock of the inventory at the back of the store, Naruto was moving through the village again towards the tower in the middle distance. He still wasn't entirely sure where he stood with Danzo, and wasn't entirely convinced he wanted to know either. So by the time he knocked on the door to the Hokage's office, he was convinced he wasn't going to leave until the wannabe adversary of the Kaminari Nikos knew his time was very precious, and not something to be frittered away on discussions with would-be village leaders. To this end, when the gruff order to come in was given, Naruto wasted time in throwing the door open and marching inside with a little less respect evident in his pace and bearing. Uzumaki Naruto report, Gigi? It was indeed the old man himself back behind the desk he owned. Naruto felt his former bad mood break like mist in the sunshine, and had to hold himself back from throwing himself at his surrogate family member in an affectionate glomp. So it would seem, Naruto-kun, been keeping out of mischief, I hope? More or less. The Jinchuriki managed to reply, mind still somewhat scrambled by the revelation of seeing the Sandaime back in his rightful place after the old man had only been gone a week and a half. From what he'd heard, negotiations between nations and ninja villages could last for months. You're back fast. Very true, though thankfully the matter was resolved peacefully and with a minimum of political name-calling. The third Hokage joked before pushing forwards a pair of paper slips. Actually, now I am back, would you mind running a little errand for me? Those slips are summons for the heads of the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans. Would you deliver them for me? Naruto was desperate, almost burning up inside to know exactly what had happened in the Land of Lightning, but, despite himself and his concern for the friends he'd made there, he held his tongue. It was unlikely Sarutobi would be able to tell him on the grounds he might become more a security risk than he already was, and another target on his back was about the last thing he needed. Instead, he reached forward and plucked the slips of the desk, speaking as the paper crinkled in his fingers and triggered a memory. Oh, speaking of which, Gigi, would you mind doing a little banking for me a bit later on? Catching on to the hidden meaning, the old man smiled. Certainly, Naruto-kun, it'll be a good excuse to get out this blasted office again. Now would you mind turning those in promptly? Ideally, I could have this whole matter buried by the end of the day. After that, I believe Buwaka-chan could use a man about the house if you're interested. Konoha Maru's started teething, I believe. Naruto winced. Ouch, poor little guy. Still, bet I can help his mother catch 40 winks or so. Also, she's a bit accomplished at seals herself, isn't she? Wonder if I could talk her into drawing up a few low-level silence seals. Much as my curiosity is pricking me at this point, even after the door had banged shut behind the departing child, Naruto apparently not realizing he was speaking out loud as he discussed his future plans with the world in general. Something tells me I'm probably better off being in the dark about whatever scheme it is he's cooking up this time. Still, hopefully the missives will get through soon. That was certainly a hope, and one that might very well be realized if the two clan leaders were easily available. I'd like to spend a bit of time with my grandson myself if I get the chance. Fortunately for the Hokage and his dreams of family time, it took no more than 40 minutes after Naruto had dispatched himself with the summons for first Hayashi, then Tsum to arrive and then be admitted into his office. Both met each other with a wary glance before the realization dawned, and they turned to their leader in time to see him activate the privacy seals around his office. Neither of the clan heads spoke as their leader finished making the seals and focusing his chakra until, as he stopped, he looked between the two of them and broke the heart of the matter straight into the open. The Sandaime Reikage is dead. If it had been a reaction he'd been after that declaration had certainly gotten it. Tsum's face almost literally dropped, and even Hayashi stumbled slightly from where he'd been standing. About as serious a lack of posture as Sarutobi could remember the Hyuga clan head showing since the announcement of his engagement to his wife, and the other two former genin of his squad literally gate-crashing the Hyuga estate and dragging him out for a stag party. The aftermath of said party, incidentally, was still used by some of the wilder inhabitants of the village as a measuring stick of how a proper celebration should be thrown. Sadly, all evidence of the event had mysteriously and irrevocably disappeared over the years, and the next generation would have to grow up without having physical evidence that, if supplied with the right amount of alcohol, some Hyuga really could swing from lampposts with as much grace and dexterity as one of the Sandame's monkey summons. "What the hell happened in there?" Sim, unusually, was the first to regather her voice, still looking awestruck as Sarutobi turned a grave expression her way. He admitted the involvement of his ninja in the mission against Konoha and took on a mission of exemplary suicide to clear both his own name and that of his village. I would have been back some days ago had I not chosen to wait in Kumo to ensure the mission was complete. Neither of the two clan heads were unaware that there was more to it than that, but the same token, either of them were unaware that Sarutobi must have had reasons for not giving them the full story, and either way the man ultimately responsible for the mission was dead, so what did they care? In addition, he has released some item in compensation for the losses Kumo has inflicted on us over the years. Sim-chan, crude as the measure is, I can but hope his sacrifice and this. He handed over the document of restitution to the clawed hand of the Inuzuka matriarch, who examined it with a sniff. Is enough to dissuade you from retribution. She didn't like it, that much he could tell. The Inuzuka was a clan that had always held blood as sacrosanct to petty matters such as honor, iron and money, but he was relieved to see. Eventually the wild-haired woman nodded grudgingly and crisply rolled up the short scroll into a single fist. Can't say I wouldn't have wanted to rip the bastard's throat out with my teeth before he took the easy way out, and croaked, but you can never have too much capital, I guess, and his people did look after little Rinchan while she was there. She's thinking of going lone wolf for a while now, been out of the clan too long to fit back easily. That won't come cheap until she can find a proper place to work again, or we get her trained up in the vet trade. Screw it. I can't be asked with any more fighting. The Inuzuka accept Kumo's offer and will agree to this peace for as long as they do, and you have this old man's gratitude for accepting Sim-chan, Sarutobi assured her before nodding towards the door. Still, I've no further reason to delay you. Recognizing a veiled dismissal when she heard one, the retired jounin nodded and turned on her heel, leaving the room with no further fuss and leaving the Hokage alone with the head of Konoha's oldest clan and, not incidentally, the one to whom matters of pride and honor were held as higher ideals than any other, even life. For you, Hayashi-kun, the Reikage was most apologetic. The old man began, not flinching as the veins around the Hyuga's Byakugan flared minutely, his bloodline triggered by the reminder of his brother's death, even as the Sandame offered forwards the Kumo leader's appeasement policy. I cannot say the full truth of the matter, but I can tell you without doubt that the abduction mission, though signed by his hand, was not written by his heart. However, he acknowledges the guilt of his state in the matter and offers this debt of honor in payment, as well as the ring that has come into your possession. Hayashi said nothing, instead scanning the document pushed over the table towards him with his pupilless eyes. The room descended into silence, tension creeping up ever so slowly as either man said a word before. Still in silence, Hayashi reached forwards and rolled the scroll up with a great deal more reverence than his Inuzuka equivalent had. Still in silence, the taller man stood to his full height, bowed respectfully to the Hokage and exited the room soundlessly as his leader returned the gesture with a nod, leaving Sarutobi alone in the tower with his thoughts. The man who had been the Kami no Shinobi but now went by the moniker Professor did, indeed, have a lot on his mind, though not enough to let it show as he retired from his office early for once and spent a very pleasant afternoon and evening with his daughter and fractious grandson, Konoha Maru, seemingly determined to live up the Sarutobi family reputation of being loud and attention-seeking while going through the terrible twos. Naruto was there when he arrived home and left shortly afterwards, claiming the evening were getting light and cool enough for him to trawl the training grounds for more of his beloved scrap, even as Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at the declaration and received a somewhat sly smile in response just before the Jinchuriki bowed himself out of the Sarutobi home. That, along with the memory he received early in the evening, allowed the old Hokage to rest far more peacefully in his own bed that night than he had ever managed during his trip away, despite Kumo's best attempts at hospitality. Another person to sleep that night with a mind much more at ease than it had been in years was one of the ninja debriefed by the Hokage himself, though it was not spoken of to outsiders. By the morning of the following day, none in the Hyuga clan were unaware that during the previous evening their leader had asked for and been admitted into a certain bedroom in the branch house carrying something small and metallic in one hand and 2 slips of paper in the other. Of what had transpired in that room no one knew or was telling. It was only certain that, when Hayashi had emerged some hours later, he had seemed far more serene than many in the clan had seen in some time, and the front of his kimono was crumpled and wet in patches. Over the following weeks, the more observant members of the clan would also notice the Niji had taken to wearing a small pouch around his neck that couldn't be penetrated by the Byakugan, the seal array on the otherwise plain bag doubtlessly inked by Hayashi's own hand by those who looked and knew the Hyuga lord's penmanship. When asked what the crude neckwear contained by any who were curious, the prodigal branch house member merely smiled and replied politely that the little leather bag held within it both a source of peace for himself and a promise he would enact at some point in the future. And from the set of his face as he said these words, those who had questioned felt the urge to do so again wither away to dust. Fire Country was well named, apart from the fact it was the largest of the elemental nations with arguably the best trained and largest military to defend its borders. The climate and resultant weather were often the envy of its neighbors. Though occasionally washed out by thunderstorms caused by humidity blown in from wave, the summer afternoons were generally balmy and placid once the hottest part of the day was past. For this reason it was not unusual for the parks of the village to be frequented by a varied cross-section of Konoha's inhabitants until well into the twilight. From the children who ran around in the grass, scraped their knees and threw mud at each other just as generations before had to the oldest of living ancestors, sitting quietly in benches enjoying the tranquility of life or together at 2-man tables conversing quietly over a worn old shogi board, life passed on as it should do in the village hidden in the leaves, watching the world turn around him and smiling as the sight of a pair of youngsters walked past hand in hand looking familiar enough to remind him of his own courtship. One of the older visitors to this particular park looked across the table to the man sat opposite before returning his attention to the board before them. Young love, eh? Remember when we wished to be old and wise, powerful beyond measure. Now a lot of people say we're wise and tell the children to listen to our stories, but even so I'd give it all in for just one more day of my youth. What do you say to that? His companion chuckled, slowly sliding a pawn across the board, favoring his left hand. I say you were a fool back then and you're a sentimental old fool now. The dark-haired man bit back with a brief chuckle, surveying the board and planning several strategies against any tactic his opponent deployed against his attack. My youth was too full of bitterness, not knowing where I came from or who I was until Sensei taught me better. I earned much and then lost more than I earned. Now I am here, alone but for my garden which you, I hasten to add, are keeping me away from. ACH. And you say there's no love in your heart, you old prune. A knight slid across the table in time with its commander's chuckling. Your flowers won't wither away in a few hours. They'll be around and growing long after you, and I most probably are pushing them up from the bottom. Any new seeds sprouted recently? No, though I haven't yet asked the Yamanaka if they have any new varieties come in. Inoichi-san's clan is loath to let a single one of their blossoms leave their garden. However, something interesting did come up earlier this week. The slightly younger player leant forwards a touch after checking the coast was clear and no prying ears were around them. It was as I suspected. A fox has been nosing around my flower beds. I saw him just this week. A fox, you say? The other player waited for his opponent to nod before sitting back, looking discomfort and making a sign of protection under the table with his hands. Good for nothing little beast, you'd do well to drive him out before he gets too many ideas. Ha! And you'd do well to not listen to all the old stories the youngsters tell. I see a fox, nothing more or less, something that could prove useful in discouraging the rabbits from my flower beds. I can't tame it, I wouldn't even try. The younger player admitted with an easy smile, raising a hand to forestall the look of shock on his friend's face before carrying on. He's plump and sleek, obviously either feeding well or being fed by someone else. I might leave the odd tidbit for him, but he'd never be happy if I tried to cage or hem him in my garden. They can be very destructive, foxes can, just like dogs unless handled well. True, I suppose, true enough. Anyway, enough talk of flowers and foxes. I came here to win back the drink I owe you and by my ancestors. The older man's face was alight with glee as he pushed forth one of the pieces he'd held in reserve and reveled in the twitch of the opposing player's face. That was a move he hadn't seen. I intend to do just that. The game lasted another half hour and ended in stalemate, both players almost evenly matched and without flaws for the other to grapple with. Once the pieces were swept away and the two old friends had bidden each other farewell, no one else present in the park paid either of the old men a second glance as they left the playing area. They were so normal, so seemingly normal that no one in Konoha, a village full of ninja, so much as noticed that at almost the same time, both men simply ceased to exist, a telltale cloud of smoke that dispersed in a mere second all that remained in evidence that they had ever been there. In almost the exact second those two old men died, two more old men, friends, rivals, comrades and combatants with each other, knew exactly what had occurred in that park and were left with only a single phrase echoing around their minds in answer to the stalemate, in more ways than one, that had been presented to them, a parable that encapsulated their main feelings towards each other throughout the years. Well played. The following morning Yuzashi Karatu was up and about early indeed by her standards, a 2-year chunin thinking about stretching herself to challenge for jounin. She had been looking to be first in the queue for the mission desk when it was opened, and, stepping through the open door to the chunin lounge to wait for the desk to open, she was forced to hide a smile as she saw exactly who had beaten her to the punch. Aoba-kun, much as I love your jokes and the tricks you can pull with your crows, I hate to say that if your scrawny little ass isn't out of this room in the next 30 seconds, I'll have no choice but to report you to the proper authorities. The genin for his part looked away from the boiling kettle and, seeing the hint of a teasing smirk on her face, merely shrugged and resumed waiting for the appliance to start whistling. And wouldn't you just love to get a hold of my scrawny little ass, Yuzashi-chan? He drawled back drolly, not entirely happy about being reminded of his genin status, even if he was beginning to suspect he was somehow cursed when it came to trying to earn his next vest. 4 exams I've missed now, twice through injury, once through a personal matter and once by a mission overrunning. I'm beginning to think the only way I'm going to get that damned rank is by annoying the right people so much they just give me the damned vest to get me out of their hair. Anyway, I just got back from a short patrol. Shuri-chan's squad was down a man, so I stepped up. Was hoping to bump into one of the other guys before I got my head down for the night, or the day as it is now. Yuzashi whistled. Wow, not many genin go on border patrol. You're going above your pay grade again. Can't say I blame you though. Like most of the current chunin corps, the flaxen-haired woman had a certain measure of sympathy for the sunglasses sporting genin. It must have been a galling thing to be one of the last genin of your academy year, even more so when you hadn't even had much of a chance to go for the next rank through no fault of your own. LSGC's as good a way as any, especially for unlucky buggers like you. Hell, everyone here knows you're not a genin anymore. Shuri wouldn't have taken you on otherwise. Ain't that the truth? Aoba agreed without a second thought, shuddering slightly as he remembered his fire-eating former squad leader, and how she'd run them since the early hours of the morning to get to Konoha before daybreak. And breakfast, in her case. If the Akimichi are supposed to get a double dose of the milk of human kindness when Kami makes them, I'm pretty sure there's at least 2 of her clan who got a 3rd helping when she turned her nose up at it. Yuzashi laughed, remembering the Akimichi in question and the last time she'd seen her, just after the last jounin selection trials that hadn't go all that well for Shuri and led her into a mood that could be perhaps generously described as ball-busting. She's a bit prickly at the minute. Give her a month or so more to calm down, and she'll be back to her usual self. In fact, we all can but hope. Aoba grimaced once more, casually stretching off his sore calves and backing into the wall as the kunoichi moved past him towards the now steaming kettle. And if you're over there when that battered old tin pot finally boils, could you pour me a cup? He heard consenting grunt to this question as he went about his stretching. However, the next noise that came to his ears wasn't anything like he'd been expecting. A dull, muffled whump, followed by a bit of a splatting, paffing noise, as though something light had fallen to the floor. Glancing around in confusion, he found himself immediately gawking, and then, as he realized his first thought had been all but right about the noise, hastily stuffing his fist in his mouth to avoid laughing out loud the sight before him. Yuzashi had reached up to one of the cupboards above the little refreshment area, no doubt looking for to snag herself a biscuit if there were any to be found. However, what had been up there had seemingly turned the table and found her first. The kunoichi's short, light blonde hair was now stark white, as were her shoulders, face and most of the top of her uniform as she remained frozen where she was, still on tiptoe as she blinked the dust out of her eyes, the bag of flour that had fallen all over her lying limp and mostly empty at her feet. Chest heaving as he tried to keep his laughter bottled up, Aoba knew the gentlemanly thing to do would be to offer assistance if he could, but, at the minute, the situation was too funny for him to trust himself not to break down if he took his hands from his lips. However, it looked like his lack of chivalry might come back to haunt him as Yuzashi, suddenly brought back to life and furious, span on her heel and glared at him furiously. Was this your idea of a joke? That question/demand, oddly enough, killed a lot of the humor of the situation as far as Aoba was concerned, and he drew himself up to his full height, shaking his head as he did so. No, no way. When would I have had time to try a trick like this? I beat you here by a minute or so if that, and I've just come back and off patrol. Where would I have found a bag of flour? The genin hadn't had that much experience with women in general, but he did know that if accused of anything by a woman it was always better to back up denial with a fact-based defense, a belief that looked likely to save his bacon in this case as Yuzashi, after glaring at him for a long minute, eventually looked away and started trying to beat some of the flour out of her hair. Huh, I guess not, damn it. Half bent over the sink she thought about reaching for the tap but thought better of it. Only one thing's going to get rid of this, and it's not going to be easy or quick. There goes my hope of getting a pick of the missions today. If I ever catch the guy who did this, or find out you did it. She said nothing else but just the set of her face, even covered as it was in flour, and the gesticulations of her fists and hands were enough of a warning that he made a mental note to stay out of her way until she'd had a chance to calm down. Typical of one of the others this is. Set this up just before they leave, and then the poor sap who comes in first gets it full in the mush. Wonder who it was, Genma? He went through the potential rogues gallery while absent-mindedly making himself his coffee, having quickly already checked the coast was clear from any other surprises one of his so-called friends might have left behind. No, not his style, more of a joker than a prankster. He'd calmed down since his lungs started giving up on him and Yugao got her hooks in. Rado's a possibility. Though of course there's always Anko and probably half a dozen others I've missed. Oh well. He replaced the kettle and stirred a spoonful of coffee into the hot water, glancing across at where Yuzashi was still attempting to look at least semi-presentable and hiding a smile. Rather her than me, and rather me than them when she gets her hands on whoever it was. Similarly to her genin friend Yuzashi was also attempting to pin down a list of suspects for this prank when a strange choking, gagging noise made her look over and start. For a horrid second she was afraid Aoba had been poisoned by the convulsions racking his face before she saw his throat bob in a swallow, and heard his disgusted exclamation. Gurg, that was the second most unpleasant thing that's ever gone in my mouth. He managed to quip weakly, still shuddering at the aftertaste as he slowly offered his coffee mug forwards. Tell you what, Yuzashi-chan, we'll find whoever did this. I'll hold him and you punch. Smell that. Cautiously, the kunoichi took the cup from the slightly taller man and regarded the murky brown liquid in it before giving a delicate sniff, brow knitting almost as she did. What's meant to be in it? Coffee. Doesn't smell like coffee. Doesn't taste like it either, Aoba assured her, rinsing his mouth out with a glass of water. Seems our joking friend wasn't happy with just the cupboards. He's mixed stock in the coffee jar, chicken if I'm not mistaken. Tasted foul, and I doubt it's the only surprise we've got waiting for us in here. Yuzashi nodded, already looking around the Chunin lounge as though it were hostile territory rather than a place to relax. Right, I'll take one side, you take the other. Go careful. For all we know and based off what we've found so far, this whole room could be a death trap. The two were so engrossed in the task of rooting out any other pranks that might have been lying around that they were entirely oblivious to a spectator of the spectacle they were making of themselves until he was forced to make a comment about their bizarre behavior. What on earth are you two doing? As Genma's pair of fellow Chunin, or fellow Chunin and should be Chunin at least, looked up from there, they'd both been laid down at the side of the sofa as though trying to peer under it. He felt obliged to offer a comment to his previous question. And if it involves anything below the neck, don't answer that question. What the hell? We could be asking you the same question, and don't touch the walls, Yuzashi retorted, Genma jumping and reflexively obeying her command as she stood up, noticing the way the sendenchewing Chunin's eyes never left her whitened hair except to flick to the dark brown stains Aoba had sneezed all over his uniforms as he attempted to spit the fake coffee out his mouth. All we know is that someone simply tried to prank the hell out of us this morning. I got tagged by a flour bag in a cupboard. There was chicken stock mixed in with Aoba's coffee, and we just found some of the walls have new paint on them. There were small firecrackers hidden in some of the drawers for the cutlery, and now we're checking the floor. Genma tried to take all this in, only to eventually whistle and shake his head. Wow, someone's been a busy bee, he admitted before noticing the two glares being sent his way and raising his hands supplicatingly. Hey, I just got here, couldn't have been me. Could, if you were the last one out yesterday. No, it couldn't. Aoba's voice made them both glance over as the genin came to his feet, staring at the wall behind Genma. Think about it, the paint's wet. Whoever did all this. Did it this morning? Yuzashi finished for him before spinning on her heel. You were the first one here. Yeah, but I wasn't the first one in. The lounge door was open when I arrived. Aoba shot her down before thinking. Something's really not right here, and I don't think it's just the Jounin messing us about. Not much we can do for now, though. We better keep looking. Jin, you too. The Chunin nodded and tucked his samban behind his ear as he took UPS to search for the pranks and, more than that, the mysterious assailant who'd left them for the Chunin. The breakthrough came after 2 or 3 other Chunin had joined the search, and one of them examined the back of the lounge door, which had been held back almost against the wall by a doorstop. Something at the back caught his eye and, as others attended to where Aoba had tapped one of the large, comfortable couches that were strewn around the room too hard and had a cloud of itching powder blown across his face and upper back, he reached around the door and unstuck it from where it had been tacked to the wood. He scanned it briefly once before the sudden volume of his vociferous swearing brought everyone running. That little. He's gone too far this time. The Chunin roared, thrusting the note into the nearest of his comrades and growling. Hokage-sama will have to hear of this. I'm all for fun and games, but this is not. He lapsed into outraged silence, watching with blazing eyes as the note was disseminated through the small group of 5 or 6, each new reader greeting it with a gasped curse or foul oath until all stood and obviously felt as he did. Without a further word, everyone currently in the lounge squared their shoulders and marched out the door. There was a minute's delay as a note was left explaining the hazardous nature of what lay within, and then they departed, moving to a specific goal with one specific purpose in mind. Well, I have to say I wasn't expecting this on my first day back. Having granted admittance to the sudden knock on his door, as he deduced it must be important for someone to come looking for him even before his secretary was in the building, Sarutobi found himself glancing up owlishly at the half-dozen shinobi who had invaded his office. A mutiny first thing in the morning. Hokage-sama. One of the Chunin seemed to have been elected a spokesperson and stepped slightly out of the crowd, though. Now he was in front of the unblinking eye of his leader. His courage seemed to desert him somewhat, and he coughed before glancing down. Someone, one of your charges has, damaged ninja property. Damaged? How so? Sarutobi had a sinking feeling he knew where this was going, but for the sake of appearances had to put on a show as he half stood up. And how did you know it was one of my charges? Well, sir, he left us a note. With that, the Chunin offered forwards a small slip of paper that his leader accepted and fell back into line with his colleagues, watching on as the Sandame read through the calling card that had been left on the Chunin lounge door. And it was, indeed, a card. As he skimmed over the small rectangular shape, the old man was hard-pressed not to let a chuckle slip as he read through the entirety of the short message that had been left for them all. You have a mouse problem #001 where? Hokage Tower, Chunin Lounge. When? Morning of May 5th, 23, very early. How? Never trust the caretaker. It was perfect. Short, sharp, to the point, and topped off by the small drawing in the bottom right-hand corner. A caricatured mouse dressed in overalls with a broom over one shoulder, holding a bucket in his free hand and whistling a few notes from his lips. Seeing this and chuckling, Sarutobi looked back up at the ninja before his desk and placed the card on the table before him. Well, I have to say I didn't expect this quite so soon, but I was expecting it. From what I can see, the only things Uzumaki Naruto has been here are prompt, professional, and... His eyes swept the crowd again, picking out with slight relish the smears of paint on clothing and, in one case, a very odd use for cooking materials, very successful. A very cold, clammy feeling of dread was just starting to crawl up the spines of the younger ninja, but before one of them could ask the fateful question, Sarutobi preempted them and swung the axe himself. In the light of the recent emergencies that have shaken Konoha and the ninja who serve her, he began, the smile on his face growing as he went on. I have taken steps to improve and tighten our security. I have heard from many reputable sources that Naruto-kun, the one who I'm sure is the reason for your current predicament, seems to have educated himself in the roles of stealth and infiltration, so I approached him and secured his services for a modest fee, though having seen that 2 of my Chunin at least would now be dead if he was out to kill. Yuzashi and Aoba both blanched as the realization began to sink in, cold sweat congealing the flour on the kunoichi's brow into paste as she heard her leader go on. I wonder if I haven't underpaid him somewhat. Hokage-sama. Genma's samban was quivering rapidly between his lips, a sure sign he was nervous to those who knew him. Does that? Oh yes, Genma-kun, it means exactly that. The old man sat back in his seat, not even bothering to hide his malicious grin as he steepled his fingers before him. I convinced the Uzumaki to abandon his previous business in favor of this one. The mouse is now inside the walls, and you, all of you, regardless of rank, are his targets. He will be attempting to infiltrate our buildings, steal our secrets, and assassinate our shinobi where he can. I am relying on you lot to try and stop him. I imagine these mouse calls will become more frequent from now on, especially since this card was just the first out of what I assume is a series he's had made, so. By this point the Hokage was practically oozing smug glee as the Chunin before him paled as they realized what they were now up against, what the crazy old Kage had said against them. From this card I'd guess he impersonated one of the early morning cleaning staff to gain access this time. For the future, however, I'd advise that you warn all your friends to stay on their toes for the next year or so, at least until he's in the academy. Chapter 19 Mouse Problems. I can't take it any more. Though sounding extreme, the comment that was bellowed out to the unfortunate shinobi who took an interest in the sight of one of his fellows hunched over in a chair in the Jounin lounge, rocking back and forwards while staring into the middle distance, was actually not that uncommon. Being a ninja, least of all a Jounin, was a highly stressful occupation at the best of times, so emotional outbursts were an unavoidable, if unprofessional, side effect of the job and, as usual, ninja the world over had devised methods to survive such outbursts, adapt to their newly irritable comrades and, eventually, overcome the issue entirely. No worries, Nanachi-kun. The Hyuga who had asked the question backed away a step, hands raised in supplication to forestall his comrade from lashing out. You look like you could use a short break anyway, and you were due one. When are you due out on patrol next? I'll see if I can get the Taisho to arrange cover for you. Nanchu for his part merely held the white gaze for a moment before, as suddenly as it had come, the anger dissipated entirely and he gave a slight chuckle, tone tinged with embarrassment as he raised a hand. Sorry about that. He apologized to the room in general, most of the ninja assembled merely nodding or glancing away as though the issue was beneath their notice. No need for the cover, it's not really that serious. I just woke up this morning, kissed the missus, went down for breakfast and then found out I'd been moused. Unfortunately this comment too, while relatively new in the vocabulary of the Konoha shinobi, was currently cropping up a lot more frequently than most of the ninja corps would have liked. In the 2 months or so since the Sandaime had unveiled his new secret weapon in the fight against infiltration of the village infrastructure and slackness in the ninja under his command, or, as the less charitable shinobi were inclined to put it, sold his soul and what was left of his sanity to the devil in order to conjure up of one of the most annoying demons ever conceived in the boundless realms of Makai and turn it loose on an unsuspecting populace, many places thought to have been comfortably secure against outside forces had been moused with something approaching alarming regularity. In the aftermath of the Chunin lounge being targeted by the sneaking rodent, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have made it his personal quest to drive every serving ninja in the leaf totally and irrevocably insane through a combination of spying, infiltration, crude but improving psychological warfare, and 1 or 2 ingenious, outrageous pranks. And most depressingly of all, as in the case of Fuvu Nanchu, it looked like the evil little monster was succeeding. A brief silence followed his admission before, with a visible effort, the Hyuga colleague of the wrong man spoke again, a conciliatory tone in his otherwise neutral voice. Do I dare ask what the little beast did this time, Nanachi-kun? Don't call him that. A gruff voice admonished the younger Jounin who, after activating his bloodline limit and recognizing the Jinchuriki's defender, immediately dropped his head into a submissive posture. Jukin or not, Byakugan or not, honor of the Hyuga clan or not, none of that mattered in this situation. When Marino Ibiki told you to do something, that something got done without question or complaint. He's given all of us a lot to think about, an awful lot. The scarred man lapsed into silence for a second, mind on the 4 or so new potential information leaks that had been inadvertently turned over since the ninja departments had started to be systematically reorganized in an attempt to plug the holes the mouse was exploiting. Not that anyone else needs to know about it though. Tell the leaks nothing, keep observing and feeding them false information, make sure they've got enough rope to hang themselves with, and, when you've got all the use out of them you can, kick the trapdoor open and watch them dance a gallows jig. Finally noticing the odd glances being sent his way as he tailed off mid-speech, the newly promoted head of the TNI department shook himself off briefly and carried on as though nothing had happened. He's doing a job, a service, and most of all a favor to us all. Unpleasant as it might be, I'd rather suffer a blow to my pride than one to my actual body or, worse, those who work under me. The grizzled torture survivor pointed out before nodding towards the brightly colored object the wrong man had slid out of his weapon pouch. Though that doesn't look like one of his calling cards. It's not, but it was inside, and out of the 2 of them I'm not sure what was more shocking. The slightly older Jounin chortled, a dull, ugly little noise as his squad mate accepted the little card proffered by his friend and, having examined the front and message inside with a great expression of shock and disbelief, looked between it and Nanchu, expression in flux between disbelief and happiness before finally solidifying into something that was about equidistant between the two. You are. Congratulations. She always looked in the blush of health. I never even thought to check. I'd never have guessed your wife was pregnant, Nanachukuin. And had that card not dropped through my letterbox this morning, neither would I. That admission also deadened the atmosphere of the lounge, Nanachu himself breaking the ice again as he swiftly retrieved the congratulations card the Uzumaki had thoughtfully posted that had resulted in a somewhat unexpected conversation with his wife over the breakfast table. Aiki-chan only went to the hospital last week to get her tests confirmed. He must have broken in since then. She was planning to surprise me, but he beat her to it. He sighed, rubbing his eyes as once more the calculations flashed through his mind as they had been all morning. Can we support a third on what I bring in? Well, not like we've got a lot of choice in the matter now, but we were trying to be careful. Must just be Kami-sama having a joke with me after trying to stop at the first two. I know how he got the address though. Got a package 3 weeks ago. Just my name on it, and the bloody stupid postman didn't even think to look inside. Damn thing was full of sliced durian fruit. Stank to high heaven. They must have thought it was a joke or something. He must have followed his nose to follow the postman. Found out where I live and sent the card through after he swiped my wife's medical details. Since she's a civilian, she's not got the same level of protection I have. The jounin cursed bitterly, massaging his forehead again before sighing as the other jounin present all swapped alarmed glances and prepared measures to propose to the Sandame to counter this latest avenue of attack. So now I need to go and yell at the couriers and the med. Neens this morning, just the sort of start I was looking forwards to when I woke up. As the rest of the room lapsed into brief, stilted conversation, the few jounin that were still frequenting the lounge torn between patting Nanchu on the back and wishing him and his wife well and silently discussing the implications of the mouse's latest strike. Ibiki stood silent and grim, digesting what he'd just been told and dismembering it with the cold, critical eye of pure logic. Another loophole to be snapped closed. His first thought was the most important, as it always was. We must devise a way to ensure the families of serving ninja are protected as well as the ninja themselves. Leaving them open like this could result in blackmail via threatening family members. Mouse sends a card, an enemy would send a kunai, business end first. The idea made him close his eyes in foreshadowing of the headache this was sure to cause him in the near future. Nanchu was right, shouting at the courier Nin and the medics was never a pleasant task. Least of all because since the Jinchuriki had begun his one-child crusade against the sanity of the Konoha ninja forces, those departments had been taking the brunt of the blame that had been kicked up as the explosions started and the body count rose. Ibiki himself had never even met the child personally, though he had often seen him around the village, and when he was acting as a gopher for the venerable Sandame throughout the tower, though he'd heard a lot of things through the grapevine since his new employment had begun. At first he, like the majority of the ninja not part of one of the 6 main clans of Konoha, had scoffed at the idea that a boy could infiltrate lands patrolled and guarded by shinobi, and at first had been mildly perturbed by the sighs and weary smiles that had greeted such disbelief. Now he and everyone else knew better. Realizing exactly why such knowing looks and expressions of "you'll be sorry" had been so commonplace by the clan ninja after the mouse had begun his campaign of infiltration, espionage, and outright assassination. Luckily, as far as Ibiki knew at least, Naruto hadn't targeted the Tianai department simply because it was held underneath the ANBU headquarters and the Uzumaki didn't know where that was located, just as well or he himself would be a security risk that would require neutralizing. Normal procedure would have been to eliminate a threat of such magnitude. Least of all a civilian who had no real way of fighting back in case of attempted kidnap or other such forced removal from the village, but Ibiki was experienced enough to recognize that this was a special case. Only a fool discards one of his sharpest weapons because the blade gets notched. Better to smooth out the imperfections and make it whole again, a task I'm sure wouldn't be beyond Inoichi-san should the mouse place his whiskers in an area where even his snout shouldn't go. The thought was still on Ibiki's mind as he left the Jounin lounge and headed to his own work, more out of habit than anything else as it looked like it was going to be a slow day today. No one was on the books for interrogation that would require his attention, so it looked like today was one for administration. Paperwork and listening to Anko's raucous comments that she had made the Uzumaki everything he was today and all of Konoha should be worshipping at her feet for training up such a future legend. Or, at least she said that until someone else in the department pointed out she'll get the chance to train up plenty more when her new detachment starts. The memory of the snake mistress's face falling straight through the floor at that comment as the rest of the department collapsed in gales of laughter, just as they had when the official missive came through, was enough to make even the grim torturer master chuckle briefly before turning his mind to the matter at hand. The monthly meeting between the heads of Konoha's various departments was scheduled for some time in the near future, and he was reasonably sure that the antics of Konoha's newest troublemaker was going to be top of the agenda, even more so since Nanachu had added yet another card to the small pile of notices that the mouse had left at the scenes of his crimes. The calling cards, all in the same vein as the one left tacked to the back of the Chunin lounge door what felt like years ago, differed only by number and the small diagram drawn on the bottom right-hand side of the card, each one a hand-drawn doodle of the caricatured mouse up to no good in some fashion or other. Sarutobi had decreed that all department heads were to burn all of the tags after memorizing them, helping protect Naruto's identity from those who may have been interested to know who he was exactly. In addition, any meetings or conversations involving him were completely off the record, no notes taken or recorded to safeguard the secret of the future of Konoha's spying department, as Ibiki was almost certain Naruto would one day become. The tags, while they did exist, acted as a reference for determining how the successful infiltration had been carried out and to attempt to measure how much progress Konoha's least favorite orphan was making as the ninja wised up to his methods and began to counter them. Not that we've made too much progress on that front, Ibiki mused somewhat sourly as he considered the basic problem that Naruto had uncovered with his inquisitive probing of Konoha's security. It takes time to get the wheels of administration moving, least of all to react to a threat like this and especially where civilians are involved. Still, in this case I can only advise and offer my input to the meeting. That much was true. Much as he'd have liked to do more as his department hadn't been struck, there was little Ibiki could meaningfully offer in ways of suggestions to improve the security of the departments that had been targeted. Though as he sat down at his usual table for his morning cup of green tea while he started his duties mentally and threw off potential tales before he actually moved out to his place of work, he couldn't help but smile somewhat as he finished his thought, and once the meeting's over, petition the Sandaime to instate the Uzumaki as a member of the intelligence division. If he can cause this much havoc in Konoha, the place that raised him. The special Jounin's sudden smile was dark and dangerous enough to prompt the waitress who had been coming to take his order to find another table for a moment. I for one would love to see what he could do to our enemies, as he beckoned the assembled to sit and make themselves comfortable in the main meeting room of the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi hung his hat on the back of his chair and, mastering his emotions, spoke the words required to call the meeting to order, unaware that the lives of everyone in the room hung on the slenderest of threads as the assassin tasked to take out the most powerful ninja in Konoha slowly, stealthily slipped towards his vantage position. I, Hokage Sarutobi, by ancient decree the Sandaime, like the two Senju who had preceded him, had all but given up their forenames when they ascended to the Kage robes, being known only as the Hokage first and Sarutobi second, and only then by close friends and associates. Call this meeting of the current heads of Konoha's clans and shinobi departments to order. All are present and correct. First order of business, vote for execution, exile or general leg-breaking of one Uzumaki Naruto, muttered one of the assembled ninja under his breath, causing those close to him to either stifle sudden smiles or nod in agreement as Sarutobi ignored him and carried on. Defense of Konoha from external forces and feedback from live-action tests involving friendly elements tasked with breaching internal security, the old man said officially before taking a breath and glancing around the room. Feeling the tension hung around the room and all but striking sparks off the walls, like a thunderhead compressed into a bottle and awaiting violent, pyrotechnic release. All right, let's get this over with. Please just try to keep the language decent. That last clause, delivered just when the two department heads who had been most burned by Naruto's actions, had opened their mouths to let the invective spew was timed absolutely perfectly, cutting them off just as the first few syllables were molded, the molten loathing for the Uzumaki choked off before it could burst into the open. Cut off as they were was an invitation for someone to make a comment, and inevitably, one of their companions did. Hate to say I told you so, said the second Inuzuka present, sharing a knowing smirk with his clan head as Tsum turned away slightly, hiding her snickers as the slightly older member of her clan, head of Konoha's tracker division, a post she herself had briefly held before she'd been forced to give up the life of an active shinobi to take over the reins of her clan full-time. Spoke. But I did warn you all, he's an absolute sod for it. Here, here. Chusa rumbled for his part, though there was a slight smile on his face as he recalled the many times he or another member of his clan had come face to face with the infiltrator on the way in or, worse, the way out of their clan house. Uzumaki Naruto's been raised around ninja, traded with ninja when he was out in the field, has made friends with ninja and trains and has trained with a lot of different ninja. He's built himself from the ground up, but he's used every trick he's ever learned to make it as far as he has. In effect, we've made this blade for our own necks. And right now it's been swinging for us for the better part of 8 weeks, and none of us have been able to block it, or even see it properly. The head of the Konoha hospital snapped irritably, the Yakushi groaning as he massaged his eyes with a free hand, flare of temper dissipating almost as soon as it had appeared. I will admit in fact, we all underestimated him, and that's been arguably his greatest weapon, but even so no one, and I mean none of us, could have seen this coming, nor did Kumo, and look what happened to them. Pushing that line of thought from his mind even as he reminded himself that the situation he had delicately motioned towards the elder council of his clan was slowly coming to fruition, and should be ready in a fortnight, or so, 3 weeks at worst, Hayashi kept his famously neutral face at its blank best, and regarded the leaders of the shinobi departments. His voice one of calm and reason as he spoke. Before this meeting descends into finger-pointing, he stated clearly, knowing from experience that if the ball's starting rolling in that direction, that any attempts to rein it in through logical discussion would be about as welcome as someone attempting to put out a fire by pouring oil on it. Naruto, it seemed, had inherited his mother's gift to be able to reduce even the most iron-willed ninja to an incoherent mess of either murderous rage or horrified embarrassment at mere memories of his former actions. I think it would be prudent for us to all pool resources to combat this so-called threat. You are all aware now, I hope, he said, a note of steel entering his voice that quelled any thought of rebellion before it had even emerged from the throats of his fellow counselors, of how woefully underprepared Konoha as a whole is against infiltration by someone who is, in effect, a civilian. It is a lesson we, the clans that is, have already learned the hard way and are attempting to counter. You, on the other hand, have been thrown into the deep end right with the sharks. And the mice, which are far, far worse. The shinobi in charge of the courier stated with a sigh, swapping a look of long-suffering with his counterpart in the hospital. Still, I appreciate the sentiment of Hirasama. A force united is a force multiplied, and against this insidious new foe we need all the force we can get, and if we could somehow arrange for that force to be applied, preferably in a blunt and traumatic manner, to somewhere in the region between Uzumaki Naruto's ears, so much the better. That outburst allowed all at the table to share a brief smile, as there wasn't one of them present who hadn't felt the same way at least once in their life. As friendly and heartwarming as the Jinchuriki could be usually, when he was on duty there was no one in Konoha more likely to drive someone to tearing their own hair out, especially when he was successful. Can't say I wouldn't agree with that sentiment at least some of the time, Inoichi said after mastering his urge to smile somewhat. But anyway, enough with the dreaming, let's get down to business. Uzumaki Naruto, what have you lot? He gestured towards the leaders of Konoha's departments. Discovered about him, and what have you done about it? The active ninja in the room all swapped glances before, elected as unofficial spokesperson, the courier spoke first. He's devious, careful, observant and smart, and worst of all he either knows he is and he knows how to hide it, or he doesn't realize it, and it just comes naturally to him. Which is a thought so damned frightening I'm actively praying it's the former of the two, he said with a slight smile before becoming more serious. He also knows the henjutsu at least, which makes the jobs of my nin a virtual nightmare. It's almost impossible for us to know or even suspect we're being followed, and that was before some genius in my department got suckered by one of his pretty faces and told him how we delivered to ninja. Now he knows he doesn't even need an address to send explosive tags through the mail, just a name and rank. One of our own security protocols turned against us, and more than that when we started checking the post more frequently. Our thanks to your clans for help in that, Aburame-san and Hyuga-san. All that did was encourage him. The 2 clan leaders merely nodded at the note of respect in the ninja's voice, their clans being the main ones contacted by the belabored postal service to help inspect the internal postage for tampering before the special Jounin groaned again, describing the enemy they were now up against. Once we started checking what was coming through, he must have realized it as his number of hits went down. We thought we'd got him nailed, and we were wrong. Oh, so very wrong. Just 2 weeks ago we had a package of very ripe goat's cheese sent through to one of the Chunin, though at the time he was away on border patrol at the time. None of us thought anything of it until that same Chunin kicked the hinges off my office door last week and started roaring about compensation for the fact his apartment now reeked of old cheese and that someone had slid a joke card under his front door. He, clever little, yeah, Even to a normal person, some of the things you can buy on the market would blow your nose off at 20 paces. Even as the thought flashed through her head, quickly followed by a memory of her formerly hated best friend laughing wildly as she chased the then puppy Kuramaru around the academy playground with a handful of goat's cheese held ready for use. The future alpha of the Inuzuka pack transforming into a fast-moving ball of black fluff as he whined and yelped aloud for his partner to save him from the mad red-haired two-legs. Tsum found herself hard-pressed to keep a smirk off her lips. He's more of an Inuzuka than anyone realizes. Fliajazen's been a bad influence on him. He tracked the postal ninja by smell? The cheese in the package? That, and the durian fruit he sent a little while after that until we catoned on to what he was up to. Folding his arms as much to stop himself bending the one of the paper clips he habitually carried everywhere with him into a replica shuriken, a habit he'd picked up as a genin serving in the department sorting office and never lost, especially when he was nervous, excited or enraged. When his first child had been born, he'd gone through a whole boxful and earned the eternal enmity of the entire hospital cleaning staff at the same time as he peppered the wall in front of him with his twisted metal creations. The special jounin shook his head. Even now we can't stop him, not completely. He's got us in a tight corner. He's still tracking at least some of the mail he's sending, though where he's getting the names from is anyone's guess. Oh, but this one. Despite himself, a slightly guilty grin flashed onto his face as he reached into the top pouch of his jounin vest, pulling free a now very familiar card and passing it up the table towards Sarutobi. This one really, even after everything I've seen him do so far, this one really takes the cake. Remember those joke X-ray glasses you can get, can't see anything except the little roll of tape they come with because the tape's impregnated with that special ink the glasses can see, even through fabric? Well, Naruto knows about it. We were wondering why those glasses were getting so popular before this card came through. He was using them in a childish henge to follow the tagged mail in the courier Nin's bags. And since he was using what looked like normal tape to pin down the envelope flaps, none of us, not even the Hyuga, could see how he was doing it until he filled us in on the secret. Skimming over the card and chuckling slightly at the diagram of the cartoon mouse, Naruto's trademark signature it seemed, looking up at him with a pair of overly large, swirly-eyed goggles replacing its eyes, Sarutobi swiftly reduced the card to ash with a katon jutsu before turning to his venting employee. Well, he can be very resourceful when the situation calls for it. The existence of Slim proves that if nothing else does. The Hokage pointed out delicately before setting his face in a slightly more serious manner. But in response to these issues, what have you done to prevent his attacks on both your customers and your own department? That's not an easy question to answer, really, Hokage-sama. The answer came back after a moment's deliberation. Fact is, against someone operating like he does, we can't actually do all that much. We can up security as much as we can, but the problem with that is it slows the whole system down, and the more we do that, the greater risk we run of delaying important requests. It's not an easy situation to try and manage. About the best way we have to attempt to stop him is just keeping our eyes and ears open, though as I mentioned earlier, we've been recruiting some of the more senior members of our tracking clans as well as quarantining anything even remotely suspicious and splintering the aviaries throughout the department, rather than having all the messenger birds in one place. At least that way, if something explosive does get through, we won't lose our ability to communicate with the teams on the front line. Aside from that, Hokage-sama, not really much else to report yet. The same for us. The leader of the hospital chipped in after the village leader had absorbed the report thus far. As expected, the Uzumaki is most dangerous when he can simply blend into the general populace. Because of this, we, as well as the courier Nin and the shinobi police force, are much more at risk than anyone else, the more secretive departments if you like. Because even if he knows they exist, as a civilian, Uzumaki doesn't know and at least should have no idea of where these departments are located, who works there, or how materials are moved within them. We, on the other hand, don't have that luxury, and because of that we've been hit hard as well. On average, Uzumaki Naruto has been able to either severely impair or completely destroy a major part of my department, usually the main hospital itself, or the training areas attached to it, about once every 11 or 12 days. I understand he's had similar effects on the shinobi police, though I'm sure Hikiri-chan will be able to elucidate that point with more details when her schedule allows. All present in the meeting flicked their eyes towards the empty chair at the table, the head of the fledgling shinobi police force, slowly being rebuilt from the ground up with the loss of the Uchiha clan and made up of a number of various shinobi, both from clan and civilian background, who were there to reassure the populace and deal with low-level crimes. However, as with all new departments, the new commanding officer was often rushed off her feet and spent every waking moment, as well as several where she really should have been sleeping, keeping the whole precarious pack of cards balanced. As such, Sarutobi had granted her dispensation to be absent from the meeting today. However, from what he had heard and extrapolated by guesswork thus far, the Sandaime was more than reasonably sure that a large part of Hikiri's current headache was due at least in part to the actions of the one who was the reason for this council being called. So then, the Sandaime spoke with more severity in his tone. On top of this, I am assured that he has not relented in his efforts to gain entry into clan grounds. Ha, we can but dream. Inoichi laughed caustically, a mere glance from the Mind Walker offering at least some reassurance to the beleaguered ninja across the table that they weren't alone in the face of the Jinchuriki's attacks. Damn kids as persistent as knotweed. Cut off a branch and 2 more sprout in its place. Burn the leaves back and you never notice the roots growing under your feet. At least most of us have got to the point where he's starting to use more underhanded tricks every so often. You are all aware of the unique henge he can use? I haven't seen it yet, but I'm prepared to believe it, the lead courier admitted after a minute swapping looks with his compatriots. If I've learned nothing else over the next 2 months, it's to never assume anything about him. Though if those rumors are true, then I truly fear for any enemy you send him against Hokage-sama. Let's be perfectly honest. With the dud tags we've given him alone, he has, or at least could have, completely destabilized our ability to secure our borders, treat our wounded, and 101 other things. Even the threat of him's been enough to completely bugger up our usual operations, and that was after being warned he was coming. Even now, I'm sure that if you were to send him off into any village on the elemental nations with a pat on the head and a roll of real explosive tags, he could turn it into a hole in the ground given a week or so. There was no aggrandizement in the special Jounin's tone, not much in the way of disbelief either. Instead, he sounded like he more or less meant exactly what he'd said, and not without good reason either. About 3 weeks after his presence had been announced to the ninja corps in general, one of his first infiltrations had resulted in a large amount of glitter and paint decorating large swathes of the interior of the Hokage Tower. To avoid a repeat of this event, the Hokage had quickly smothered the issue as one of Academy high spirits gone slightly wrong, and quickly provided Naruto with a set of about a dozen tags usually used in anbu training missions. Made up of a seal matrix that superficially resembled a real explosive tag. Once triggered, the tag would emit nothing more than a loud bang that was more like a pop, a moderate amount of black smoke, and a flash of chakra, enough to catch the eye of any ninja nearby. More importantly, however, these tags could also be timed like the higher-end explosive tags could. Though often not much of an issue on the battlefield, where what was needed was as big a bang as possible as fast as possible, and the more delicate line of work Naruto was making his own, the ability to delay detonation was invaluable. Even 10 minutes could be enough to get clear of blast zone and disappear while anyone present was busy trying to clear up the mess. Be that as it may, a verbal earthquake rumbled into the silence that lapsed between the assembled ninja, Marino Ibiki speaking even if his department had emerged unscathed through the Jinchuriki's efforts. We would be fools to do so, not only because Uzumaki-san is still unprepared for life as an active shinobi. Being able to do what we do is not the same thing as being able to cope with it, and to employ him in such a vein would at the very least undermine our reputation as an honorable village. I'm afraid I don't quite follow Ibiki-san, the chief medical ninja admitted a few seconds later, prompting the usually mirthless shinobi to give a grim smile as he explained his point. You said it yourself, Yakushi-san. He's most dangerous when he blends in. So far, from what I have seen, all of his attacks have been made against either departments that have very close contact with the public, or, worse still, against the public themselves. If he were to do such a thing against an unsuspecting target, the results would likely be very effective, but, at the same time, perhaps too effective. Naruto, as he works now, would set a very dangerous precedent in the world of shinobi. His attacks are too random, he has no actual target other than creating pure mayhem, and he can't control how many innocents his attacks hit. It's all down to chance at the moment. Shikaku finished, looking more focused than usual as he unpicked the threads of Ibiki's thoughts. And with the tools he uses for now, he could take out buildings and structures, but there's no way he could account for civilian casualties. I wouldn't trust him to take down a single target undiscovered with any degree of certainty. He'll need years of training before he can hope for that, just like anyone else. I won't deny what he has at the moment is effective, but unless the situation in the nation suddenly and irrevocably changes for the worst, I don't think any of us could consider using his methods against a valid target. Having him kill someone by bringing down their apartment building down on top of them might be effective, but I can't see it going down all that well with any other our potential employers. Too much collateral and too many civilian casualties might spook them. Unless he used a silent explosion, of course. At the slightly nettling tone, the Nara patriarch turned a basilisk glare on his friend, though Chusa didn't notice as he tapped his friend's shoulder. Don't give me that look, you were the one who taught him how to draw a sound-dampening seal. Ah, so that was you. The courier Nin was half-stood in an instant, demanding answers. What on this earth possessed you to teach him that? He was bad enough before he worked out slapping one of those near an explosive note muffled the bang. Shikaku didn't answer for a moment, instead seeming to do his best to hold back a shudder before, after mastering himself, he deflected the ire being turned his way with a typically deadpan response. He made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Teach me the seal or I'll use your clan's front ground to practice my new bagpipes until you do teach me. It seemed a small enough sacrifice for some peace and quiet, the least troublesome of all avenues, though I have to say I did toy with Dashiajizin's idea of tying all 4 of his limbs to different horses and cracking the whip a bit. Well, if that thought does cross your mind sometime in the future, at least tell us about it first. The courier Nin answered with a slight grin on his face, picturing the scenario in his mind and liking what he saw. I know several of my workforce who'd be willing to help with the clean-up. I could guarantee they'd never find all the bits. There was a snort from the side of the special Jounin seat, his compatriot from the Trackernin division raising an eyebrow his way. Sounds like a challenge, Toro-kun. The Inuzuka cut in before becoming more serious and addressing the table at large. But you are correct. As he stands at the minute, the mouse is less a shinobi and more of a terror weapon. I don't deny he could cripple an enemy village, even possibly a ninja village, but the manner in which he'd do it would leave far too much blood and too many bodies. At the same time, though, I'm sure as hell glad he's on our side. Could you imagine someone else, say Kiri for instance, training shinobi in this vein? You all know as well as I do those bastards don't care if they live or die as long as they get the mission done. But if they harnessed that mindset with his kind of cunning, there wouldn't be a shinobi alive who'd sleep soundly at night. At least this way we're getting a heads up of what could one day happen. We're learning how to at least mitigate the effects this kind of warfare has, and, as I'm sure you'll all agree, just because at the moment the situation wouldn't warrant shinobi trained in his kind of espionage attacking our enemies, there's no harm in having that potential string on your bow just in case. That much was certainly true, though before the idea of his surrogate grandson being molded into what was little more than a mass-murdering destroyer of villages and all those who dwelt within them could spread too far, Sarutobi spoke as the voice of reason from the head of the table. I understand all the concerns raised here and am grateful to see not only the magnitude of the threat is being realized, but your concern for Naruto-kun is also genuine. The old Kage smiled somewhat fondly at the affronted expressions turned in his direction before, as he'd suspected, they gradually thawed out somewhat to leave grudging acceptance. And as you have said, I would not condone such a modus operandi in the field. Though I know several people who would. Instead, I have spoken to Naruto-kun and have explained the situation as it is. He is still a child, but he is intelligent enough to realize that if this was for real, he would have by now killed more people than some of Konoha's Chunin. Especially if he was using biological agents, or enhancing the killing power of his explosive tags with aerosolous poisons. Indeed, I pointed out that more often than not someone in Naruto's position can do far more damage to a village's infrastructure by using non-lethal methods. What do you think would happen if, rather than an explosion, a timed release of hallucinogenic gas or a fast-acting diarrheic bacteria stroke virus was released inside the Hokage Tower, or the Courier Nin Department, or, Kami-sama forbid, the hospital? The panic and embuggerance, as you put it earlier, would effectively neutralize the military arm of Konoha until the effect wore off. And it would be a lot harder to control than a mere explosion. People, least of all highly trained people with access to lots of sharp weapons and ninjutsu techniques, tend to be somewhat difficult to restrain safely when not in full control of their mental faculties. The Trackernin present snorted. A complaint several of us leveled against you when we first heard of this exercise. But once more we bow before the knowledge of the Kami no Shinobi. Taking advantage of the relatively relaxed atmosphere of the semi-formal meeting, the elder Inuzuka chuckled for a minute in the face of his leader's disgruntled scowl as he was once more reminded of his age before he went on. So, in summary, he's a... At that moment the lingering shadow that had spent a long time getting into the correct position and painstakingly checked the wind direction, size of the target, distance, wind speed and several other factors he knew were important, made his move. With a soft squeeze the missile was released, not even a whisper of sound betraying his position as sharp eyes tracked the flight of the unleashed projectile. A throat was jammed by the heart that leapt into it for a second before a soft sigh escaped. It had clipped the interior of the windowsill but skipped inside. The ricochet had damaged the delivery system but, crucially, not the main body of the weapon. With the smoke suddenly seeping through the open window as his backdrop and a slight bang, little more than a pop at this distance, carried to his ears, he began carefully packing his gear up ready for a speedy getaway, all the time sighing somewhat sadly as he spared the scene before him a glance, thinking about the carnage that was about to happen with no one, as far as he was aware, being any the wiser. Death, it seemed, was easier for him to peddle than groceries in the streets of a village who couldn't recognize a mouse in their midst. There was only the slightest chink of metal on stone, but that was enough to bring every head whipping around at the noise. Even as the assembled ninja realized what was going on and recognized the stick that had clipped the inside of the windowsill of their meeting room and had begun pinwheeling into room proper, something went off with a snap like a firecracker, emitting a large gout of smoke into the room. A swift gust of wind from one of the shinobi present removed most of the blackness from the air before Hayashi, fastest to react with his bloodline, focused his vision at the offending object and groaned aloud. Just out of interest, did anyone note down when and where this meeting was scheduled for? If so, congratulations, we've all just been assassinated. Even through the looks of disbelief and shock being sent his way, the Hyuga Lord could only imagine the realization dawning over the faces of the assembled council and closed his eyes. One issue with the Byakugan was that, once engaged, it completely negated normal sight and replaced it with monochrome shades that meant, while intervening objects weren't an issue, it was impossible to see or gauge facial expressions with any degree of accuracy. Not that it matters in this case, I can see the Tenketsus moving. What? But where? He stood on top of the yandame's head, waving. Hayashi answered the question before it had even been asked as Inoichi, who'd been closest to the strike, retrieved the bolt that had been shot through the open window and gingerly removed the explosive tag he'd wrapped around it. Ugh, hope he's got spares, the Yamanaka admitted, seeing the now smoke-stained strip of paper that was now wrapped around the shaft of the small arrow, the tip broken off to ensure it was safe. But yeah, definitely. No one else I know uses a crossbow. This might shed some light on things. As a smaller slip, tucked into the rolled-up explosive tag, fluttered towards the floor, the former head of the TNI department deftly plucked it from the air and read it quickly, ducking down to look out the window as he did so. It was a distance away, but if he squinted, he could just about pick out a small stick figure atop the Hokage monument, and seeing one of its arms moving, he raised a hand in its direction before a sudden quartet of smoke plumes blossomed into life in the middle of the village, and he stared at them. What the? That was, from what I can see, our main market district going up in smoke. Hayashi's disembodied voice answered solemnly even as Inoichi and the rest of the council whipped around to stare at him, expressions appalled as the veins around his eyes faded and he opened them again. So, we are all dead, the village is in chaos, and the chains of command have been effectively cut off in a single stroke. He's killed us, in more ways than one, just because he knew where and when to strike. So, that just leaves the question of who left the paper trail for this meeting and where did they leave it? There was a cold, clammy sort of silence filling the air before, just about mastering the instinct to shake and shiver under such scrutiny. One of the assembled let his head fall onto the table with a thump. I left a note in my diary. The head of the hospital groaned into the solid wood, thumping his forehead into the table repeatedly as he castigated himself for his basic mistake. Must have forgotten to lock the damn thing away once. Might have been the same time I was called away to move some of the patient files to more secure locations. He must have snuck into my office and taken a peek, son of A.B., blasphemer. He caught himself at the last minute, avoiding compounding his error with an insult to both the head of the tracking division and the Inuzuka clan simultaneously. He's damn well done it again. Very true, he has. Shikaku drawled in a neutral tone, idly wondering exactly how long it would take for someone to get their wits about them and start hammering on the meeting room door to inform the Hokage and his council of the attacks. Though this does raise another question. Virtually everyone in Konoha, or all ninja at least, know who's making their life miserable and why. What's stopping anyone else finding out? A good question. The Hokage himself spoke into the air of expectation that had suddenly been generated by his audience. One I have anticipated and have taken steps to counter before the news could potentially stretch too far. I won't go into too many details. Not now, the news is just starting to trickle into the ninja ranks where I'm sure it'll spread like a wildfire. But I ask you to trust me that the situation is in hand and Naruto's safety is not in jeopardy. In fact, with any luck, the solution to that particular problem may end up enhancing his reputation in the village somewhat. Now, a bad habit it might have been, but Sarutobi hadn't been able to quite quash the instinct to act mysterious and vague at times around his subordinates. Though I suppose it never hurts to act like you've got a spare ace and a kunai up your sleeve, especially when you actually have. I'll assume you have a decent handle on what needs to be done to safeguard your departments against our rampaging rodent, so aside from him, the second item on the agenda is the curriculum of the Academy is due for renewal, and the position of Academy senseis are also due for reshuffling. Some hour and a bit later, Sarutobi sat alone in the now abandoned meeting room. The rest of the shinobi-only council dispersed to get some lunch, some fresh air, or escape the forthcoming teasing regarding the embarrassing lapse in information leakage that had gotten them all killed. Speaking of which, his old fingers were still nimble enough to whip the broken bolt around in an intricate dance around and between his age digits. Prodigious mind considering the issue as he glanced towards the window the lethal missile had streaked in through. Was that actually him, or one of yours? Though any casual observer might have been forgiven in thinking the old man had finally snapped and was now addressing random figments of his imagination out loud, a brief chuckle would have given up that impression as false, the figure that materialized from the wall a few seconds later only emphasizing that fact as the last member of the council that had been called made herself known. The presence of anbu within the council chambers was nothing unusual, but, upon glimpsing the mask that covered the face of this particular individual, it was very quickly apparent to a casual observer that this was no ordinary operative, if there even was such a thing within the anbu cadre. Every ninja village was known by a particular moniker, usually the ending seal of the techniques that their most common techniques used. Hence Iwa was often called the Ox Village, Kumo the Dragon, and Konoha, famed for Katan Jutsu and based within the Land of Fire, was the Tiger Village. To represent the anbu as the guardians of the Will of Fire, the soul of Konoha's ethos and creed, the leader of Konoha's anbu division always wore the Tora mask, proof that the village and her shinobi were one and the same thing. Sarutobi didn't even turn to address arguably the most lethal ninja present within the village other than himself, and possibly a very few of his most experienced jounin, instead listening with a slight smirk on his lips as he heard the anbu's answering chuckle. Nah, that was definitely him. Many would have been surprised by the feminine voice that issued from behind the painted wood, but, as Sarutobi had often confided in himself and others who shared his confidence, that merely proved that many people were idiots. Tora had both metaphorically and literally earned her stripes the hard way, clawing her way up the greasy pole using the bodies of slain enemies and comrades as stepping stones the same way every other ninja did regardless of rank, and because of that she held the ear of the Hokage and he in turn trusted her to run her department mostly autonomously. And, at the risk of paraphrasing one Mitarashi Anko and sounding somewhat creepy, I can only say that me want that boy. At that Sarutobi did chuckle properly, looking over his shoulder as he stood up slowly and nodding in respect to the masked Kunoichi, she in turn inclining her mask and remaining at attention as her leader spoke. You wouldn't be the first he's made that impression on, the monkey summoner told her with a note of mirth in his tone before he became serious once again. Still, how is the training going? Is the new department coming online on schedule? Should be ready in 3 months, give or take a week or so. The anbu confirmed, nothing betrayed by her ironclad body language. The main issue has been unlearning the lessons of the ninja. For that reason I've formed the Nezumi division from the newest recruits of the anbu, training them from scratch rather than having the older hands have to learn something completely new. They're starting, being about as successful as the kid is himself, which pretty much says it all about him rather than them. Indeed, though as you say Tora-chan he has taught himself his infiltration method from the bottom up with no other shinobi-esque skills cluttering his mind, the more interesting question in my mind will be seeing how he integrates the more traditional shinobi tactics and operating methods into and around his main strength of going around unseen and unheard. Speaking of which though, how many of his attacks actually got through? In truth? 3 or 4. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. That many? He's new, even to us he's new. The anbu commander shrugged. Took a bit of time to see how he works and what makes him tick, but even then shadowing him gave a few insights into how our Nezumi will need to act to function effectively. Apart from that though, from what I'm hearing on the wire he's starting to develop his sixth sense. That made the Hokage prick his ears, leaning in with interest written large on his face, and katoning on to this, Tora continued. Some of the agents we've had stationed around the tower have said there have been times when he's paused, not for any particular reason apparently. He can't see through our invisibility genjutsus or our concealment techniques, but he's looking for them, he can tell. When he's being watched sometimes. Okay, he can't hide it very well yet, and he misses us 9 times out of 10. But even so, for someone his age to get the impression he's being spied on, especially when I know for a fact he's got very little chance at actually eluding the anbu. Though he hadn't said as much to anyone, least of all Naruto himself, for fear the knowledge that all bar a handful of his break-ins were successful simply because he told the anbu to monitor but not interfere with his infiltrations would drive him to attempting to sneak past anbu patrols as well as regular ninja, effectively trying to run before he could walk properly. The Hokage had never expected his adopted grandson to actually make a strike against Konoha without it going undetected by the elite hidden fighting force. Still, for his age, I haven't seen a ninja as well versed in subtlety and subterfuge since Jiraiya-kun exploded from the academy. And that man's got the most refined danger sense I've ever heard of or seen, just as well or he'd have been tail-whipped to death by his inspiration a long time ago. Tora commented, forcing the Sandaime to grimace as he was forced to recall one of his students' less than salubrious activities. Though, compared to what another of them was up to, harmless peeking was simply that, harmless. Still, as long as he knows what he has to do to keep his head under the parapet, we'll do the rest and get the heat off him. Something I doubt he'll have too much of a problem with. The Sandaime commented, idly flicking the broken bolt around his fingers before, with a deft twist, a sudden sooty rectangle of paper appeared between his fingers. Regardless of what other lessons he may have learned, Naruto-kun has certainly taken the maxim of going unknown, unheard and unacknowledged to heart. Even now, he is starting to become a shinobi of note. A single strike, aiming to kill or cripple at all times. Had he been serious and better able to avoid your operatives, Tora, the entire shinobi council of Konoha might have met its end today. I'm sure it'd take more than an explosive tag to take any of your crusty old sods down. The anbu chuckled from behind her mask before the mirth drained away and was replaced by an almost zealous determination. But I stand by what I said, Hokage-sama. My cadre wants that boy. He's already an annoyance to Konoha. Give him to us and we'll make him a terror, a whispering death for the rest of the elemental nations. I hope you'll take no offense to this, Hokage-sama, but I can't see him sat behind a desk at all, not even with the Kage robes and hat on him. He's got the potential to be too valuable for that, at least for a good number of years yet. No offense taken, Tora-chan, I agree with you in fact. The elderly Kage admitted, tapping the butt end of the bolt against his teeth. Naruto-kun, though I doubt he truly realizes it even if he has some idea, represents to a large proportion of the ninja corps and most certainly me a ray of hope for our future. Since the QBR influence in the world has waned somewhat due to lower numbers of ninja bearing the leaf and the vultures haven't stopped circling since, Kumo would never have been so bold as to launch not one but two attempted thefts had the Bijin not attacked and decimated our forces. And that was before the bloody Uchiha imploded and wiped themselves out. I see war on the horizon, Tora. Such was the gravity in the old man's voice that the ANB looked out of the window almost by reflex as though expecting to see brooding storm clouds amassing on the horizon. Not today, not tomorrow, perhaps not in my lifetime, but it is coming and Konoha will need every blade and body it can lay its hands on to survive. This village will not fall. It was the certainty rather than the passion in the younger Kunoichi's voice that made Sarutobi smile grimly as he nodded. I don't doubt it, Tora-chan. And with a little luck I may yet be able to convince one of our brightest new talents will do his bit to ensure the next generation live to see such a promise upheld. The ANBU would have questioned her leader about his cryptic words before she caught a glimpse over his shoulder and realized exactly what he was looking at. As the sight of the cartoon holding and aiming its crossbow tightly, she understood, gave the slightest of nods and, in the privacy of her own mind, whispered a silent prayer for one particular branch of Konoha's military. Because something tells me if the rest of us think he's bad, those per-sensei will be either clinical depressives or raving lunatics by the end of his first term. As she saw the reflection of two figures sat up together at the kitchen table and translated the inverted images, how Sawada Kishi had to almost bite her lips at the expression of intense, focused concentration that stood out at her as one of the two children scowled at the book in front of him. Sunny and cheerful he might have been, and a future Hokage into the bargain, but a brilliant academic spark Naruto was most certainly not. So, enemy ninja. He blotched the paper in front of him with an inky pen, much to the silent disapproval of Tenten, who knew she'd have to scrub out his clumsy mauling of one of her easier questions before she handed the assignment in the morning after tomorrow. Is moving at this speed, at this angle, for a period of half a minute, so 30 seconds then? Yes, so the first question to ask is how far has he moved in that time? The would-be weapon mistress explained patiently, trying to hold on to the answer to the question that was in front of her as it attempted to squirm out of the net of her mental calculations like a demented fish. After that you can work out how fast he's moving and from there time how long you need to cut the fuse to your explosive tag to take him out if you throw the tag to point B, okay? I guess. Naruto mumbled, though he didn't look convinced as he scowled at the paper, tongue poked out the corner of his mouth as he scribbled the numbers down. Course you shouldn't be even trying to take him out like this, really. Tenten glanced up sharply. Huh. But what if he's carrying some secret information, like enemy battle plans? If he gets away, everyone could be in trouble. I know, Tenchan, but what I mean is you, or another ninja like you, should have made sure things never got that far. Look. He turned the small book he was working from around, reading from it upside down and tapping parts of the short explanation of the problem to highlight his point. Says here this guy you're after stole some documents, right? How'd he steal them? Why wasn't he stopped then? How did he get away? And if the documents were so important, why weren't fakes made and put in their place? Misinformation spread. Who leaked information where the documents were? Who's the mole? If any one of those questions had been answered, this one. He tapped the workbook page before him again, a rueful smirk on his lips. Would never have been asked? Silence descended on the small living area as Tenten glanced between the paper and her friend's face, the gears in her mind grinding as though the idea was a twig caught in them before. With an almost visible start, she crunched through the obstacle and blinked. Wow, Whiskers, when'd you get so smart? Before Naruto could answer this, however, the conversation was disrupted by the sound of the door to the upstairs apartment opening, and Tenten immediately abandoned her seat. A big girl she might have been now, halfway through her first year in Konoha's academy, but she'd never be too big to give her father a greeting hug as he locked up for the day. Ha, hello Panda-chan, Haim. Maruta greeted casually, not even grunting as he felt his daughter's fist crash against his muscular side. Ah, still got it. No one who can tease my daughter like I can, except maybe him. Ah, Naruto-kun, what brings you here? Helping Tenchan out with her homework. The aforementioned mouse beamed, pointing to his messy working out so far as the blacksmith chuckled. So I see. He drawled, pretending to scrutinize the scratchy writing before him as his wife came out of the kitchen and smiled at him warmly. Been a big help, has he, Tenchan? Something like that. I prefer him as a weapon training post though. The youngest Hasawada griped sourly, still not quite forgiving the blonde for the name that was still tacked onto her even now and had even started to crop up in the academy despite her attempts to weed it out before it could take root. Naruto for his part merely shuddered. Man, ever since Maruta-san said he tried to fix Tenchan up with a weapon for her to really train, and she's been going hell for leather to find one that really suits her, with yours truly standing in as a convenient practice aid while she decided if that's the one or not. I've still got the bruises from when she was playing around with that blunted Kujurigama. No way I could defend myself against one of them with just a kunai. In that assumption, as he would learn later in his life, he was completely incorrect. But for now he put such matters from his mind as he heard Maruta, the last of his rumbling mirth dying down, answer his daughter with a light pat on her head that, not by accident, half knocked one of her hair buns loose. As she scowled and stuck her tongue out at him while trying to restore the errant design to its former practicality, the patriarch of the Hasawada household stepped forwards and embraced his wife for a moment before turning to his guest and inclining his head slightly, a motion Naruto mimicked with a slight bow as the elder man spoke. About time you graced this old shack with your presence, Mouse. I was beginning to think you'd made another run for it. Maruta! Sorry, Haim. Once more Naruto would wonder exactly how a woman who came to her husband's chin and looked like she weighed about as much as one of his arms was able to cow her husband so effectively. Then his treacherous brain superimposed the ghostly faces of two particular Nara and Yamanaka women, and he immediately stopped wondering. Women are weird, just keep saying and believing that, and it'll all make sense if the end. But having heard what our Tenchan did when he poked his nose out into the air again, I couldn't really blame him for attempting to do a runner. I would have done a lot worse if he hadn't needed to speak to Hokage-sama. Tenten muttered evilly, the steely glare she drilled into Naruto's eyes letting him know in no uncertain terms that he wasn't yet completely forgiven for his little excursion, even if her temper had noticeably cooled after their explosive reintroduction. Still, he got me worried by going missing, so it was his fault. The sheer lack of logic was enough to make Naruto gape outright, and in a split second he had a witty retort ready on his lips before an echo of a piece of advice came back to his mind, given for free by one of Konoha's certified geniuses and, incidentally, something of an expert in the art of avoiding or diffusing marital strife. There's a difference between logic and feminine logic, Naruto. Just accept it. There is. Feminine logic may superficially resemble normal logic, but, at the same time, it's also more powerful than normal logic simply because it's never, ever wrong. Your logic might be able to divert it or distract it for a little while, but sooner or later the feminine logic will always win out. The best thing you can do, spineless as it might sound, is agree with it. Without the force of an argument damming it up, feminine logic is like a river, constant but easier to manipulate and divert towards a conclusion you agree with. Example, she wants a new set of curtains but you want a say in the color, so you say yes to the curtains and go shopping with her rather than attempting to deny her outright, having a blazing row. Losing and being forced to grit your teeth when you see the new curtains she's brought without your approval put up. Argue and try to hinder the progress of feminine logic and it becomes a tsunami, impossible to halt. Well, I guess Shikako-san would be the expert there. Well, I can't exactly argue with that, Tenchan. Wow, that actually worked. The expression of shock on Tenten's face as he made that admission was so natural and comical that only the fact he let his mouth run away with him stopped him choking up with a sudden bout of the giggles. But like I said earlier, it was on the Hokage's orders. If you want to moan at someone, go make his life miserable, though I wouldn't recommend trying to assault him at all. The anbu tend not to like that kind of thing, and anyway, I know Kishi-san taught you better than to bash old relics like Gigi. The woman in question sighed as she realized that once more her lessons in manners had seemingly failed to percolate into that dense, iron-hard region of Naruto's brain that was concerned with the Honorable Sandaime Hokage. Naruto-kun, much as I know Hokage-sama has a soft spot for you and vice versa, please don't call him a relic. He's not quite that old. Yet. Naruto shot back almost without thinking, though once more a quick wit got him out of jail before the Hasawada woman's sudden glare could slam the door shut on him. Though I'm sure he'll be around for a long time, plenty of years left in him so he can give me the big hat when the time comes. Kishi held his eye for just a moment longer and Naruto had to resist the urge to grin inanely to try and deflect the heat from her expression before, just as he was certain he was going to crack like an egg, she let out a sigh that he quietly mimicked under his breath. I suppose I should be grateful you at least have his best interests at heart, she decided with a leaden tone in her voice. Though I do agree with you that the anbu, from what I've heard of them, would certainly take a very dim view of anyone threatening their leader. I'll take him on, Tenten declared, thrusting a fist into the air as she made her bold claim. Once Tusan's got me fully trained up and I find the one weapon for me, I'll be able to take on the world and win. Murata chuckled at this, patting his daughter on her head once again as he stepped towards the kitchen. I don't doubt it, Tenchan, but you'll need years and years of training before you even think about calling out an anbu of any stripe. I never really met any of them when I was under the symbol, but I know they're the absolute best we have. Even the newcomers will have often completed more missions successfully than Rutokuns had cups of ramen, though speaking of which. The smith paused and glanced over his shoulder, addressing the Jinchuriki directly. I heard a few interesting things from a few of my friends who are still in their vests and jackets recently. Okay, it's go time. Naruto had been expecting this to come ever since the Sandaime had taken his aside and told him about the steps he was taking to both improve the effectiveness of his anbu forces and, as an added bonus, keep his tail out the fire as well. Don't tell me, let me guess, something else I'm getting the blame for that I didn't do, he huffed, folding his arms in a picture of stubborn belligerence. All three of the Hasawada family present each swapped a glance before, fractionally quicker off the mark. Tenten was the first to speak. What do you mean, Mouse? A sudden suspicion flared in the back of the bun-haired girl's mind and she gasped. You haven't been trying to pull tricks on the Hokage, have you? No, Naruto all but wailed, throwing his hands in the air. That wasn't me, none of it was. Okay, I might have had a bit of a hand in it, but Gigi had the idea and his ninja are the ones pulling it off. I'm just taking all the abuse because the old man's got a sadistic sense of humor and left me to face the music. What do you mean, Naruto? Kishi had the impression this was something that had been on Naruto's mind for some time, and he was getting some kind of stick for it. However, from his somewhat rueful smile and embarrassed chuckle, her feminine instincts were easily able to discern it was nothing immediately life-threatening, and therefore she, and by extension her husband who'd glanced over at her and taken in her unspoken signals at a glance, fell quiet and allowed the blonde child to explain the situation that had landed him. With yet another reason for a substantial amount of Konoha's population having a good reason for an unfortunate accident occurring should they ever have the good fortune to find him down a deserted alleyway one dark night. Well, it was like this. I'd been roped into helping Gigi shuffle some of his papers around the tower and was walking down out of his office when I go round a corner and quite literally get flattened by someone who wasn't paying attention to where he was going. So, I end up on the deck with paper flying everywhere and I'm really not happy about it. Once I get up and the other guy stops hopping around like a startled hare after I give him the kick in the shins he deserves, we get to picking up the remnants of the paper pile Gigi burnt the last 3 hours of his life stamping. At that point, and if I'd known just how much grief this was going to give me in the future, I'd have just kept my mouth shut and let it lie. But no, I didn't think of the future for once in my life, and it came back later to bite me in the aha. The glare from Kishi arrived just in time to stop him finishing that sentence, and, suitably chastised, Naruto quickly got back on track with his story. Well, what I said was something along the lines of it was lucky he wasn't an enemy Nin, he could have pilfered important documents from right off of the Hokage's office. Didn't even cross my mind about the possible repercussions, least of all as the guy whose leg I bruised was actually a courier Nin. I didn't even know we had those. But anyway, he must have talked to his boss, who talked to the department head, who apparently talked to everyone else. Courier Nin are always bad for gossiping, like a pair of old Yamanaka women apparently. Next thing I know, something's going on in the tower. No idea what it is or who's involved, but it's got the nickname Nezumi, and was apparently named in my honor. Because of that, a lot of Nin in the tower have started blaming me for all kinds of things I didn't do. I'm sure a lot of them are joking, but even so, some mud sticks? Yes, though for some reason the mud on the academy playing field seems to be especially gluey, Kishi remarked, her daughter having the good grace to look at least slightly embarrassed by the reminder of how hard she had to work to ensure her school clothes remained presentable despite the scrapes she kept getting into. So then, you haven't been pulling tricks in the Hokage Tower then? Naruto goggled at her. Do you think I'm crazy? In fact, on second thought, don't answer that. Look, he made to explain himself even as Tenten was forced to suddenly face the wall, shoulders heaving with restrained laughter. Even if I could get away with it, Gigi would be hunting me down with a vengeance for dropping more paperwork on his desk. No chance of that if I can help it. It's probably just some of the ninja letting off steam and calling themselves Nezumi to have a laugh and a joke at my expense. Everyone seems to be blaming me just because they know I work for the Hokage on occasion. Still, not going to complain. If people think I'm able to get away with the playing jokes in the most heavily defended place in Konoha. The Jinchuriki drew himself up proudly, his usual grin on his face as he placed his hands on his hips and beamed. Well, that's just more reason for Gigi to hurry up and pass the big hat on to me. Ah well, at least he's keeping himself out of mischief though, or at least if he's not been caught yet. Satisfied both with the answer and his own internal reasoning, Murata nodded before glancing at the book the younger child had abandoned in his urge to stand up and proclaim his innocence to the charges laid at his door. Maybe not, but future Hokages still need to know exactly how to use explosive tags properly in the field, as do weapon mistresses. Go on, get those problems out the way and I'll run the two of you through some more weapon drills in the evening, though no. Almost as soon as the gleam of virtual fanaticism appeared in Tenten's eyes, mirrored by sheer terror blossoming in Naruto's, he was forced to throttle the hope in its infancy despite the beseeching expression his daughter attempted to guilt-trip him with. You've had enough practice for the moment, Tenchan. Naruto-kun needs a chance to practice with the basics as much as you do before he has a chance to specialize, and don't look at me like that. The former Chunin waved away the sudden outbreak of attention he was at the epicenter of as both children regarded him with round eyes. I've had enough scrap off you to power the forge for a year or more, Naruto-kun. Least I can do is help you figure out exactly what weapon suits you best. Thanks. Naruto ventured after a second. We wanted to say more, so much more than merely that, but he couldn't with fearing his voice would crack with sudden emotion. Though no more scrap for a while, I'm afraid. Gigi wanted me to stay in the village a bit more up until I get to the academy, work out my mind in the library a bit more and make sure I pass the actual exam to get into the place. You still have to pass that. Tenten sounded skeptical at this. You shouldn't need to sit that thing, you're not dumb mouse. You just acted very well. The youngest Hasawata merely smirked at the dirty glance her friend shot her way, though luckily for Naruto she missed the slight hint of a smile on his face. Tenchan, though you don't know it, that's about the nicest thing you could ever say to me. What you don't know won't get you killed for knowing it. Haha, Pandaheim, just you remember that mice have long memories. He cautioned before glancing down at the paper in front of him and returning his attention to the maths in front of him, allowing the slightly older girl her moment of triumph before Kishi returned from the kitchen and announced dinner was ready. The idea that she'd one-up the blonde was something that made Tenten smile fondly all through the meal, the kunai throwing and sparring that followed it, and even past the time when Naruto departed. In fact, she was smirking right up until the point at lights out where she jumped onto her bed and then immediately jumped back off with a yell of shock that brought her parents running, just in time to see their daughter's face turn absolutely thunderous as she flipped the cover's back end. Revealed the small, squashy thing she'd landed on as being a little stack of her own hair ties. Tenchan, what? That. She tried furiously to think of a word that would encapsulate the utter fury consuming her without driving her mother to chastise her for swearing as she pointed an accusing finger at the squashed pile of hairnets, a little note stuck in the middle of pile at a jaunty angle like a flag. That horrible little sneak. He must have put them in there when he said he was going to get a fresh pen out of my bag. I almost had a heart attack landing on them. It's not funny. Evidently neither her mother or father agreed with that sentiment, though to her credit Kishi was able to hold it in better in the mottled face of Tenten's rage as she ripped up the little note Naruto had left her, the small warning about mice being like elephants, and never forgetting an insult heeded but not recorded as she carried on her vengeful tirade. Next time I see him I'm going to batter him like an old rug. Forget specializing. I'm going to get so good with every weapon that I'll be able to cut his tail off with any of them at 50 paces. Dad, I know I have to go to bed now, but tomorrow. She finally managed to even out her breathing, sweeping up the displaced hair ornaments as she did so. Tomorrow we're going to make sure the Uzumaki Naruto rues the day he played a prank on Hasawada Tenten. The mischief of a mouse is nothing, absolutely nothing compared to the wrath of a panda. Winter in Fire Country was relatively mild most of the time but characterized by several cold snaps in quick succession. During these snaps snow could fall heavily and leave the village virtually cut off from outside aid until the snap thawed and the snow melted away. For this reason most of the people in Konoha were sensible enough to buy a little extra to get them through any potential fasting periods that Kami might send their way, and took precautions to avoid excessive exposure to the snow and cold. Despite the slight disruption to everyday life, winter was often a popular time in the Land of Fire for a variety of reasons depending on the people and clans asked. The Inuzukas and their Ninken loved rolling in the snow. The Hyuga were virtually invisible against the backdrop which only enhanced their reputations as the ghosts of the shinobi world. The Aburame were more easily able to create the ice their clan was famous for. The Akimichi, however, loved winter for one reason and one reason above all others. When the snows started forwards, that meant one particular food that many in the clan were partial to was on the menu. Make sure you keep the rhythm right. Naruto was so focused on this point that he didn't even wipe the thin sheen of sweat that had gathered on his brow over the 15 minutes he'd been stirring the miniature cauldron in front of him as his instructor continued his lecture, constant motion. And movement is the secret of properly cooked porridge. Let it lie and the oats at the bottom will burn while those at the top go soggy. Nothing worse than soggy porridge. I'll take your word for it. Naruto gasped back over the heat and the ache in his arms. No wonder these guys get so damn strong. They probably invented their expansion jutsus just so they could stir pots like this properly. Once more giving credit where it was due and mentally adding another reason for never provoking Chuji into a fight to the list. The Jinchuriki plucked at his apron from where it was sticking to him for a second before returning both hands to his stirring pole. And continuing to agitate the simmering oats. Once again, thanks for holding yourself back and waiting for me to catch up. At this Chuji did laugh, quoting one of his clan's old proverbs as he did so. No true Akimichi would gorge while his friend went hungry. He commented breezily, not catching the slight hitch in both Naruto's stirring rhythm and his breathing. No matter that his star had risen somewhat amongst the village shinobi, there were still very few people who called him a friend. Besides, if I ever want to take over from Tusan and run the clan someday, I need to make sure I know a lot more recipes than just what's needed to move on. I'm certainly not complaining. This way I can master a fair few more pastries and breads. And anyway, the clan doesn't usually like to move on to the fish dishes prior to someone actually starting the academy, so we've got nearly a year. Strange that, isn't it? I mean, Naruto made to explain himself as the bigger-built boy glanced over his shoulder. Just think about it. This time next year we'll be learning to be ninja. Seems like only yesterday I was picking up my rucksack for the first time and setting off on my first day out on the training fields. And now, pretty soon I'll be taking my first step on the road to becoming Hokage. Time really must fly. Stop talking like an old man, you're making me feel ancient. Chuji complained, remembering that in a year he'd probably be one of the oldest children present at the academy. But you're right in a way. I couldn't wait to grow up and follow in Tusan's footsteps, but now I'm getting there. I'm wishing someone would slam on the brakes and let me enjoy a bit more peace before I have to start making sure Shika stays awake through the morning classes. Old clan tradition. The Akimichi explained even as Naruto opened his mouth to ask. Tusan did it for Shikaku-san when they were passing through together. Guess it's up to me to forge another link in the chain between the clans. Fair enough, Naruto admitted after a few seconds' thought before he returned his attention to the pot before him, glancing into the stodgy paste before offering a suggestion. Time to add the honey yet? Near enough, I'll go get it. Chuji offered, moving off towards one of the nearest akimichi larders and leaving Naruto alone to his stirring. He didn't stop pulling the porridge before him, of course, though he couldn't have sworn he wasn't tempted to take a little break. It was likely no one would have known, not even Chuji. But at the same time, the Akimichi clan as a whole valued diligence, patience, effort, and above all else, honesty. So for Naruto to break with those values while he was sharing their roof and their food would be a grave insult to the large clan. For this reason the Uzumaki kept up his even, solemn strokes with the pole as Chuji returned, a large earthenware pot held firmly between his mammoth hands. "Okay, Naruto-kun," he instructed, expression serious as he levered off the lid. "This is the most important stage of the whole process. You have to keep the stirring constant, or the honey will glob up and not spread properly through the mixture. This is going to take a while, so hang in there." Naruto merely nodded and kept jerking the pole around and around as Chuji hefted the jug to the lip of his cauldron and slowly began decanting the pale yellow honey, the semi-opaque liquid slathering over the surface of the cooking porridge like a golden wave before sinking under the surface under the effect of gravity, facilitated by the Jinchuriki's stirring. The Akimichi air didn't lie. Between his concentrated but steady pouring and the size of the honey container, it was at least a good 20, if not 30 minutes before the last vestiges of the honey were scrapped into the porridge, and he was able to flash a sidelong glance Chuji's way as the Akimichi banked the fire that was heating the pot from underneath down. "That it or anything else going in?" "Just a few nuts and berries. Some of the clans swear by diced fruit and yogurt, but they always make it too sweet for me, so I always go for minimalist porridge and let everyone add bits to their own bowls individually," Chuji explained before something caught his eye from the far end of the kitchen, and he drew himself up to his full height, waving and explaining his new joy as Naruto glanced over his shoulder, all the time continuing to pull the cooling porridge. "Though, with a bit of luck, it looks like we'll be getting a little helper for this last bit." Just for once Naruto was hoping the clan head would be quick in his assessment. He'd never before eaten porridge himself, and, after the first bite he'd had as the chef's prerogative, he was quite looking forwards to a proper helping. Very good indeed. I trust you've got aching arms after this, though?" Naruto didn't answer but instead nodded, flexing his fingers as Chuzan nodded and turned to his son. "So then, minimalist was it? No extra ingredients?" "None, unless you count Moegi-chan's fingers," the smaller Akimichi admitted, breaking off to flash an exaggeratedly evil look across at where the aforementioned toddler was sitting in her mother's lap, laughing hard and tapping the top of the table with the butt of her wooden spoon as she waited for a second bowl of the porridge she'd helped to make, if you include eating half the ingredients as helping, that is. "Didn't know we were having guests this morning, not that we ever really guess of. Course, we just take it as rote they're going to turn up. Good philosophy, son, you'll never go far wrong with that sort of head on your shoulders," Chuza told him before gesturing towards the table. "Still, go enjoy the fruits of your labors, the both of you. You certainly earned them this morning." Chuji nodded at this and turned to Naruto, who was looking relieved that his second attempt at the dish had been met with such a glowing appraisal. "Suits me down to the ground. Okay, Naru, let's get something to eat." "Be right with you, Cho. Just need to speak to your two-san a minute." The request made the Akimichi heir raise an eyebrow, but he said nothing more, instead moving towards the table and wrestling his way forwards to attempt to sit somewhere close to the toddler he considered a niece, though as usual his clan was as relaxed as ever around matters of family, and the knowledge that Moegi was at best a distant relation of his. Her mother, born to a woman who married into the clan and then herself married out of it to Moegi's father, didn't deter him from considering her a close relative. Naruto watched him go for a minute before turning to the leader of the Akimichi clan as Chuza, who'd overheard his request for an audience, sat placidly and waited for the Jinchuriki to speak. Hi Chuza-san." The Akimichi inclined his head slightly. "Naruto," he greeted before nodding towards the table. "Something troubling you? You're letting your breakfast go cold." "Not to mention mine." Luckily the son of his old flame appeared to notice the fact he was standing between an Akimichi and a fully laden breakfast table, a surefire way to ensure getting sandalprints on his chest unless he was quick with his request. "Yeah, don't worry, won't be a second. Just realized that, well, you know Chuji-kun's held himself back from moving on to the fish dishes to wait for me to catch up, doing me a favor." Of course this was old news to Chuza and, though he hadn't said anything to his son as it had been his decision from start to finish, internally he was pleased that the future head of his clan was taking such excellent steps in cultivating both friends and potential allies for the clan. "Well, I figured that since he was helping me out, I ought to do the same and offer him a bit of a favor in return." Intrigued by this offer, Chuza temporarily forgot his desire for breakfast and leant forwards in his seat, gesturing for Naruto to go on as the noise from the rest of the clan vigorously tucking into a hearty breakfast muffled the discussion and bartering taking place right under their noses. Later on that day, by the early evening in fact, Chuji was feeling somewhat confused by the unusual circumstances that had followed him constantly. Not only had he been given only the standard washing, drying and cleaning chores following the evening meal, light duties, as far as an Akimichi was concerned, his mother had also advised him that it would be a good idea to try and catch an early evening repose if he could. That was unusual indeed. Often in the evening he'd be either starting to work with his father on his clan taijutsu or helping with the lifting, cataloging and preparation that was part and parcel of the Akimichi kitchen, and incidentally, a large part of the reason members of his clan had such a good reputation for being able to bring order to primordial chaos itself. For a while he wondered if he was being punished for some crime he hadn't even realized he'd committed. But just as that idea crossed his mind, his bedroom door opened, and he glanced up from the book he'd been reading to see his father framed in the light of the hall holding out his heavy-duty winter coat and asking him politely to join him on a sedate evening stroll. That had been about 15 minutes ago, and even now Chuji was no nearer the truth about what was going on. He'd been walking under the darkening sky towards an uncertain destination with his single query about where he and his father were going answered with a knowing smile and a cryptic comment that he'd find out when they got there. Hands fisting in his pockets to keep out the infiltrating chill, Chuji was on the verge of glancing over his shoulder and thinking wistfully about the warm bed waiting for him at home before he felt the presence by the side of him disappear. Glancing around at where his father had moved off to, Chuji cocked his head for a second before his vision took in the bigger picture around him and he realized exactly where he was. The Two-san. Wiping off his finger from the chill water he'd briefly submerged it in, Chuza glanced over his shoulder to answer his son's question. Why are we visiting the Aburaim now? There weren't any deliveries in the diary today. No son, there weren't. Good that you saw that though. The clan head complimented before turning and ushering his son forwards. No, Chokuin, this isn't strictly clan business that I wanted to drag you along to. As far as I'm concerned, there's no point. When you're the leader of the Akimichi, you'll find your own feet just like I did, regardless of how many lessons in decorum or proper conduct I tried to teach you. However, a friend of mine made a very generous offer regarding this evening and I saw no harm in accepting. Here we are. Without a sound, in fact almost without motion, the small front gate at the entrance to the Aburaim clan grounds opened a fraction and a bespectacled face appeared in the small gap, the expression as always hidden behind a high collar as the clan member recognized his guest and bowed slightly. Akimichi Chuza +1, if you please. I trust this has been resolved with Shibi-san? Yes. We have been informed. Both are waiting inside. Please enter. As with most people who had relatively little contact with one of Konoha's most secretive and insular clans, Chuji wasn't exactly comfortable around the Aburaim, finding their dispassionate manner and strange dress somewhat off-putting, but at the same time he knew it wasn't a wise move to risk insulting them. Therefore he swallowed his trepidation deep down inside himself and followed his father through the open door, bobbing his head respectfully to the gate wardens as another member of the clan guided them across the safe paths towards the main clan house. Though he never admitted, Chuji was always grateful to get out of the Aburaim gardens and under shelter on the few times he'd had to visit the fellow clan in the past, on the grounds that he always felt like he was a rather large target surrounded by a lot of little things that could potentially kill him. But he managed to hide his sigh of relief as he stepped under the eaves of the clan building, conscientiously removing his shoes and changing into a pair of correctly sized rush slippers as he did so. This was a quirk of the Aburaim, one that they never felt the need to explain to anyone else, but somehow after a person visited their grounds for the first time, on every subsequent visit they would be provided with a pair of perfectly fitting sandals to move around the buildings with. Why this was, and how the symbiotic ninja managed to get such an eerily perfect replica for a person's feet without asking for such information, were questions that were often asked but the Aburaim weren't telling. Chuji didn't much care for the reasons. He just accepted the gift he was given and was grateful the slippers were both comfortable and warm. As he finished pulling them on, he stood to his full height and spoke quietly to his father. Okay, Two-san, what's the big idea here? We're not here to pick anything up at this time of night, are we, surely? Chuza shook his head, smiling as he clapped a large hand softly on his son's shoulder. No, son, nothing like that. It's hard to explain, so just come this way and I'll show you what's occurring. Still didn't answer the question. But then again, it was only a short walk and they must have been coming to the end now. So without further comment he followed obediently through a couple of hallways to a main area where two people sat waiting for them, one a virtual stranger, the other a lot more familiar. Naruto? Such was Chuji's shock he forgot to greet the much more august Aburaim clan head first, though luckily Chuza was able to cover for him as he addressed the other figure sitting at the large table. "What are you doing here?" "At the moment," the Jinchuriki answered after placing the small saucer he'd lifted to his lips back down on the polished surface. "I'm sampling a particularly piquant vintage of Aburaim honeyed water, and very nice it is too. Anyway, enough of that while we wait for everyone else to show up. Take a seat over here, Cho." The Uzumaki indicated a seat pulled over to the side of him, smiling all the while as his larger friend began to put the pieces together about exactly what was going on. "You're a temporary ward of the Uzumaki clan this evening." It was that sentence that broke the mental deadlock. Chuji correlated the date with the place and immediately realized where he was, stumbling forwards a pace as he shook his head. "Wait, if this is, why are you here, Naruto-kun? And how can you be a clan of one? I didn't think that could happen." Naruto merely chuckled as the three adults in the room, Shibi's other half as always responding politely as Chuza bowed towards her and thanked for being a hostess for the night, turned towards them slightly in time to see a smirk blossom on Naruto's face as he replied to this legal point. "True, it normally isn't, but I cut a deal with the clan heads, your two-san included, to get a seat at this table." "What kind of deal?" Bingo. If there was ever something Naruto never needed a replica of, it was an invitation, and that question from his friend was absolutely gilt-edged and golden, as was the sight of the wince it elicited from the Akimichi clan head. "Thank you, Chuji-kun. The let me know the next time you see your underwear will be when it's flying from the Hokage Tower kind. Ask Sambachan if you don't believe me." Chuji goggled, an involuntary hitch of laughter bubbling up in his chest at the thought before his father's voice overrode his thoughts, burying the images before he could think of them too deeply and end up picturing ungentlemanly thoughts of the Inuzuka clan head. "Much as I hate to admit it, son, he's right. This is part of the price we paid to have that little annoyance testing the security of our clans. Where'd you find him this evening, Shibi-san?" "The clan grounds." It was a feminine voice that answered him, the wife of the Aburaim leader answering as she turned a darkened glare towards the mouse, who shrank back under its fearsome beam. "He has developed a technique to circumvent some of our patrolling Kikaichu, though I trust he will not be repeating it in the future." "Hey, I got down in one piece, didn't I?" "By the grace of Kami-sama alone." The riposte was faster than one of the kunai Tenten was so fond of lobbing about. "I trust my demonstration of the likely results of either of your anchor points coming loose was enough to dissuade you of the consequences of attempting entry by that method in the future?" "That and the glare you were flaying me with during that demonstration," Naruto muttered under his breath, though he couldn't deny the sight of the Kunoichi's insect clone breaking apart in a fragmented swarm after it had fallen from the line he'd clambered down hadn't sent a cold shiver down his spine, though, at the same time, it was about the only way I've ever managed to get into the gardens of this place without cheating. One bolt and line into that disused chimney area, a quick scramble up the line and the same on the other side to get down, though I got unlucky and they spotted me against the moon. Oh well, can't win them all. As long as the message was delivered, the means are immaterial," the woman justified with the slightest of firm edges in her voice, withdrawing slightly as Naruto held up his hand in a gesture of submission before another attacker joined in the assault on his apparent lack of a suitable sense of fear. "Heh, that's what we were all telling the shinobi department heads at the last meeting." Chuza chuckled, Naruto sighing and leaving Chuji wondering exactly what was going on as his father carried on. "They were all about ready to break down and cry when someone not a million paces from here managed to slip something unpleasant into the tower water tank. How long did that dye stay in the system exactly? For the love of, that wasn't me. It was the Nezumi, who are currently getting him stroke her stroke themselves very close to the top of my blacklist with all the blackening of my name they're doing. It was orange dye. That would kind of make it a given that you were the mastermind behind this plot." Exactly. He didn't even miss a beat. Once more Chuza was left to silently admire the way Naruto dealt with a shuriken from an unexpected quarter. "He or they are trying to frame me. Come on, do you really think I'm going to get into the Hokage Tower of all places and poison the water supply without getting caught? No, and for some reason I think you're beginning to realize you're not getting in without being seen either." As always, Chuza kept his expression neutral as his son, obviously trying to make sense of what he was hearing, piped up from his seat. Sorry for perhaps being a bit slow here." He faltered for a second as all the attention turned his way before soldiering on. "But what's everyone talking about? I mean, I know this is where Tusan and the other clan heads meet every month and we're both guests. But why are we both here and what's going on with the Hokage Tower? You didn't pull a trick there, did you? I can't think Hokage-sama would be very happy with that." "I can't either. And he wasn't happy when he found out about it either," Least of all as I'd have wiped out quite a few of our ninja if I'd used a water-based toxin, though I'm sure there was someone watching me the whole time I was in there. Though he couldn't prove it and didn't mention it to the Sandane for fear of making the old man worry he was becoming prematurely paranoid. Naruto was becoming certain that his excursions into the Hokage Tower and other formerly vulnerable targets around the village were getting picked up a lot more regularly, even if he never saw any of the shadows he swore were dogging his footsteps. Look, here's the basics, Cho. I work for the clans, all of them, as you know, and because of that they jokingly count me as a separate clan here every month. My job is to try and overcome clan security and break into the compounds, something I'm not too shabby at. But the problem is someone in the ninja corps must have found out about it, and started his own bit of business on the side. He or they call themselves Nezumi, and what I do to your clan and the others in Konoha they do on a wider scale to the rest of the ninja departments around the village. I think it's just shinobi having fun and messing with each other. Fair enough, they're people too and need to have a laugh as much as anyone else. But the thing is the name and a few other things about the way he works is getting people thinking that I'm Nezumi. The Jinchuriki gave a brief chuckle at the thought, Chuji digesting what he'd been told and realizing exactly what it was the other boy was finding funny just as Naruto explained it. Ha, I can dream. Clan grounds are one thing, getting into the heart of the ninja corps of Konoha is quite another, and I'm in no way, shape, or form ready for something like that. Give it time. Another voice cut into the conversation, Inoichi bowing himself into the room as his guide departed in his wake. I can see you becoming a rat at some time in the future, Naruto-kun, though my daughter seems convinced you're already one. Now why would that be, I wonder? Probably because I keep saying no every time she begs me for a date. Inoichi spluttered to a halt at the quick riposte, his frantic mental denials disrupted further as one of his former teammates burst out laughing in a deep, booming bass. Have to say you asked for that one, Oichi-kun? Chusa chortled, shaking his head as he settled himself down at the table. Any idea what time the others are due? Finally breaking his glare off of Naruto's gleeful smirk, the head of the Yamanaka was able to. Chika was on my tail a few minutes ago, so he should be here as soon as he can work up the energy to move this far. Sim-chan, I've got no idea of. Hayashi might be running late due to his elders raising hell about something, and everyone else is here whether we want them to be or not. Naruto was once more favored with a basilisk glare that he cheerfully dispersed with a smile before the aforementioned. Nara slouched into the room and slumped into his seat, as always located nearest to the door to avoid excess effort expenditure by taking unnecessary steps to the center of the room. So, hopefully not much longer than a half hour. Until then, oh, hello Chuji-kun. Belatedly realizing the interloper at the table from where the younger Akimichi was sat, having at least a vague idea of what was going on and how he had ended up there, Inoichi raised a hand to one of the future shinobi who would likely end up watching his daughter's back, Chuji for his part raising an awkward hand in greeting as he self-consciously once more wondered exactly what he'd done to end up here as Inoichi went on. Until then all we do is wait and catch up. Speaking of which, how's Chime-chan getting on with that new blade she had commissioned a few months back? About 45 minutes later Chuji was beginning to find his feet and relax a little more than previously. It was immediately apparent that, after an impromptu toast had been drunk by the clan heads with sake and Naruto with the honeyed water the Abdurrahim clan were partial to making, there would be precious little standing on ceremony tonight. The clan heads, people he knew of and had met once or twice at least, though some such as Inoichi and Shikaku were more familiar to him due to the informal alliance between the clans, were relaxed and sharing comments and jokes in a manner he'd never seen before, a lot like his father did with him, though Naruto was always ready to chip in and give or roll with a verbal blow as conversation and wit dictated. About the only thing that was keeping his nerves somewhat taut was the seating plan. Though he never admitted, he'd always found the partners of the Inuzuka rather more intimidating than the Inuzuka themselves, and there was no denying the current alpha of the Ninkin pack was a big, powerful animal, something that would definitely make any sane person think twice about misbehaving anywhere near him. Therefore, as he heard and cringed at the sight of his friend doing the verbal equivalent of jabbing the giant dog with a sharp stick every chance he got, Chuji found himself once more questioning at exactly what point Uzumaki Naruto had gone off the deep end. Ah, don't look at me like that, Patches. He's dead. The name, to say nothing of the low growl it provoked that rumbled through the floor as much as it did the air, had Chuji mentally commending Naruto's soul to the afterlife as, apparently oblivious to the monster that his words were stirring into life, he blithely carried on his point. I think it's great to see there's life in the old dog yet. The growl terminated in a sharp, dismissive snort. Carry on, and by the end of the night there won't be any life left in the young rat. You know you can't eat me, Kuro-san. If nothing else, I'd choke you on the way down," Naruto pointed out, skillfully using one of Tsume's favorite sayings against her partner. "Let's face it, it'd be far from the first time I'd stuck in your craw." Kurama blinked his single eye, head twisted to see the Uzumaki in his monovision before. With a shrug, he looked away with a lost comment, hearing his two-legged partner finish shifting the strange squares around in her hands at last. Very true, he admitted before Tsume's dealing moved the Uzumaki's attention back to the game. The table silent as each player received their pair of cards and Naruto whispering another question under his breath as he quietly peeked at the duo he'd been dealt. "Damn, of all the times to be the blind, has to happen when I get nothing of note. Oh well, I can always try to bluff if nothing else. See what's going on now, Cho?" I think so. Now shouldn't everyone declare if they want to stay in or not? But we don't have to because we've already paid in as the blind?" "Yep, got it down. So there's no point for us not staying in, unless someone does that." Naruto huffed as Shikako pushed a couple of extra coins across the table, doubling the blind stake. "So now that's the price we've got to meet to stay in now. Simple in principle." Inoichi chipped in, handing his cards in. "But it does teach you when it's best to cut and run and when to fight your battles. Hope you can shuffle better than the rest of them. I'm still waiting for my first decent hand of the night." "In that case, I'd say wait until you get home." Some cut in, eliciting various groans and chuckles around the table as Inoichi winced and inwardly prayed Kinisa wouldn't hear about that particular comment from the dog Nin. "Until then, I'm in. What about you, brat?" "Not a hope," was his quick response, passing her the cards. "Not with that heap of rubbish. So, Cho, what's next?" The 3 cards come out?" "After one's discarded, or burnt," Naruto reminded him. "Helps keep the deck well shuffled. From here there's another round of raising, the turn or 4th card, then another round, the last card or river if it's needed, and a final round, then if there are still people in their cards get flipped to show who's won. It's easy at the minute because no one needs to bet big yet or go all in. But at least this way you get a chance to pick the game up as you go. True, Toussaint always said a good shinobi can find out all he needs to know by careful observation." "Observation? You'll be playing in a minute," Naruto told him, chuckling a little as the taller child glanced at him in alarm. "What? I didn't bring you along to play cheerleader, you know. Said I owed you one, so now at least you've got an idea of what goes on at these monthly get-togethers without having to feel like you've got the weight of your clan on your shoulders." "A rather astute observation from you, Naruto-san," Hayashi chipped in as he weighed a small plastic disc between his fingers, apparently considering if he should add it to the pot or not. "From experience, I know this can be an intimidating arena for some the first time it is entered." Well, he shot a sidelong glance across the table. Quite a feat for someone with no pupils to speak of. For some of us at least. Others, I seem to recall, had no hesitation in declaring the whole thing as too troublesome to stay awake for before promptly disturbing the peace with a quite impressive display of snoring. You know, somehow I could quite believe it, fighting quite hard to suppress a laugh as his imagination superimposed the face of the Naro Shikaka he'd seen sharing photographs with his mother into a scene like the one they were in at the moment. The Nara head for his part did nothing but shrug at the reminder, as always too laid back to rise to the bait but giving his own comment nevertheless. "True enough, but at least now the snoring's a thing of the past." "What, trained yourself out of the habit, did you? Or are there operations for that kind of thing these days?" "No, and possibly." Shikako answered both of Hayashi's questions with a sigh before meeting the Hyuga Lord's gaze over the table. "Yoshino-chan declared she wasn't going to stand for it, and kept kicking me awake every time I started. In the end I learned to sleep on my side." "Troublesome woman," he muttered under his breath, making the majority of the table who knew about the strange manners in which the Nara showed affection to each other glance away with smirks on their lips, at least until Shikako spoke again. "Though, going back to Hayashi-san's original point, I have to admit Naruto-kun might have hit upon a valid idea, not for the first time, at this deduction, especially as it was made by the resident genius of the table, brought an air of seriousness to the proceedings that had been lacking before until, realizing he was likely to be the epicenter of what the Sandame's chief military strategist had discovered, the Jinchuriki in question took it upon himself to ask the 100-ryo question. What's this idea I had then? Before you say anything I'd swear before any judge and even Gigi himself that it was a complete accident and I had nothing to do with it other than come up with it." Shikaka smiled in his drawn-out way before raising his voice slightly. "Your clan, the Uzumaki that exists one night a month," he explained, extrapolating his proposal as the rest of the clan heads leaned in, intrigued. "It would be a perfect opportunity for the future clan heads of Konoha to experience this council itself. sit in, and see how everything works without having the responsibility of inter-clan matters to consider. With your permission, of course, we'd be able to entrust them to you to see how all these games work and how they're supposed to relax with them. It would make a pleasant change from seeing them freezing up like a deer in front of a cat on jutsu if they were with us. The chronically tired Jounin explained, grateful to see some elements of consideration on the faces of his peers and, more importantly, Naruto himself. Having someone their own age or close to it to see as an example would be quite reassuring, especially in a room full of people who, if not strangers exactly, they've always considered very important. Me, an example. Oh. Behind his azure eyes a parade of mischief suddenly reared up and started cavorting into Technicolor life, bringing a grin to his lips. The possibilities of that happening, well, try as he might to sound casual, there was no disguising the slight edge of excitement that peeped into his voice. Sounds like a good plan as always, Shika-san. I don't know. Some cut in with a smirk, glancing at her pack-bound clan member with a crafty smile on her deep purple lips, having gone for a slightly different shade of lipstick for the night. Have you tried keeping a Nara awake into the night? Not as easy as you might think, Naruto. Oh, I don't know. He matched her smile with one of his own, eyes flashing towards Shikaku, who grimaced at the reminder of his son's new nemesis. I might have an ace up my sleeve to help with that job. It certainly works in waking them up in the morning. Shikaku shuddered again. You do realize that due entirely to those tricks of yours, about half of my clan are pooling their allowances and D-rank money to try and fund an A-rank mission to have every set of bagpipes in the elemental nations hunted down and dispatched as messily as possible? I think Shikamaru's starting to develop a pathological hatred for tartan and tablecloths because you keep waking him up with them. Well, good luck to them. As long as it's getting them out and about, I consider those pipes worth their weight in gold, Naruto declared. Especially since they convinced you to teach me to draw a silent seal. You have no idea how useful that's been in my apartment, least of all when I was actually practicing with them. On that front, Naruto was making precious little progress, learning as he was from scratch, but at least he was learning how to take care of and inflate the instrument safely. But anyway, apart from that, there is something else I was going to ask the clans assembled here. At this, all the clan heads swapped looks that varied from intrigued to wary, though Chuji, who was now watching on as a very interested spectator, and found himself equal parts amazed and appalled that Naruto not only knew all the leaders of Konoha's major clans but considered them at worst more than casual acquaintances and at best friends, was glad to see his father's expression was one of curiosity rather than hidden fear. What is your proposal, Naruto-san? As host Shibi took it upon himself to ask and, seizing on the invitation, the Jinchuriki simply smiled. Easy. I've got no problem helping people like Kibaku-en, Ino-chan and Shino-san dip their toes in this shark pool just like I have with Chuji. But as you all know, I will, with any luck, be joining the Shinobi Academy next summer. There'll be no luck involved with that. Some broke in again, this time looking deadly serious as she directed a piercing look his way. If you don't get in, I'll be asking some pretty searching questions of the test administrators, assuming the old monkey leaves enough of them of us to interrogate, that is. The idea and mental image of the Sandaime kicking in the doors to the academy and sending the instructors within diving for cover and praying for divine intervention was enough to make Naruto chuckle quietly before blinking and getting back on track, nodding to the Inuzuka clan head to let her know he was grateful for her concern before continuing on. I should hope not, but, as a wise ninja once said, hope for the best and plan for the worst. Anyway, that's off topic. Fact of the matter is that I'm fairly confident about the whole thing except in one area. One set of skills I've not really had a lot of a chance to practice despite Ino-chan's best efforts. Inoichi opened his mouth to argue this point before his mind, always both quick and prodigious, leapt to a guess as to what the Jinchuriki was on about and quashed the urge to speak, allowing Naruto to finish. I've never really been able to do much in the way of taijutsu training. I once had an offer to train with a man called Gaisen, but I've since found out he's become a jounin, and he's one of our best, so he's very busy all the time. So I haven't had much of a chance to track him down yet. I will if I get a chance to do so, of course, but no luck so far. Still, I was thinking about it, and then the light bulb clicked on. Why not see if I could get a bit of a taster of the way each clan fights? And before you ask. He held up a hand to forestall Haishi's fledgling protest. I know it's pointless to even try learning the Juken. I don't have your eyes. So, how does that idea grab you? I'll look after your kids in this place. You let me train with your kids. Train with Naruto? Despite himself, Chuji's original response to this was sheer disbelief. Compared to himself, the blonde looked like he could be knocked over by the proverbial stiff wind. However, he quickly scrubbed that doubt from his mind, remembering not only that often when he heard Naruto's name it was laced with respect by many of the ninja of his clan, and also the advice he'd been given by his father that appearances were deceiving. Actually, wait a minute. Sorry, Naruto. The blonde leant back subtly in his seat at his friend's whisper. Did you just say you've practiced taijutsu with Ino? Hi, as often as possible. We're about even, but I think she's got a slight edge because she can practice with her clan when I'm not about. Remembering what he could of the skinny girl who nevertheless had a fiery temper and impressive lungs, Chuji responded to that with the only words that made sense to him. You're brave. Naruto merely chuckled for a moment before he heard the sound echoed from across the table and paid attention as Hayashi leant forwards again. So a single girl is no longer enough for you then, Naruto. This bodes ill for our future kunoichi population, I fear. The fact it was Hayashi of all people who made a jibe at his request was the reason Naruto joined the majority of the table in sniggering at the quip. What was next? Shibi staging an impromptu tap dance. Still, regarding the academy, I was under the impression that Sandaime-sama would be making other arrangements for your education in the shinobi arts, or at least your formal education. News to me. Naruto replied in a blasé tone before smirking wickedly. Besides, turn down a chance to get my teeth into and corrupt the rest of Konoha's youth. Never. You've got a little princess about my age, haven't you, Hayashi-san? I reckon she'd like her very own pet mouse to spirit her away from her stuffy old clan house every so often. The man's answering glare would have frozen a bonfire. You do, and there won't even be a body left to find. He threatened through gritted teeth, fastidiously ignoring the sight of Tsum almost curling up in her seat, lips clamped together in an effort to avoid the dreaded giggles, as she watched her long-term antagonist chasing the tail of the quick-tongued mouse. Hinata-san will be at the academy, and I have given her Minders my full authority to use any means necessary to protect her from any and all threats to her health. His brow creased slightly as he leant across the table, the smile of a gambler with a pair of bullets hidden face down snaking across his usually expressionless face. Do you really want to make a fully trained Hide your enemy? About as much as you want a copy of your special books to be delivered to the civilian council. Fortunately for all concerned, the sound of Tsum completely and utterly cracking up, backed up to a lesser degree by Shikaku and Chuza, Inoichi, on the other hand, was fervently incanting mental prayers to his ancestors that his daughter wasn't already a lost cause to the Jinchuriki's dynamic personality and uncanny ability to make someone simultaneously hate him with every fiber of their being and love him as someone closer to them than their own right arm. Broke Chuji's train of thought before he could question exactly what books Naruto was referring to, the Inuzuka leader glancing across at him with sparkling eyes as she mastered her mirth. The sight of Hayashi with the faintest smudge of redness on his cheeks, one she was certain she'd savor for a long time to come in the future. I swear you have a death wish and bribery material on the Shinigami that's stopping him granting it, brat. Anyone else would have been dead a long time ago after some of the stunts you pull. Still, I got no problem with that as an idea, provided you don't mind half the clan using you as a chew toy. A blonde eyebrow rose. That would depend on whose toy I am and which bits of me they're chewing. Now he's dead, so very dead. Even as he simultaneously laughed and blushed a touch as he belatedly understood the innuendo, Chuji was amazed to see Tsum merely raise her eyebrow in response to his cheek before, eventually, shaking her head and looking back at her stack of playing pieces, calculating what her next bet should be as another, much quieter voice filled the silence. The proposal is acceptable, Naruto-san. Shibi was, as always, a voice of reason as his black glasses flamed briefly in the overhead light. We do not have a claimed fighting style as such, but you are welcome to learn if you wish. No claimed fighting style. The Jinchuriki chuckled good-naturedly as he replied to the clan head and nodded politely at his wife at the same time. Ever since their introduction he had maintained a cool but very cordial relationship with the matriarch of the symbiotic clan. Though can I get her name from anyone? Can I help? Just like you had some skill in tracking and trap setting and ended up showing me tricks of the trade that Fleagezen would give his eye teeth for. But yeah, thanks. I'm very grateful for the offer, but you lot really do have to quit it with the strange and mysterious vibes you keep giving off. Have a bit of pride in your skills, you've certainly got them. The high collar twitched a touch, a slight quiver of the mustache that dotted the Abdurrahim's upper lip. The mark of shinobi is to be a shadow. The less people know, the more likely they are to be surprised when they face you. True, but there's got to be a limit, Shibi. It took most of us a year and a half of the academy to even find out your first name. Somewhat unexpectedly, Chuza backed up the Uzumaki's observations a little before offering a mollification. Though you've got a lot better since then, it must be said. Apart from that, though, there might be a few moves we can show you. You wouldn't have any issue with training with Naruto-kun, would you, Chuji? No problem too, San. Good. Though his son was a little slow in answering the unexpected question, the answer was certainly the one he was hoping to hear. Though I doubt he could learn too much of the true clan style, we at least have some holds and locks he could use, especially if he takes after his mother at all. Excellent, we'll start sorting that out over the next few days. I'm sure Chime-chan would love another student to train in the ways of the blade if I can broach that subject. That nugget of information made both boys listen up and pay closer attention, though Chuji was actually slightly faster off the mark. Ka-sans thinks I'm ready? More or less. As far as I can see, the sooner you start learning as many skills as you can, the better, Chusa said sagely, several of his peers nodding in time. Besides, if you ever want to follow in your old man's footsteps and claim an Anabi bride, you'd better start studying the way of the sword as soon as possible. Take it from someone who knows taking on the head of a samurai household for the hand of his daughter is not something attempted without lots of prior preparation. A deep understanding of the ways of Bushido and a menin on standby. Not to mention a couple of friends you can blackmail into the position of second. Inoichi broke in, favoring his friend with a disgusted glare. Until the day I die, I'll not forgive you that one. If you'd bottled or been cut down in that fight, it would have been my neck on the chopping block. Forget honor, masculine pride, and your hopeful nuptials. I'd have been face down in the dirt begging for my life without a second thought. But it never came to that, did it? Besides, Chimeheim said old Chijuki was fond of me, so I doubt he'd have killed me even if he decided to get serious and show an amateur his place. Chusa admitted, memories of that fight, the longest 3 or so minutes of his life as he fought to remember the basics of swordplay he'd learnt in preparation for the duel and keep the glittering steel of the older warrior's blade from his neck. Just as well, though. He was using his wakizashi and still nearly carved me up like a sliced ham. If he'd gone with his katana, I'd have been several parts shy within the first few seconds. You're not kidding. Though he'd never seen them fight, Naruto could easily remember the stories the Neichan had told Momoru Zaki of the samurai, and after his meeting with Isoko's groom he believed the vast majority of them. Precious little scared a child who make a game of provoking ninja, but the way the samurai had casually spoken of ending his own life, if necessary, in the name of his honor was disconcerting in the extreme. However, the reminder of the ancestry of the Akimichi clan head's wife, and the story he just heard allowed him to forge a mental link and snap his fingers. I didn't know you knew swordplay, Chusa-san. Every record I've heard of you always has a jo staff in your hands, however large those hands might have been at the time. Smiling at the memory of his favorite ninja weapon, the Akimichi smiled. As far as I'm concerned, I know nothing of swordplay, a fact Chimeheim reminds me of every time we lock blades. I had a very brief match with her father, necessary to win his approval for our marriage, and to try and prepare I learnt a little in the way of katana drill, though little good it did me in the long run. Still, she's the authority on weapons in our house, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind having another student to teach alongside her son. I'd be grateful, Naruto told him in no uncertain terms. Training in swordsmanship from an Anabi geisha was not something to be sniffed at. Before he turned to face one of the clan heads who had yet to speak his mind on the matter, a more calculating grin on his face this time. So then, Inoichi-san, better let Ino-chan know she'll have to up her game unless she wants to scream to the world she's got a little brother for the whole world to hear. Inoichi matched his smile. And if that doesn't get her motivated, I don't know what will. I doubt she'd ever admit it, and don't tell her I said this, but I think she enjoys her spars with you. You push her like no one else in the clan does save me and her mother, and even then you're a better spur than either of us. She wants to do well to please us, she just wants to beat you because she hates your guts. Naruto chuckled. She'll have to hate mine because she doesn't have one of her own, he pointed out, remembering how naturally skinny the Yamanaka heir was and how damned effective the lack of skin made her hard, sharp fists when she used them. Besides, we both need the practice if our spars aren't going to devolve into, and unquote your niece here, some kind of hybrid between wrestling, bar brawling, and fully clothed lovemaking. As expected, the mental image of his precious flower engaging in such activities was enough to make the elder Yamanaka turn a bright puce before immediately paling and looking ill, the sniggering of the other clan heads around him not helping him through the trauma as he shuddered before speaking in a voice tight with both sage advice and barely restrained promises of violence. Much as I know shinobi are encouraged to make the most of their life and start early, there is a very good reason the academy virginity rituals were abolished by the Nidaime. He pointed out before locking eyes with Uzumaki, no trace of fun in his voice as he stared the demon container down. I expect them to remain abolished throughout your academy careers. Are we perfectly clear on this point, Naruto-kun? Yeah, clear as glass. The boy muttered dismissively before, As though he'd only just noticed them, he looked at the 3 face-up cards in front of him and started, addressing the table as a whole. Now that's all out the way though, we're burning the candles down here for no reason. Let's pick up the pace, people. He asked as the players who were still in the round all rechecked their cards and made to place further bets as the night drew on. Some hours later, as he watched his sleeping former playing partner slung carefully over his father's shoulder, Naruto was forced to suppress both a wince and a yawn simultaneously. Sorry about that, Cho-san. The older Akimichi merely chuckled and shook his head, making his son's slumbering body sway slightly with the motion. Ha! No harm done, Naruto-kun. My father carried me home from my first few evening nights, and I'm sure I'll do the same with Shuji-kun. Sure, you don't need an escort home. I know Tsum-chan lives out that way. So do I, but I'm sure she'd make better time without me slowing her down. You know it's not good to keep old women up so late, he said in a stage whisper, immediately ducking down just in time to have the butt end of a kunai pass through the space his head had just occupied as an ill-tempered comment of, I heard that, was snarled in his general direction. Chuza merely chuckled again, smiling at the irked Inuzuka as she stalked up to the two of them after bowing herself out of the Abirame clan house and thanking Shibi for being such a generous host. Sometimes I see where you come from, Tsum-chan. You gamble with the Shinigami more often than you do with us, Naruto-kun. And one day even your luck with run-out brat. Tsum warned him before breaking her frosty demeanor and ruffling his hair, making him immediately duck away complaining that she was messing up his style. But not today, obviously. Come on, let's get you home. I'm not taking no for an answer. She preempted his complaints even before Naruto could open his mouth. Let's just get this done so I can get home. See you around, Cho. Oh, though just out of interest. She faced Naruto directly. You really don't know about Nezumi? Nope, Naruto shook his head, completely honest this time. All I know is it's something to do with a ninja or more. Gigi mentioned the name to me and said I should start blaming him for everything. If he even exists or not, I have no idea. For all our sakes, I hope not. We're all having enough problems with a mouse, never mind rats. The Inuzuka sighed before remembering something else. So then, next month see how long Hana and Kiba can stay up at night. Hopefully they won't be an embarrassment, but no guarantees, hey? Afraid so, you'll just have to wait and see. The Akimichi sighed before smirking somewhat. Wonder if we should have a bet on which child can stay up latest when their turn rolls around? Some thought about this for a moment before snickering quietly. Sounds like a laugh, but I know where the smart money's not going. I doubt Shika's kid would be awake even before the whole thing kicked off. She pointed out, Chuza heaving a mirthful sigh before nodding as he turned towards his clan house, leaving the two pack members together watching him leave, Chuza still soundly asleep over one shoulder. A strange pang of pain awoke in Naruto's chest at the sight, and not for the first time since Sarutobi had shared with him the secret of his parentage, he wondered what might have been had his family survived the advent of the demon he now caged. Would Tu-san have carried me home like that, and have Ka-san shout at the two of us when we stumbled home? It sounded like the kind of thing the Uzumaki Kushina he'd heard about would do, though as a hand fell on his shoulder and he jolted at the touch, he found his eyes darting upwards to meet those of Tsum, the Inuzuka, regarding him with an expression that said her voice didn't. Out of gratitude for her unvoiced support, Naruto reached over his own shoulder and laid his hand atop hers. The human contact a grounding rod and support for himself as, still in silence, the two of them were joined by Kuramaru and, rather more surprisingly, Inoichi as well, who claimed he could use a walk to try and clear his head before facing his wife. As this odd foursome moved off into the village of Konoha as a whole, Naruto was grateful for the darkness disguising the slight wetness of his eyes. He had lost his family through no fault of his own, but through his own hard work and ever harder head refusing to take no for an answer. He had managed to somehow enmesh himself in something that, if it wasn't a family in the truest sense of the word, was, as far as he was concerned, something that was at least as good as one. As the previous evening had been interesting, so was the morning afterwards. Habitually an early riser as a hangover from his days of combing the training grounds for their iron bounty, it would of course be nothing more than Kami-sama having a joke at his expense that the one day a month he liked to lie in and recover from the previous late night would be the day he got a knock on the door. He sat up as best he could at the unfamiliar noise. I'm up. Half falling out of bed, the Jinchuriki slipped his feet into the sandals waiting by his bed and stood to his full height, wiping sleep from his eyes and wondering what on earth had possessed Gigi to call so early in the morning. Unlocking the front door, he blinked upwards through blurry vision with the question on his lips, only to feel it fizzle out and die as he took in the stranger, who immediately dropped into a respectful bow before him, a single question echoing in his reeling mind. What the heck's Hayashi-san doing here? It wasn't the Hyuga head, of course. Naruto realized a half-second later as the taller figure stood up once more and he caught sight of the spotless wrapping around the Hyuga's forehead. In fact, as the two met eyes, Naruto finally managed to get a few mental synapses firing and finally put a name to the face. Zurashi-san? What brings you here? Aside from the amusing sight before me, cute cap Naruto boy. The Jinchuriki immediately blushed and ripped the sleeping headwear off, exposing his wild bed hair as the branch member smirked before ironing his expression as flat as one of the kimono he usually worked on, bending his lower body forwards in a formal bow at the same time as offering forwards a small white something Naruto recognized as an envelope. Hyuga Hayashi-sama sends his greetings to the lord of the Uzumaki clan and bids him consider this invitation. Any response may be delivered through the messenger or to the Hyuga Gate guardians at Uzumaki-sama's convenience. He stated formally, straightening up only after Naruto relieved his of the message he was carrying. Flickering his eyes between the letter and the Hyuga who'd brought it, Naruto carefully unfolded the top of the envelope and removed the invite within it. After scanning it for a second and realizing exactly what Hayashi was asking for, the Jinchuriki felt his mouth run slightly dry. This was not something he was in any way ready for. Right now, however, he could only swallow down his trepidation and raise a weak smile towards the branch member of the prestigious clan whose leader had just sent him a personal message, trying to compose a suitable reply on the fly. Well, thanks for, passing on the message, Zurashi-san. Can I get back to you? Of course, leave a message with any of the clan on the gate, and it'll be passed on to me. The elder branch member assured him, rather more formal manner lost now he had done as he was bidden and delivered the message to the Uzumaki. I wouldn't leave it too long though, Naruto boy. Hayashi-sama's a patient man, but not even he can wait forever. No problem, Zurashi-san. I'll hopefully get the answer to him by the end of the day, Naruto announced with slightly more confidence than he felt, feeling slightly ill as the Hyuga, a slight expression of amusement on his normally passive visage, bowed once more and departed almost silently, allowing the Jinchuriki to shut the door behind him and then rest his forehead against it in delayed shock. Of all the things he'd been expecting this morning, this was about as far out of the bathtub as it was possible to get. The invitation weighed like lead in his hands, an anchor almost dragging him down as he tried to forge a path through the confusion to clearer, more placid waters. He stayed where he was for a moment, breathing in and out as his mind began to overcome the shock and think more rationally about the situation. Okay, this I really wasn't expecting, but it's not all bad, I can deal with it. Let's just get a shower and something to eat. From there we can figure out what I'm going to say about this that won't result in a clan feud being declared between the Hyuga and the Uzumaki. And since they outnumber me by hundreds to one, I don't think an undiplomatic response is an option in this case. Thank the Kami you're here. The sudden voice, especially as she recognized the voice and correlated it to the strange and, to her, hilarious happening that had occurred in Konoha recently, immediately made her spin around and raise her guard simultaneously. After all, funny things are only funny when they're not happening to you. Hands where I can see them at all times. The blonde sighed but obligingly dragged his fingers out of the pockets of his jumpsuit, the sight making Mitarashi Anko relax a fraction as she slowly took a seat at the table of her favorite dango stand, eyes never leaving the form of her former student. So much as try pulling a prank on me and they'll be pulling you out the nearest river a week from now, got it? Hi, now assuming the death threats are out the way. He paused, but though she appeared tempted, Anko resisted the urge to call him out on that and remained quiescent, allowing him to go on uninterrupted. I've been trying to find you all morning. Got something I need to go through with you. For her part, the snake mistress smirked slightly, the nearby waitress already having brought a pot of tea to the table, having heard the special Jounin's order so often she sometimes fancied she knew it better than she did her own husband's name. Sorry Gaki, you want more training off me, you gotta earn it. Sides, last time I checked you were busy raising enough hell around the village without my help. 2 of us would just be overkill. 3, if you count whoever Nizumi's supposed to be. Naruto griped sourly before getting back on track. Listen, here's the deal. A little summon told me you're a bit of a fan of an old tradition, shall we say. So, how about this for a deal? Get me ready for this. He slipped the envelope that had been passed to him earlier in the day to the now intrigued special Jounin, allowing her to pick it up as he finished. And I'll let you come along as my +1. How's that idea grab you? All was silent for a second as Anko digesting the information on the slip of paper in front of her before slowly lowering the invite. Naruto was able to catch a look at her face and was a little surprised to see her face almost as white as the paper she was reading off of. Where did you get this? One of the Hyuga branch delivered it this morning. Name of Zurashi, really nice guy when you get to know him. Damn, keep meaning to ask how his nieces are getting on, but every time I see him I forget. The Jinchuriki cursed his faulty memory for a moment before nodding towards the letter held in Anko's trembling grip. So, how about it? In truth, what happened next wasn't the first time, and because of that Naruto was able to turn his head just in time to avoid risking suffocation in his teacher's chest as she moved like greased lightning, slipping around the table and hefting him from his seat in a hard embrace. I take it that's a yes. He managed to gasp, heaving down a heavy breath as Anko let go and hunching over to take the pressure off his creaking ribs. Damn, so that's why they call you the Snake Mistress. Temper of a cobra with toothache and grip like an anaconda with a grudge on its victim. Oddly, Anko didn't respond with a barbed comment of her own, instead retaking her seat and closing her eyes, breathing steadily for a few minutes before, having apparently mastered herself to her satisfaction, she reopened them and spoke in a level, calm tone. Okay, let's do this logically. Do you actually know what you're holding there, Naruto? Do you have any idea how potentially important it could be? Important in that it's a private invite to a Na date, whatever that is, with Hyuga Hayashi and his immediate family, right? Right. Gaki, there are noble families throughout the elemental nations who'd sell their firstborn children to get what you have there. Anko told him, absolutely nothing even approaching embellishment in her tone as she sought to get her point across. The Hyuga clan are often thought of as the last word in honor and nobility in the shinobi world for a very good reason. They take tradition and civility to the nth degree and, apart from that, are both very wealthy and very well connected, as I'm sure you're aware. Because of that, there's a lot more riding on that invite than just a casual chat over a cup of tea and some hot rolls. Because Hayashi-san's got a lot of pull in the village, so good impressions and all that. And what is a Na date anyway? A tea ceremony that's being held outdoors. It's more relaxed than a traditional ceremony, and therefore only usually held between people who consider themselves familiar with each other. Hayashi must have moved heaven and earth to get this to happen with you of all people without having to present you to his council of elders. Damn, he really did push the boat out here. That ring must have made a huge bloody impression in Hayashi's mind. Exactly how big an impression that was Anko didn't know or care to know. She was, after all, no stranger to having skeletons in the closet herself, so we can't afford for Naruto to bugger it up now by not being spot on with his etiquette, especially if clan head and heirs are present. Okay, Naruto, first off, I am grateful for this offer and I'd love to take you up on it, but I was expecting that. Okay, let's hear it. This is not something you, in fact, either of us can just jump into feet first and hope for the best. I know what I'm doing in a situation like this, but I doubt you'd have a clue, and there's no margin for social faux pas with the Hyuga. We either do this right or not at all. So, get your wallet ready for a severe case of laryngitis, kid. The suddenly sinful glint in his sensei's eyes made Naruto swallow hard and brace for the worst. Training for a formal tea ceremony doesn't come cheap.